The good evidence you're gonna have if you're like triggering him is if he starts just spazzing uncontrollably, like he won't stop talking. Right, that's the evidence. Like, I don't know, there was this period, excuse me, miss, yo, you dropped that.
So?
I think you dropped that. No problem. And I think so that's evidence that he probably if he's super relishing in the opportunity of engaging in whatever competition you've just set up. I don't think that's evidence of you hurting his feelings. In fact, that's what he wants. He wants some racist offs with people. That's literally always what he wants. That's all they do in chillism all day, every day. In fact, the kinds of things he doesn't like are usually the evidence-based things. That's when he starts spurging. So if it's about some kind of debate, and you're just basically making what he understands to be a compelling case that refutes his position, to start spazzing. Also, kind of probably the machismo stuff, when I don't know, when we saw the first time we saw a picture of him, and everyone was he looks like a skinny crackhead. It felt like he looked like he'd get beaten up. He was spiraling that day. These are the things that are important to life. White people being racist to him, he doesn't give a shit about that. In fact, he encourages it because he wants to use that to justify against racism. Right? He wants to say, look, see, I'm not racist, it's really them. So just, I don't know, FYI, in future, if you actually want to get to him, that's just never going to be a good way. It's just you're just going to look like you're rolling around in the mud with him. That's how it's just going to look to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just felt like the guy called me a kike. The guy calls me the worst shit in the world. He says that people bathe in blood. I deserve death. And the worst things I was calling him was you're low IQ, you're uneducated, you're boring, you haven't read anything. That's the kind of shit I was saying to him. And I always felt this is kind of an asymmetric warfare where he's allowed to be meaner and more gross and more disgusting than I'm able to go and be sort of accepted in polite society. So I just thought that this way of doing it was just a funny way of just being as ridiculous as him in a way that would annoy him. That was just my thought process. I don't know if that's the most legit thought process is I didn't want to actually call people slurs. I didn't want to actually say spread libel against black people. I just wanted to noise troll him and upset him. That's basically my
No, I'm going into doing that. I can't really talk, but I do get your thought process, and I appreciate what you're saying. I wasn't really interpreting it as this is how Sam really feels, but more this is kind of embarrassing yourself by my life. But I'm going to sorry, I'm done. I'm going to do.
Next time, try trolling him with klezmer music.
Okay, that's do you have a favorite klezmer jam? I am a killer, man. Drop it. I basically think that I should just not have lion in my room. So he just obsesses me too much, and I'll be liable to spaz out.
I just assume that you're in a self-destructive place and you're trying to alienate yourself from the people you've been speaking with lately.
Is that what you actually thought?
I'm still on the fence.
Ariana's wants to use this pace. Ariana's wants to use my face in my PFP. I'm a motherfucking G, yeah, can't you see? Lost debate on the problem of evil. And you're so know that we ain't equal. Ariana's, you got pretty girls in your pics. Cause you was ugly in real life and you can't get those chicks. You want attention, you want those mentions. But you sitting down motherfucking bench, kid. Your bench debaters like Timothy and Sully. So you shit in your pants and your pants is getting sullied. Now I'm hitting you falling fucking fully. Sit down, break down, you getting fucking killed. You ain't got no motherfucking debate skills, so chill. I just think you gotta chill.
Yeah, second-hand embarrassment.
Oh, come on. It was pretty good rhyming pick chicks. That was decent.
You just can't drop bars. This is asymmetric warfare. You know what I mean? Like, you just... Tequila. I am a killer. Netanyahu, coming at you. Breaking it down, dropping the bomb, let me become Iran. Dropping your nukes and do what the fuck I can. Hey, Iran, hey, Mr. Ayatollah, coming down with my bomb. I'm about to roll ya, bro. Now you fucking no more nukes. You was getting killed, yeah, that's rebuke. Sorry, buddy, no more Adam for you. Here comes a Jewish state, Jew, like pew, pew, pew. Yeah, we do. I just think I'm gonna fucking kill you. Ariana, you got faces in your pics, but I just think you ugly as shit. You was once talking to me about music. You're like, I think Taylor Swift, that's the one you choosing. Obviously, you had learned nothing about sounds and songs. You didn't know fucking music that's strong. You fucking only known fucking pop from the last 10 years. So I just think in education, bro, near.
Please clap.
I'm gonna give you the clap, Ariana. I'm gonna clap your cheeks, then give you the clap.
Bush.
I'm gonna both give you the clap, and then clap your cheeks, and then I'm gonna play some Eric Clapton so you can learn about some good music. Dude, Sam, do you like Ariana Grande better or Taylor Swift better? Maybe I fucking like Shostakovich, like Led Zeppelin, fucking music that's not shitty pop music in the last 10 years.
You're bringing up like artists from the Jurassic.
Yeah, better. You know how dinosaurs were bigger and badder than animals today? That's the same with music.
Yeah, well, it just sucks because being bigger and badder doesn't mean that they're alive currently.
Well, the music didn't go extinct because the music's still getting played. Just like literally just explore music beyond pop music. You're 20 years old, like explore jazz, explore electronica, explore funk, soul, blues, psychedelic music, world music. There's just so much good stuff out there, man. You can learn.
States wasn't part of the League of Nations. Okay.
I believe it was started by Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States.
Yeah, but then why is the League of Nations not around anymore? Because the Congress and Senate went
Because it
back.
became the United Nations. That's why.
No,
because the League of Nations stopped working.
Right, and they created the United Nations as a same effort to end peace.
There's
All
also
right, let me keep going. Let me
You
finish
gotta
my
mean it because then you're giving us a lecture. The same thing you say other people do, you do every day. So just land your plane.
I'm answering the question. So the League of Nations said that indigenous people should have self-determination, and that includes the Arabs of the land and the Jews of the land. So the Arabs were given land and the Jews were given land. The Jews accepted it, the Arabs rejected it, and they verbally said the Arab League, we're going to annihilate them. We're going to make a bloody massacre. That's called genocide. And that's what led to the war of 1948, the Jewish War of Independence. I'll mute.
Thank you.
So the Nakba was a humiliation.
Say again, Pikachu.
The Nakba was a humiliation. They lost the war. From then on in, because that's what Norman left out. They try to annihilate the Jews. 5 Arab armies descended on Israel. They said, we're not having any of this. They took war to the Israelis, and the Israelis defeated them.
I said that before you came in, Pikachu. So did Israel, in the Nakba, did Israel partake in brutal actions?
There were brutal actions on both sides.
Can I finish my question, sir? Please. Thank you. So all I'm asking, I'm trying to be objective here. Did Israel take part in brutal actions, killing, raping innocent men, women, children in the event of the Nakba to drive them out? Did Israel have any part in that?
I mean, in addition to the war, or outside of the war, as a part of the war?
Period.
They started.
Did Israel, as a government, allow such brutal atrocities to happen? Because here in the United States, if our soldiers or troops or our nation went and removed people violently and brutally with murders, rapings, killings, we would not stand for it. Nobody would stand for it. We'd be calling the United States out 100%. So I'm just asking, in your opinion or in your knowledge, did Israel, as a government, during their time going into that land, did they perform any of those atrocities?
Absolutely not. It was a brutal war, and remember, it was 5 against 1. But yes, it was certainly brutal, as wars are brutal. But Israel didn't do anything like special or especially egregious. Do they
ever know? Do they ever know?
War is an ugly business.
So justify. So hold on.
You can't compare it to the United States. I mean, to say in the United States we would do this, it wasn't the United States.
Listen to me. I drag America across the coals daily, saying that we're a lazy, complacent country. But right now we're talking about, has Israel ever done anything wrong that you're going to own up to?
Sure, we're human.
Yeah,
Everybody's done something wrong in the world.
Of course they do.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. Agreed.
Well, hold on a second, because this person's been waiting. Raz Royalty, are you there? Raz Royalty, let's go ahead, man. The mic.
Yeah, so I think people are under a strong delusion to think that there can be peace without justice. And if we look at the original treaties, and if they were actually honored, and if that was the intent from the beginning, then why is it that Israel owns 85% of the land now versus what they owned prior to this treaty? So also, if you consider the group
you're in the Matrix, man.
Israel is directly.
You're in the Matrix, man. I'm gonna mute him up. Let me say hello to Randy. What's good?
What's going on, JB? How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. And yourself?
Great, man. Great. Just watching the fireworks unfold. I think the gentleman wanted to.
Hold on, Royalty. I'll come back to you, bro. You were in the Matrix. I'll come back to you. Thank you. was having a conversation with Robbie. I know it's more important that you have to speak, but I want to speak to him right now. I'll come back. Thank you. Robbie, what's good?
Oh man, good man. Just watching the fireworks unfold. That's all.
What's your opinion on what you've heard so far?
Well, I think Israel's doing a fabulous job, and I think they should have done it a long time ago. You know, they just they had to wait for the. You know, I understand the circumstances. You know, they attacked Hezbollah. They destroyed Hezbollah's infrastructure. They took care of Hamas. So you know, and then with the Assad regime toppled in Syria, it was the perfect opportune time for them to go in and just destroy the infrastructure in Iran. It's going to take some time because when you think of a facility, when they say, oh, they destroyed a facility, it's like the size of Disney World. So it takes time and precise, you know, ballistics. So, you know, Iran, unfortunately, thanks to us, the Democratic Party with Carter, they took the Shah away and they let this regime thrive. It's the U.S. again getting involved with the shit cleaning, you know. And Israel's doing most of the shit cleaning, but, you know, at least we're helping now. And now I think Trump, he's looking at how much of a glorious victory he's being left out of. So now he wants to have more of a position in the war. Even Germany publicly said, oh, Israel's going to need help, hinting they're going to come in to get a piece of the glory. Because everybody wants this regime to end, you know. I mean, even the other Arab states, you know, aside Qatar's both sides of the fence playing ass. I mean, the GCC is...
Robbie, let me say this. I support Israel 1,000,000% what they're doing in Iran. I pray there's a regime change to let those people have their lives back.
For sure.
But as I'm at that point now, right, we're 2+ years into Gaza, and what's really changed other than destruction? Right? I support them going into Gaza and getting rid of Hamas. But they haven't. So what's the definition of insanity? Do the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result.
When you say they haven't, what do you mean? Like they haven't taken out? I mean, they've taken out their infrastructure completely, and they've thinned out the numbers. I mean, of
so
course.
Then why are they still there doing Barbie? You and I have had great conversations over the years, man. Answer me this: why are they still in there then?
Because we're not letting these MFers come back.
Well, you know, number one, they want to control the flow of people. You know, Egypt's begging them to because they don't want them in the Sinai to screw up more logistics for Egypt. Saudi doesn't want any of them. Jordan doesn't want any of them. So it's like picking apart through the rubble, but then at the same time minding the civilian population. I know a lot of people will say, oh, they're just blowing them up. You know, okay, there was a little bit of a gloves off, you know, mentality to the IDF going in there, but to say that they're not trying to preserve human life, they are.
Wait, let me ask you this. You have a friend, right? Your friend's name is Muhammad. And Muhammad, somebody comes into his house, kills his wife, his kids. And Muhammad's not Hamas, right? Kills his wife, his kids, his mother. And this is going on for 2 years. So even if we eliminate Hamas, don't you think the chances of Muhammad becoming radicalized, that Hamas 2.0 doesn't come back right away?
Well, come back right away, no. But what you're hinting on is the structure of education that needs to change in this side of the world, especially Palestine. They need to stop growing up with a hatred for Jews. I know it's easier said than done, but you know, just look at Iran, for instance, when the Shah ruled. Everyone was, you know, he was sending the young generation to learn abroad. He was sponsoring college education. The classroom wasn't filled with anti-hate for Sunnis and Jews. The civilization was trying to move on, whereas in Palestine, that's been the problem. I mean, before they learn their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, it's death to the Yahuds. So hopefully this will spring out a better system of education in a new Gaza that will, you know, educate the youth to be something different and motivate them with financial incentives through education to be something different, because that's been the problem. The mentality, I mean, if you look at the mentality of Saudi, how it's changed, you know, they were ridiculed for this, spreading jihadism all over the world. And now Al Saud is getting all of these radicals out. He's removing Saudi away from sponsoring terrorism through a very minor population. I would say it's not the majority, and they're moving towards a more friendlier place for the West, and
that's the whole GCC in general. And these were all once, as El Normo was pointing out, these were once all enemies to Israel, and now they want peace in the region.
Robbie, thank you for your share. Let me come back to you, man, because I got so many people on stage that do. I appreciate you, man. I've always enjoyed your company. But Roz Royalty, are you there? Are you still in the Matrix? Roz Royalty. Last call.
Yeah, I'm
there
here.
you go. Yeah, man, the mic is yours.
All right, so if you're expecting peace without justice, it's irrational. Israel made deals with the United Nations, with Palestine, and those deals have been breached. And now Israel owns 85% of the land. The reason why Eurocentric people support this occupation is because Jewish people are considered white on the census in the United States. And it gives them leverage with the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. Without bossing up on that territory, you can't continue to control interests in those regions, including resources. That being the case, Israel also had a major hand in creating Hamas and establishing them. And that was for the means of getting rid of the last regime that was in power. So for them to turn around and then complain about something they established is actually oxymoronic, and it's actually a major issue. You see, I think both communities.
They went to a genocidal rampage.
So notice how every time I talk, a Jewish person intervenes, even when I'm being professional. You can't handle the truth.
But sir, I think it's more.
It's not your turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Can you let him finish?
I was just adding to the conversation. I apologize.
I don't care how everything I said is historically accurate.
Roz, just land your plane, please. Go ahead.
I've been talking for like 5 seconds and waiting for an hour. You ready for me to land my plane? You let this man talk at length before. Come on. You came in off your mic saying there's justice in here.
You know what? First off, I never said there's justice in here. I said there's conversation in here. And that hypersensitivity, crying about you got 5 seconds, maybe because I have, 15 people on stage that haven't spoken yet. I like to pass the mic around, and then we can have the debate. Now, if that's an issue, I triggered you by moving you down. There's a leave quietly button. As we say in Brooklyn, you can get the fuck out. I don't care. But I like to move the mic around because I know. And I'm going to give Norm a chance. I'm going to give Pikachu a chance. I'm going to give other people a chance to speak. I promise. But I need to hear from I'm glad Robbie's here. I haven't seen this dude in a minute. Let him stand on his square. If he believes in what Israel's doing is right, God bless him. I'm not going to change his mind.
And I'm an Arab, so, my family comes from Syria. I have family in Kuwait. I mean, it's not like I'm oblivious to the region. I have all my friends are in the IDF. I have friends that have moved their grandmothers out of Palestine as of 2 years ago because of the corruption Hamas was doing with her medication. She couldn't even get medication to her home because Hamas was taxing her for her meds. So, I mean, there's a lot of, you got to have accountability on both sides,
That's the problem, Rob. That's what I'm trying to address today.
And, they don't eat.
The non-accountability, it's okay. The non-accountability on one side. That's it's my side, bro. But go ahead.
But no one thinks about the post-traumatic stress that Israeli kids have had to grow up with in the last 20 years. I mean, I was talking to a kid on OME TV, and he was telling me at 16 years old, he knows where his bunkers are, he knows where the gun reserves are, he knows that if terrorists, when they were riding through the kibbutzes, he was cleaning the blood off of the front doorway so they would think nobody was home and they left it. I mean, they're losing their childhood. So, okay, you see one argument about, the Palestinians feeling the brunt.
Robbie, let me move it around a little bit. I'll come back to the prompt. I like to go to the ladies first in the room, so I'm going to go to Giselle and then Ms. Clark. How you doing, Giselle?
Hello, good. How are you?
I'm okay. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just had something to say back to Robbie. So we're saying that Palestinian kids haven't for so many years been under attack and basically been, collecting body parts off the street and whatnot. Is that the kind of two-sided conversation that we're having?
Well, I am upset with the way the Palestinians continue to govern themselves. They go after also after
Palestinians
another
aren't
Sunni
free to govern
government.
themselves, though.
Well, they gotten a lot of money
I
to
think
try to
we've
build
established
infrastructure. No, I think you're not establishing that they've gotten billions from the world and did nothing with it but build a terrorism network. There could have been a
Who's giving the
Singapore.
billions and to who?
What do you mean? Who's giving?
The United Nations Relief Works Agency called UNRWA. Also, Israel gives them a fortune as well. Also,
Do you know
Joe
what the
Biden.
UNRWA does?
Also, Joe
Biden
Hold on.
gave them
No,
in the
let
future.
Robbie have this conversation. I know, listen, you're the smartest guy in the room, but Robbie's no slouch. He get there with Miss Giselle. Go ahead, Robbie.
Go ahead, Miss Giselle. She was speaking. I didn't want to interrupt her. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that the two-sided conversation and accountability has to be, like you guys said, on both sides, not just, looking at one side and then with a double standard treating the other. So if we're going to be realistic, you've got both sides.
So we should also look at what happened to the money that was invested into Israel.
Invested everywhere, yeah, on both sides.
Well, the corruption with the money is definitely on the side of Hamas. I mean, Bibi let so many briefcases of cash go in just to calm them down, almost as if to try to bribe them to be quiet. And they did get help from the world. They just refused to utilize that help and build an infrastructure for the people, ma'am. Go back to the days of
you realize you can't really build an
that.
infrastructure if you're not free to do so.
Wait a second. Giselle, let me ask you a question. Giselle, let me ask you a question.
Giselle, a moment, I just wanted to say something.
Let me just ask you my question real quick, because I'll forget it. Let me just say this. I don't agree with the strategy that's currently going on. Doesn't mean I don't support my community, but
sorry, I just came. Who's your community? Which
I'm Jewish. I'm a Zionist.
Okay.
But I don't agree with the strategy currently going on. At first I did, and I did for a while. But now I believe it's just overkill, to be honest with you, because we're never going to get rid of Hamas. But all that money that went to help the Palestinian people, who stole that money? Was that the Jews or was that Hamas?
I'm really confused when you guys say the money that was spent to help the Palestinians. What are we talking about here?
Would you like banking receipts to be sent to you? Because I can gather them up for you. The world banking system keeps track of this. If you like it, I can send it. All of the humanitarian
the international community to only have aid and funding.
Yeah. Hamas stole money. They extort their own people. I mean, it is what it is.
Hold on, Robbie. Norm, do you want to have
you realize that to the Palestinians, Hamas is actually a government body. Do you realize that?
Yeah, they voted for it.
For example, I just want to clarify.
The Palestinians to begin.
Sorry. Give me
the aid that sent Hamas.
Sorry, I just want to clarify something. To the Palestinians, Hamas is a governing body. Whether you think they're terrorists, whether you don't, that's something besides the point. But to a lot of Palestinians, some of them are against Hamas, but others actually support Hamas, and Hamas is a governing body. They're a government.
Yes, ma'am.
So
how did they govern?
So
by
if
blowing
I'm
up
able,
buses full of Israeli kids?
For example, if I one day wake up and decided to
let her finish her point. Let her finish her point. Go ahead.
One day I decided to wake up and call the British government, for example, the US government, a terrorist. That doesn't, strip them off of their governing, off of their governing rights. Or that's just
okay, let her.
So you guys keep labeling.
Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
So you guys keep labeling them as terrorists and they're taking the money, and they're actually doing quite a lot in the region.
What are they doing?
Exactly. How are they doing a lot when you get 100% aid and Hamas takes 75% of that for their own people and then doles out 25%?
Hold on a second. I don't understand why hold on, Marshall, why we're getting lost here. It's a very simple thing. Let the woman say what she has to say, and then everybody's going to get a turn to rebuttal. You don't have to agree with her, but let's respect each other. This is why I blew up the last room. We all get in our feelings. I want to fucking understand. Now, I'm going to keep it real with you people, and you may want to excommunicate me from the Jewish community, but it's the Jews in the room that can't have fucking mic control. When she's speaking, please stay muted. Thank you. Go ahead, Giselle, land your plane, please.
Anyway, I want to go back to my original point, responding to Robbie. He mentioned that, sorry, I don't know what I'm starting. We need to take accountability on both sides. So my response to him was, So haven't Palestinian kids been blown up for years, and haven't they been suffering post-traumatic, stress and whatnot from everything that's been going on? You can't look at one side and not look at the other side. That's a double standard. So in the same way that one side is being bombed, another side has also been bombed for many years. And the lack of accountability and the lack of awareness that people have is really problematic. Because whereas what's happening in Israel, the most recent bombings, which started a couple of days ago, by the way, has had the whole world blown up about it. I don't understand why the other side, the Palestinian side, hasn't had any. That's a double standard to me. I can't stand that.
Thank you, Giselle. I'm gonna give Norm a minute to rebuttal, and then we're gonna do our mic around. Norman.
Here I am. So I'm trying to follow the thread of Giselle's objections. Hamas is not just arbitrarily designated a terror organization. They are not the legitimate government of the Palestinian, so-called Palestinian people. The Palestinian Authority is. Hamas murdered, threw off buildings, and ejected the legitimate government of the Palestinian people, the Palestinian Authority. And the reason why they had to receive cash from Bibi is because the Palestinian Authority didn't let them use the banking system. And the thought was that if we're nice to Hamas and let them have their donations from Qatar, then they'll be nice to us. That was proven to be a miscalculation on the part of Israel. What money did they get? Well, they got $250 million from Joe Biden, the American president for whom I voted, in September, just a few days before they launched the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. You say they're not allowed to form a government, but they have a government. They have Hamas, which is a terror organization, internationally designated, not arbitrary, because they lead suicide bombings. That is an act of terror. They bomb civilians indiscriminately with their rockets and missiles. Those are acts of terrorism. It's not one-sided. So, as Golda Meir said, if they put down their weapons, we will have peace. If we put
That's not true.
If we put down our weapons,
any Palestinian person can say the same.
Can I finish my sentence?
Giselle, let him land his plane. I'm going to give you a chance to rebuttal, and then I want to go to Miss Clark and Jessica. Again.
And I do want to hear your response. If they put down their weapons, we will have peace. If we put down our weapons, there will be no more Israel. That's what Golda Meir said.
1 minute, Giselle.
I'm going to try and make this really quick by just saying the obvious. The numbers are not comparable. So if you tell me that if Palestinians put down their weapons, there will be peace, and, any Palestinian would say the other way around very easily, and the numbers speak for that. So that's actually a baseless statement.
Thank you. Hold on, everybody, hold on, man. Let the ladies go, and then I'll get back to you, gentlemen. I know you're dying to talk. Miss Clark, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm going to be really quick when I say this. For me, sitting up here being an American and being a prior military veteran, all this is happening because the American government just won't step back and let what's going to happen. Realistically, regardless of how y'all feel about it, across both of y'all have initiated conflict with other people. You can say that the Palestinians initiated with Israel. Israel has initiated with Palestinians. Israel has initiated with Iran. At the end of the day, America needs to step back and let y'all figure it out. Because peace at this point isn't an option. And I know it sounds crazy to say that. It isn't. So we just need to let y'all duke it out, figure it out, and go about y'all way. I get real tired of the rocks being thrown and then trying to hide my hands in conversations, because it seems like everybody is perfectly capable of pointing out what other people did to them, but they're not capable of holding themselves accountable for the shit that they do. The reality of it is war. You have to be responsible for the intentional deaths, just like you have to be responsible for the unintentional deaths. And to sit here and think that you're going to be able to go and educate children on why you blew up their parents and them not have some feelings against you is crazy in my mind. And it's going to keep going until finally somebody's the bigger person and just says, either it's going to be an all-out war and we're going to stop pickpocketing and nicking and doing all the other stuff and ending it and dealing with the repercussions of it, because this idea that y'all can go and cause harm to people and people aren't supposed to have sentiments simply because you quote-unquote educate them about something, I don't give a damn. If you came into my community and aired out my family and you shot up a single terrorist in the case that was talking bad about you, but in turn you killed 20 innocent people, guess what? I'm going to have my feelings and sentiments about you. And I might just go back into your community and air your asses out too. And that's the reality of it. And instead of people just being honest and saying, hey, we're getting innocent people caught up into it and we have to take responsibility for that, it's a bunch of if and what's about it. And it needs to stop.
Well, Ms. Clark, I love what you just said, because that's what I've been saying. We killed that family. And see, that comes with the arrogance and non-accountability in my community. We're so arrogant, we think we can just indoctrinate these people not to hate us anymore. So what's the outcome? Hold on, W, man, you come off mic again, I'm kicking you out. I know you want to speak. Aziz, I know you want to speak, but I was very clear when I said I'm going to let the lady speak first. But you're right, Ms. Clark. We're going to kill people's families, and then we're going to expect to have s'mores with them. Except, hold on, bro. Thank you. Jessica, how you doing? Jessica, you there? All right, I'm going to go to McZed next. McZed, how you doing?
Doing okay. I agree. I think that both sides need to take full responsibility for all of the actions they're taking, both righteous and cruel. I think that both sides are basically standing at each other and saying, we hold before you a blessing and a curse. The blessing is peace. The curse is war. And then both sides choose.
Thank you, Big Zed. Appreciate you. And be careful what you say. You might lose your Jew card. Let me go to Doug. Doug, how you doing, Doug? Doug Bully, you there?
By the way, JB, Jew card is the Torah, not revocable. Not revocable.
Says you. You haven't got the smoke I got.
No, that's the law.
Okay.
That's the law.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Aziz, then W. Aziz, what's up? Aziz.
Yeah. I think the issue is, we talk about what Hamas did with the money, but something is missing, and it's the accountability from the people that are sort of pro-Israel, right? Since 1967, there's been a systematic military lockdown, political, economic, land and sea, and according to the Geneva Convention, if you're not occupying power, you're sort of responsible for the welfare of the people, right? And so it's the lack of accountability. You can say, oh, well, Hamas are in control. Well, they haven't had an election in nearly over 20 years, right? And even since the Oslo Accords, 2005 disengagement, they've controlled taxation, import, export. If I could just finish my point. So that being said, there's a level of accountability, not even just legally, and let's just say morally, ethically, but legally you're obliged, based on the Geneva Convention, to be accountable for them, especially given the fact that they haven't had an election in 20 years. Given the fact that Israel's a democracy, you need to sort of lean into the democratic element of what's happening here. Now, when you look at Hamas, yes, they made it clear that they intend to wipe out the Jews. Let's run with that one. Well, the reality is, are they capable of that? We saw on October 7th that there was the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust, and I believe that needs to be investigated, and we need to look deeper into that so it doesn't happen again. I have questions about that. Capable of eradicating Israel? Are they really in existence? One second, please. I'm about to land. I'm about to finish. Their statement of intent is genocidal, let's say. I agree to that. But are they truly capable? Are they truly an existential threat? I don't think so. The people that are being governed by Hamas have not voted in 20 years. A large portion, at least 30%.
Now you're repeating yourself, bro. Let me just play now, please.
So I'm about to land it.
You've been saying that for 10 minutes. Let's go.
I'm about to land it here. This is my final point. Given the fact that the majority of the people have not had an opportunity to vote for Hamas, I believe that the treatment of the people is considered collective punishment, and given there's no real existential threat from Hamas, I believe this is an overextension of military aggression and should be condemned.
Thank you, Aziz. I'll circle back to your point. Sid, are you there, Sid?
Yes, right here.
I have a question for you. You think if I step away for 5 minutes that we can still have decorum in this room and not chaos? What do you think the odds of that happening?
we'll maintain it, man. If you gotta step away, bro.
I have to step away for 5-10 minutes. I'll be back. Sig, you're in charge. Guys, one mic at a time. Sig, if anybody comes off mic when they're not supposed to, just move to the audience.
Roger
I'll
that.
hand it to you now.
Roger. Who's next after Aziz? Was anybody next in the queue? All right, cool. Well, we got new people on the stage, so I'm gonna do this in JB fashion. Looks like we've got Jessica. I don't know if you talk. Keegan, you're on. Actually, Keegan, if you want to go, you grab the mic. And W, if you want to go after Keegan, you can. Keegan, you got anything to say? Hey, W, welcome to the stage, man, if you want to go. We can't hear you, brother. All right, well, I'm going to open it up. If anybody wants to respond to what Aziz just said, but we'll open it up popcorn style, but just please one person talking at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll give it a shot. The Arabs of Gaza, the Arabs of Judea and Samaria have chosen not to have elections. Okay, that's their choice. So they don't have the democracy. I don't know of one single democracy in the Arab world, not one. And that's okay. Maybe they don't value that. The only thing they can't do is kill Jews. I mean, I don't even want it. If they kill each other, that's up to them, although they do get in trouble for that. Now, here's another thing. A gentleman said earlier that Israel had violated a treaty. That is not the case. The reason why is because the Arabs never agreed to any of those treaties. So I want you to ask yourself the following question. Palestinians claim there's an occupation, there's the idea that they started calling themselves Palestinians at some time in recent years. They didn't call themselves that before. The Arabs of the land claim there's an occupation. Ask yourself, which part is occupied? And who is making the claim to the land? These Arab folks who live there. And what is the basis of that claim? The United Nations said, let's divide it up. The Arabs got 22 countries in the region and all of the oil. Let that sink in. 22 countries. You can barely see Israel on the map. If you write the name Israel, you're covering the entire country. It doesn't fit. It bleeds over into Egypt and Lebanon. That's how tiny it is. And yet they don't want to let it exist. So ask yourself why it's so intolerable to some of these Arab Islamist fundamentalist terrorists that Israel exists at all. Why can't we have one Jewish state in our indigenous homeland? And I'll end it there. That should provoke a little conversation.
A simple map, by the way, the progression of the Israeli settlements will explain to you that Israel doesn't own exactly what it is shown to own now. If you look at the progression from God knows when, 60s maybe, even before that, actually from the 40s, then you can see that Israel, as a country, as a state, started very, very tiny in 2 patches maybe, and that's incrementally been increasing year on year. And now it doesn't, it's not rocket science to understand how that increase happens. But
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it together. Don't even mic up. So, number one, are you making a distinction between a country and a state? Because there is no such distinction. They're the same in this case. Do we agree on that? Giselle?
Undecided, okay.
Okay, so, all right. It's a member of the United Nations.
I'm calling it state because it's, it's the better, for me, that's the better explanation to say
well, they're a country and a state, or a state and a country. Most countries, they call themselves state, interchangeable. Those words are synonymous in this conversation. So that's numero. What's that?
That's semantics. Okay.
Yeah, it's the meaning of the word. Okay, fine. Now you say, how did this tiny country, which only got a fraction of the land that was promised to it, how has it grown? Well, I will tell you. In 1967, we were attacked by 3 much larger Arab
What?
It was before that. The progression starts before.
Okay,
No,
before I left, I said if somebody's speaking and you interrupt, you're getting moved down. I'm not playing. We have to have the honest dialogue. Norm, you got 30 seconds, and I'm gonna get a new speaker, please.
Okay, I wasn't speaking, JB. We were having a back and forth.
JB, they were having a back and forth, man. Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I'll bring it back up. Go ahead.
It's okay. Wait, you sent her down? She was fine.
Oh, I didn't know that, Norm. Just continue.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, so Israel has, I don't know what you mean by settlements, but Israel grew when its neighbors attacked it aggressively and lost the wars. So up until 1967, Egypt controlled Gaza. Egypt lost that war, lost the Sinai and Gaza. And then when we made a peace agreement, Egypt didn't want it back, so Israel got responsibility for Gaza. Didn't even want it. Same thing with Judea and Samaria, or similar. Jordan attacked also in 1967, lost the war. Israel got control of Judea and Samaria, which many people call the West Bank. So we can take it from there. Giselle, if you want to respond.
Giselle left because I moved it down, which is fine. She'll be back.
Okay.
Doug, you there, Doug? Aaron, how you doing, Aaron?
Yo, what up?
You want to chime in or no?
Pretty much I had a similar sense of it as some of the other speakers earlier. I mean, y'all been fighting for years. At this point, nobody really cares who started what. Y'all both doing funky shit. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, just either leave that shit alone or do what you gotta do to end it. Because at this point, people tired of hearing about it.
Thank you, Aaron. Keegan, how you doing? Keegan, you there? All right. Jessica, how you doing? W? Can't hear you, bro. You might have to leave the app and come back.
Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Do you think that realistically the majority of Israel will be comfortable if America just said, we're going to leave you to your own devices and whatever happens, happens?
No,
why not? Why not? I mean, America didn't help Israel until 1967. We did fine on our own. Israel has an economy of $600 billion, which is one of the highest in the world. Per capita is 52,000. The reason why we have an exchange of military equipment with the United States is because it's in the U.S. interest. That's the only reason. The U.S. gives aid to many, many countries, but it does not get from other nations the kind of return that it gets from Israel.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like asked that. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, if you would indicate, America's been giving Hamas a fortune. It's been giving Egypt a fortune. It's been giving Pakistan a fortune. When it comes to the Palestinians, it's like pouring money down the drain. I mean, they made a terrorist infrastructure. Now all of Gaza is rubble because they built all those tunnels from which they decided to attack Israel. So it's all that money is wasted, whereas Israel has created technology, created medicine, has created schools and infrastructure and buildings. I mean, Israel is like a first world nation.
I guess that's the reason why you bombed all of it, right? But can Iran do that to you? Well, can Iran say, you have a tunnel down your ship? Like, can Iran, use every part of it? Say, Tyree, it's got bare tunnels where we know it's got tunnels anyways, right? Because that's where you run and that's your shelters. Can we say that? How? I mean, what type of knowledge or conversation are you asking? Does that mean that you can murder somebody, that a child can have a bullet on their skull, like a 2-year-old? Like, what is the excuse on that? If you're saying open warfare, you say everything is fine, I guess you cannot cry to me when I see whatever Iran does, don't you bloody dare cry to the rest of us. Do you hear me? Don't cry to us. If I see a child over there Yeah, don't say, look at what they're doing to us over here. Don't you dare do that. Because we've already heard that for 2 years. You've made us unhuman. Am I correct? Our humanity is lost.
Well, let me ask you a question. Wait.
My humanity lost.
Hold on a second, lady. You can't just come up and talk nonstop without getting some interjection. Are you Palestinian?
I'm human. I'm human.
Okay.
I'm allowed to be human.
Well, you say when I don't know if you're human or not, lady.
I'm not bloody rude.
Listen, shut the fuck up. Let somebody else talk, you fucking ding-a-ling. Like, what the fuck is wrong with some of you people? You say you're human, but you don't have a human conversation. It's bizarre to me. I asked you a question because you said we. We are getting bombed. Our kids are getting killed. So when I asked you a very simple question, are you Palestinian? Obviously that triggered you. Now, if you want to come up and have the real conversation, which you're saying we're not having, you're more than welcome to. But when other people speak, maybe you'll learn something by shutting up. I can't bring her up, Sig, if you want to bring her up.
Yeah, we try to bring her up.
Maybe I should also reframe my question, because like when I say that America should not be hands-on in any way, shape, or form, I am talking about pulling back all of that money, pulling back all of the weapons, pulling back anything that we would send. Because I know, like, recently, like, if you want it, yeah, as my husband is saying, if you want it, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with our arms dealer selling it to you in that case. But when I say, like, America stepping out completely, I mean for everybody across the board. No more aid, no more funding for anybody. Is that something? Because I know we sit up here and people brag about Israel's billions of dollars and stuff, but we don't like to account for the fact that America sent billions of dollars to y'all too. So I'm really asking the question: if America really went hands off, is that something y'all could tolerate and deal with?
Of course. I mean, right now Israel is defending all of civilization. Iran has promised to engulf the world in a ball of fire. That means a nuclear weapon. Well, believe me, the Western world,
you have
the
a
European
weapon.
nations,
You have a nuclear weapon.
but we haven't used it on the world because we're not going.
I'm going to give you one last warning, then you can go to some other room. I don't really care. But the man was talking. Let him finish. Go ahead, Norm.
So the difference is, by the way, Israel hasn't admitted it, which I'm not saying that makes a difference, but it's true. And of course, Israel never has and never will threaten to use that weapon to blow up the world and to blow up the United States, as Iran has.
Thank you, Norm. I want to say hello to Randy. Randy, how you doing? Randy? All right, let's go to Suad. Suad, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah. Why does Israel have the audacity to tell other people how to behave? Especially when they already have the whole of the Arab supporting them. They got Egypt supporting them. They have Jordan supporting them. Right? What is the poor little Palestinians doing to you that you are so threatened by? Why can't you just leave them with the Gaza? Why can't you just leave them with the West Bank? Why can't you just give them the place that they were already given? They're not asking for nothing big. They're not asking for nothing. Like, why can't you just hear me out? Because I didn't disturb you, right, sir? Why can't you give them land, sea, and water? Why can't you give them air? Why can't you let?
Listen, yeah. I'm gonna say something. Yeah. Okay, you have to have a conversation. Yeah. That means you have to let other people talk. Yeah.
Oh, I have. You told me to talk. You said go ahead and say what. I don't know what language you think you're speaking at, but that's not my language.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's Europe. We're helping you out, do the hate.
You know what? I can't even hate this lady. You want to have a dialogue with her, normal or not? Suad.
Yeah, go on, doo-doo.
Doo-doo? Cocky.
Yeah, you doo-doo. Well, the hell, I'm going to cuss you out comfortably because you're telling me how to talk.
Yeah, poop. Yeah.
Listen, good Muslim women don't curse out people.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not cursing you. I already told you where you at. You're from the toilet.
I know, I'm a cocky.
You're from the toilet side.
But, sorry, JB.
No, go ahead, Miss Clark.
No, because, like, I was listening to L, and let me say this now, like, maybe it's because I grew up in a black school. I'm used to people talking shit. people always talk about who they're going to put hands on or who's making their threats. Until you actually put action behind it, it's different. I could care less about Iran and them talking about how they're going to blow up the world and so on and so forth and yada, yada, yada. Is you doing it or is you not? Like, I think that's kind of like the point that a lot of Americans are. I look at actions more than anything. Does that mean that I'm not going to take you as a credible threat? Yeah, but until you and be prepared, absolutely. But I think there's like I said, maybe it's because I grew up in a black school. We heard all the time people talking about how they was going to whoop somebody's ass on Friday, and then when Friday came around, the ass whoopings never happened. So that's kind of like the way that I see Iran is. You know, you can talk all the shit you want to talk. I'm not going to brush it off. But I'm that kid with the pencil on their shoulder. Knock it off and see what happens.
So, Ms. Clark, you probably didn't know that Iran has already fired tens of thousands of ballistic missiles before we attacked on the 13th of June. Unprovoked. Iran surrounded Israel with what they call a ring of fire. So they are supplying and controlling the Houthis in Yemen, firing ballistic missiles into Israel. They fired one, I'm going to say at me, but I'm kidding, when I was there a couple weeks ago, and they missed me. They landed near Ben Gurion Airport. They also funded and trained Hamas to do the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. So it's not just talk. They have expressed their intention to destroy the Jewish nation, and they have acted on that intention. It's not just talk.
Okay, so let me say this once again. I think we missed the point. I could care less what they do to Israel. And I know that sounds, y'all can hate me for it. I could care less what they do to Israel. What I'm saying is, as an American, what are they doing to me? That's the point that I'm getting at. Because, like I said, I'm not going to sit up here and act as if Israel hasn't done its shit or initiated this conflict that has led to them doing the stuff that they're doing to y'all now.
Let me answer what it's done to the U.S.
Hold up. Because my question still stands. Even in the situation that you brought up, when I mean like America's hands off, I also mean that when Iran formed that ring of fire and we were there shooting off our ballistics to help stop some of those things from making impact, I'm talking about America not even being there to do any of that.
Right.
That's
so let's talk
hands off.
Talk about what they've done to America. Beginning with their very inception in 1979, they took our embassy, which you don't do, by the way, internationally, killed our diplomats and held the rest hostage. Yeah, Iran did that. 1983, they murdered.
Imagine.
America. American embassy. It's in 1979. There's a movie about it. It's called Argo. You should watch it. Very interesting. That's when this regime came into power. You probably didn't know this stuff. 1983, they murdered our Marines in our U.S. embassy in Beirut. Iran did that. We never got them back for it. Israel went and attacked Nasrallah.
You were a joke.
Honey.
You're a joke. You're an absolute
Hezbollah. Who's interrupting? I'm happy to hear from you. The U.S. embassy was bombed by Iran in 1983 in Beirut. And a fellow behind is called Nasrallah. Nasrallah was also behind the murder of about 650,000 Arabs in Syria. Israel took him out in the last 16 months. But that's not all. Iran has attacked U.S. interests 170 times since the beginning of this war in Gaza. So yes, Iran has been attacking U.S. citizens the whole time.
So what it sounds like to me, respectfully, is they're getting attacked in foreign places where those people have access to, which is gonna happen. Like I said, I'm prior military. That's nothing new under the sun for me. It's gonna happen. You have people who get our bases and embassy and stuff and other places get attacked. I'm asking directly, like respectfully. It don't involve. I'm not even asking. I'm just saying. It does not involve us. Whatever happens to Israel happens to Israel.
America, listen. I tell you what.
Can you calm down?
I tell you what.
Can you calm down? I promise you, when you speak, I'm not going to cut you off. What I'm saying, as a Black American and as a veteran who has served this country, we need to butt the fuck out.
Thank you for your service, by the way.
And what happens to Israel is going to happen to Israel due to their actions and inactions, and they have to take responsibility. I'm saying that America needs to pull out completely, which means no aid, no service. Just let y'all.
Ms. Clark, let me ask you a question respectfully, because I'm just trying to get clarity. So you're basically calling for America to be an isolationist country?
No, I'm not saying be an isolationist country.
Why is America in isolation?
what I'm saying is when it comes to certain conflicts, understand that is y'all's fight, not us. It's kind of like how we're the big brother in school and your little brother been talking shit to all these people, repercussions that come for him to get his ass whooped. At a certain time, as a big brother, you gonna say, look, you run your mouth too much, you done did shit.
You don't have to handle it.
Like, you're gonna have to handle it. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna isolate you or do all this, but you won't have to handle this conflict on your own. And when it's done, yeah, it's done. I'm here. But outside of that, nah, this person in your same weight group, your same weight class, you gonna have to square the fuck up.
It's in the Middle East.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Shut up, lady. I want to welcome Sarah to the stage. Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
I'm good. Should I add to answer Miss Clark's question as someone who's Iranian American?
You're more than welcome to. Let me just say this. I only got like another 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to leave the room to you and Sig, because I know you guys can handle it. But go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Miss Clark. So let me give you and just for your knowledge, I'm not Jewish, so I have no personal interest in Israel or for Jewish people. Like, there's no personal interest. But let me tell you, like, I understand you saying that Iran has made threats to Israel and has performed them, like has made attacks, but it hasn't made attacks to U.S. Well, they don't have the power right now. If they would and could join all those, like Shia country and nations in Middle East together and destroy Israel, and they have the power, then they're going to come for you and me, right here in America too. They have made threats already that they're on the way to make measles, that are going to make it all the way to America. They don't have that power right now. That's why you don't see them do anything, But if they ever have that power, they will. So whether people like this or not, I'm going to get a lot of pushbacks, but Israel has been fighting our fight for the last 46 years. And I know that because I lived in Iran. I was born here, but I went to school there. I went to elementary school. I went to middle school. I went to high school. The hate and the way they try to spread that ideology is very, very real. It's so real. And this is not a war between Iran versus Israel. This is a war between Iran versus Israel and America. I never remember them saying death to Israel and not say death to America. They didn't even have flags of Israel on the entrance of our schools. The entrance of my school was a flag of America. Do you know how many times I got fired from schools for not wanting to step on American flag? It's like a traumatic experience. For someone who was born, in America, and as a kid, I considered myself American, it was traumatic. But for people who don't know about the West, they don't know about America, and they constantly educate them on how terrible America is and how bad it is and how they're only out there to get us. Trust me, this is a real threat. I'm not pro-war. I am absolutely not pro-war, but this is a just very, very complicated, issue, problem.
Let me just jump in for a second. Sig, Sarah, I got real life stuff to take care of. You guys want to keep it open, Sig? I know Sarah definitely will help you.
Yeah, we can keep it open for a little bit. Yeah, that's fine.
And JP, you have yourself a good day too.
Thank you, ma'am. You as well. But Sid, good luck handling Sarah because she's a firecracker. Don't let the pretty face fool you. Guys, have a great day. I'll be back later.
You too, JB. We'll talk.
And Sarah, let me say this right now. This is what gets me. A lot of countries, if given the opportunity, would strike at America. But that does not give us the right to go out here and say, well, if the potential ever arises, we just gonna dead it now and just fuck y'all up. Like that's what I'm saying. Like what you're saying to America isn't anything new. We've always had threats against us. Hell, even China and other places are coming against us. And we understand that if they ever get the power to overthrow us, guess what they're going to do? They're going to do it. But just because they're going to try. Well, my husband's saying they're going to try. But just because we understand that sentiment exists doesn't still give us the right to go. Because, respectfully, fuck these other people up and go in there and say, well, we understand that y'all had these sentiments to do this, so we just struck first. Like I said, people can talk shit all day. We have a myriad of countries, even ones that we're quote-unquote in partnerships that are supposed to be our allies, still talk shit about America and talk about how they will overthrow us. That still doesn't give us the right to go in and do that shit. It's until you poke me, or like I said, maybe it's because I grew up in a black school, but until your hand make contact with me, I'm gonna hold my hand. That don't mean I'm not gonna take you serious. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna prep for it. But at the end of the day, until you put hands on me and I whoop your ass, that's all I can say. Because me jumping on your ass and then both of us going to the principal's office, I can sit here and talk about how you've been saying shit all day. You talk about how you gonna whoop my ass in PE. You talk about how you gonna whoop my ass in history. And the principal gonna do what and say, has he put hands on you? No, you put hands on him first, so you're getting in trouble. You initiated it. And that's the way that I see it.
I mean, Iran does their little pokes and prods all the time, and when they do, they get their ass left. They're not gonna do no direct attack.
When did they do that? When did they do that?
They're not gonna
When did they do that? Give me a date. Because we have news every day. Everybody has news. Everybody has TikTok. Everybody has their Facebook. Like, when did they do it? When did we see that happen? Because we saw what Israel did. Israel has been begging for Iran. Like, I've never met anybody beg for Iran and say, I want Iran. Like, what do you want me to do?
Nah, Iran has done it.
Mrs.
Don't play that game. Iran has done it too, Swad. Both of y'all is like the two badass kids in the back seat poking each other. They do dogs barking at each
Miss
other.
Clark, I want to ask you guys a question. What will think about this question, guys, for everybody, especially for the Israeli people. The innocent Palestinians, people are being killed, the innocent young kids, because AL is gone. How would they grow up if their father or mother passed away and died? How would they will take action? Maybe, God forbid, so I hope they don't do that. They will now.
That's the reason why they killed them. Because they don't want the day of that.
No, I know, but listen to my point. Is that you Israeli people, right? Who's Israel? You think that they're teaching the kids in Palestine to become a terrorist? No, that's a wrong teaching. You guys have a wrong mindset. The innocent people living normal life, learning about Islam and everything. The question is this. You go on killing their parents or killing their brothers and sisters, what do you think will happen in the future of their thinking of their young kid? Mental mindset. You think they will be quiet? Or they will start get frustrated and maybe go and try to create a group to defend them?
Let's forget about this. Gaza doesn't even exist. What is the definition of Gaza? Because if we know, ain't nowhere that the Jewish people are supposed to live there. There ain't no supposed to be, I am supposed to see my neighbor from next door to the other side. Ain't no way I cannot visit the capital, right? The capital that is given to me. I can't visit London, like the capital.
I think the problem I have, can I just say one thing? I think the problem I have is that the framing of this, right? People seem to be claiming that America is trying to liberate Iran, right? But, and they're blaming this nuclear weapon situation. Well, they've been talking about Iran having nuclear weapons for 30 years. The reality of the situation is not nuclear weapons, it's not liberation. This goes all the way back to Mossadegh. Before the Shah of Iran, he nationalized the oil, and America and Britain did not like it. If you do your history, ask ChatGPT, it will tell you America used to own Iran's oil before 1940 until Mossadegh took control and he nationalized the oil. They took back the oil, and America and England have never forgiven them. They organized a military coup from Mossadegh and they put the Shah of Iran back in place, and he helped Britain and America get more control over Iran. They had a natural resentment to the Shah because he was brutal. If you do your history, I don't know why people seem to be
I hear you.
If I can just finish my point. I don't know why there seems to be a glazing of the Shah of Iran right now. Do your history. He was a brutal man. And the reality is, I don't think that Israel wants to... what happens when Israel liberates Iran? Does it become Afghanistan? Does it become Iraq? Ultimately, what's happening here is Khomeini and Netanyahu are borderline fucking retarded. Neither of them should be trusted with the nations that they're in control of. And what we're seeing here is people just falling into the rhetoric, right? Falling into the traps, typical traps. Ultimately, what's happening here is these places are supposed to be destabilized. There's not supposed to be stability in Iran because of how potentially capable they could be. They're too capable when it comes to the oil. Their potential is too high, and so they have to be unstable. So I don't know why people are acting surprised. I mean, we've been speaking about this for a long time.
Aziz, I want to add to what you said. I wasn't born before the revolution, so I wasn't here to know. But from what I've heard, you are right. The king of Iran wasn't like good. He was a brutal man. However, he never killed its people the way IRGC has been killing our people. When people said we don't want you, if you open your mic, if you can't hold on and mute your mic, we're gonna. Okay, thank you. So when people said we don't want you, he left. He left the country instead of like killing people, So whatever bad he was, IRGC multiplied that by like 1,000. IRGC are like they have nothing. They have no morals. They have no care. They don't care about their own people. They don't care about anybody. They do care about the Shias. They have a different mission than running a country. So it was just a lot different for saying that. So I just wanted to add that for people who.
No, Sarah, you're right. You're right, and I understand you could argue that the IRGC are more brutal than the Shah. I get that as well. But what I mean to say is, I can't imagine the outcome of military aggression towards Iran in the capacity that we're seeing right now having a positive. I understand the hurt of the Iranian people. I get it, obviously. And sometimes you're hurt so much you kind of want to see pain inflicted on the people that hurt you, right? So I get it, right? But I do think there's a bit of tunnel vision here. I think when it comes to Netanyahu, he has his personal ambition, which has nothing to do with the Iranian ambition. And I think I just worry that it will become Afghanistan, Libya, Iraq. Those guys had terrible leaders as well.
Aziz, America stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years. Do you agree or not? We tried to modernize them. Do you agree or not?
Yeah,
we tried to change them and modernize them, and it was a very difficult thing to do. But you cannot compare Iran to Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, Afghan people, they don't really wanted their women to learn and go to school. In Iran, we have more higher education, like educated women.
Wait, how do you know that?
Men work more because there's statistics. Men work more than women do. Hey,
the European version.
Please. I'm freaking Iranian and you're not. So the fact that you asked me how do I know that, it's kind of funny and ridiculous.
No. I asked you that question because you said what you said. Yeah, not even you
didn't even let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Yeah. So Iranian people, they have a different culture. They have a different culture. They already are westernized. They're very different. Persian women are very well educated. There are very few jobs in Iran women can't have. Like we don't have women judges, even under IRGC. Like Saudi, till 3 years ago, women couldn't drive. Iran is very modernized. We don't have those issues. You can you can study any degree you want in college, and you can get any job. There are very, very few jobs. Like I told you, like being a judge, women can't be in Iran. It's like two different scenarios, two different situations. And honestly, I see it the opposite of you. I feel like Bibi at this point, his enemy of enemy is his best friend. And at this point, to bring stability in the region, he needs a stable Iran that is like separate from religion, where they're not going to keep training and funding the terrorists to attack them. Now, I'm not saying I'm correct, but that is, how I see it though.
No, Sarah, you're right. I understand where you're coming from, and maybe Afghanistan's a bad example. I think Libya would be a better example, right? If you look at the potential for Libya before Gaddafi was killed, they were the only African country that wasn't in debt. That if you were a married couple, you get $50,000 US dollars, the equivalent. You were immediately housed. They were very stable. They were about to build a currency based on the gold standard. They were set up to go, right? And when Gaddafi was taken out, regardless of the potential of the nation, because I do think Iran has a lot of potential, right? The people are very educated, they're very intelligent. It's a big country, good population, good diaspora. But when I look at the Libyans were similar at a point, but when you destabilize the leadership to that degree, especially with like shellings and bombings, right? And you're hitting the oil fields and you're hitting some of the supply chain it just has a lasting negative effect. And I understand
my question is, what are we replacing it with?
Yeah.
Who are we replacing it with?
Yeah.
Like, are we gonna put a monkey there? Are we gonna put the next thing? Are we gonna put the Israeli puppy there? Are we gonna put the American puppy there? The British puppy there? Who are we putting up there?
And another thing, but that's not for you to worry, Sal. And then
wait, you're telling me that's not you're telling me that's not something to worry. You just said you wanted to get away. You said madam. You said you wanted to run away from something. So I'm asking, what are we replacing with it? Because I get you want to run. What are we replacing with?
Who's replacing it with? That's not for you to do.
Can somebody give it to her? Because apparently I'm not speaking English.
No. This is going to be for Iranian people to topple the regime. No one's expecting Israel. Nobody wants Israel to topple the regime.
Israel was doing right now.
What Israel is doing is weakening
America's coming
IRGC.
for it. The rest of the world coming for it.
You don't
it's
know
everybody
that
else's opinion.
I don't know what you're saying, but we don't know if America's planning on attacking, if this is a strategy to sign a peace deal, if we don't know what.
So wait, are we forgetting about all them planes that are arriving in the next door neighbor? Are we forgetting about that?
I have a question for Sarah.
Did you see that?
Sarah, I have a question for you. You mentioned early on, I was listening to you very well from the beginning. You said that America should be involved to help Israel because he's scared that the
I never said America should be involved. Miss Clark said Iran is not a threat to America, and I told her it is. I never said that was not what I said. See, the problem with social media is that people just, interpret everything differently, and then just imply things and they assume stuff. I never.
Okay. Let me ask my question. Let me ask my question.
And can I speak after him?
Yeah. 1 second. So you think Iran is a threat to America, right? And so the question is this, all right? America have said a lot of warning against Yemen, my country, Yemen. Okay, they've said a lot of warning. They want to try to get rid of, even bombing the country, bombing the airport, or whatever. Does America have right to go and to involve in other country when there's a war?
Look, I cannot give you any answers. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, you cannot because
because I do not even know where Yaman is at. That's the difference between me and a lot of people who have an opinion on it.
Let me finish my point. Okay, you don't know. That's my point. You don't know. So you don't know. So the point, Sarah, listen. If there's a war between two countries, another country get involved, what do you expect? The Muslim land will be keep quiet and that you guys killing the Palestinian people? Or if Iran get involved? I agree with you. In a sense. For example, the Houthis, they're killing their Sunni brothers in Yemen, for example.
Okay, hold on.
I'm against that.
We got it. Breaking news. Hold on. Is this breaking news or not? No, I just saw it posted. We now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made. This is Donald Trump.
Yeah, forget Donald Trump. Forget it for now.
I knew it better than we could have.
I don't care.
He wanted to jump in and take credit for what Israel did.
Listen, Sarah. Can I just finish, guys? Listen. If you listen to Donald Trump,
if you don't talk about Yemen, we're gonna have to I tell you the fact that people
in
other topics.
All right. Let me go back to Iran. No problem. Because you cannot handle the other point.
No, it's not about me not handling it. I literally told you that. Hey, don't do that.
Are you controlling?
Listen, I told you I don't know where Yemen is. And
That's fine. If
you interrupt me one more time, I will have to move you.
You're interrupting me.
Because you're talking about something that I keep telling you it's irrelevant to this conversation. And no, you're not going to be
able to finish these thoughts. That's what he's trying to
because I told it. He asked me a question. I said, I don't know where on the map Yemen
is. Fine.
Or why US or Yemen have issues. So no, he's not going to make a point about that.
Okay. Let's return.
Simon, do you know about this? Do you want to talk to him or sit?
Let's return to Iran. Because you're from Iran, right? So the question is this: if you think Iran has a nuclear weapon and have all this, do you think if they want to take action in America, they just kept quiet and take the action? They could have started bombing America a long time ago. But they're not stupid. They will take law and let other countries get involved. They're not stupid, right? The point is this: why Americans are getting involved? They have no right to get involved. If they're getting involved now, America, other countries will get involved. Simple as that. You think why are you mentioning
involved right now, then? Britain.
Yeah, that's my point. Because the reason why, because in America, what they're doing, you've seen the video, guys. It's very clear, the video of Palestine. They try to take over Palestine. I'm telling you one thing, guys, before I leave. Palestine would always be free and nobody will take over. I'm telling you. It will remain with the people. I'm telling you. It will remain free. It will remain. Okay, let me have a point.
I'm sorry, guys. That is not what we're gonna do.
Sarah, can I ask you a question?
Well, sure.
I thought I was supposed to speak after him.
No, you can go for it.
No, it was her. It was the sister.
Yeah, go for it.
So let me say this, because I don't want my words misconstrued. Sarah, I never said that Iran isn't a threat to America. What I said was they know who and how to fuck with people. Because as the gentleman just said before he left, they can play that missile game shit with y'all. They can prod and test the waters with y'all. They know better than to do it with America. And that has been my whole entire point. It's kind of like that. Like I said, it keeps going back. I always use the schoolhouse analogies because they're easier to make sense of. It's like that kid who keeps poking and prodding and you slap their hands and then they want to get a little testy and you like square up. But they understand and they know damn well they don't have the capabilities to fuck with America like that, which is why I don't get why Israel and other places keep trying to be like, if you don't take out Iran, they're coming for you next. No, baby, they're not.
Okay,
they're
Ms. Clark, so let me ask you a question.
Okay. No, go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay, I understand. In this moment right now, Iran cannot be a real threat to U.S. I get that. But let me ask you a question. Do you think if Israel wasn't in Middle East and all these countries like Lebanon, Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestine, do you think they would just live their life in peace and just let U.S. be?
I think
do you think if they would all be together, do you think that would make them strong enough to be a threat to America? If Israel wasn't there, let's say Israel is wiped out off of the map, which would never happen, right? Well, let's say, okay, Israel is gone, Palestine is there for them, which it's not even a real country. But let's say we have all of that. Are you telling me you don't see that a threat? Do you really believe that they're just going to live their life and they're not going to continue their ideology, which is destroying West, specifically America?
So let me say this. If Israel wasn't there, guess what? One of them other countries would be the one that's getting dogpiled on. I feel like that's more of the reality. They can still sit there and make their threats to America and but they're not about to sync up like Voltron like that. Let's be 100% realistic about it. They're going to have their own internal beefs and somebody's going to replace Israel. That is the reality of it. And once again, even if they all band together, no, I don't think that they fucking with America. No, they're not. That's just my opinion.
Let's look around, find out.
That's your opinion, as you said, and a lot of us don't agree with that. I want to get
why do you want America? Why do you want America that's over the seas? They got a whole border above you.
Because America. Why do they think that's America?
You need to travel there, innit?
Like that to America.
It's not next door. Listen, even if they said that, even if there's
hold on, squad, baby. They say death to America, and I'm gonna tell you why they say death to America. Because America has inserted themselves on shit we should have minded our business for. And I'm being so realistic with that.
The day revolution happened, they were chanting death to America. They were chanting because
shit we shouldn't. That's the reality of it.
Actually,
if America wasn't trying to play that police for everybody, they wouldn't be chanting death to America.
Miss Clark.
No,
Miss
they
Clark,
actually blew up
I
the
lived in
American
Iran.
embassy long before.
Simon, let me say this. We're going to close this conversation here, and we're going to get back to Israel versus Palestine, which is on the
I
topic.
thought it was already dead. It's dead.
Well,
we're right here.
If you interrupt me one more time, I will have no choice but moving you. You have no respect, when someone's talking, and this is not acceptable. So I'm going to wrap this up, Ms. Clark. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. I was grown up in Iran. I still have family members there. You can, say what you think and believe. I will tell you what I went to school. I did tell you what I went to school and what they taught me. They never said America is our enemy because they're in our business. They said America is, America, we will always learn America is the enemy of Islam, and it's Islam's job to take over the world. And they're waiting. Iran government, the ideology is that there's 12 imam went missing. They're waiting for him to come back in jihad, and they take over the world and turn it into a Shia Muslim. Now, you can come here and tell me, no, that's not true, and that's not what I believe. That's fine. But that's what they taught people in school. And we're done with this conversation.
They can fuck around and find out.
Yep. But they're still not threatening America.
I think
Simon,
we're kind of
let's hear from Simon. He just came on the stage, and he's been on the stage. We didn't.
No, it's all good. We'll go with the flow. If Aziz has something to say, you can go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Simon. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we're having a bit of tunnel vision. We're sort of subscribing to Israel's view of the world. The big threats are Russia, China. These are the real threats for America. These are the only powers that can really test their mettle, right?
Correct.
And everything else is kind of America sort of following their allies, sort of just being loyal. But if you look at the state of America now, historically conservatives have backed Israel in America, but there's been a shift. Why has there been a shift? Because the American economy is suffering, and it hasn't suffered like this for a long time.
Why is China and Russia a threat to America right now?
Not
because
right now.
they're the only one that can change the atmosphere, isn't it?
Right.
They can change the weather.
They're the only They're the only countries that. No, Iran. When it comes to, if you look at the amount of, they're just starting to enrich uranium. If you look at Russia, Russia's got nearly 3 times as many nukes as the guy in second place, or I think got double America.
There's no suggestion that Russia.
No, they already have the nukes. They have 300.
Yeah, but
then you won't test them.
Right, we're taking turns talking. We're taking turns talking. Please respect each other.
Simon, go on. Simon, I want to hear Simon. We can just have a little bit of a back and forth. I want to hear Simon.
No, but I'm the mod. I'm telling you, because of the way it's been going on the stage, we're not going to do a back and forth.
Okay. I'll just finish my point.
Because the ratio, though, if there was 5 pro, 5 against, I would do it. But it's,
why do you need a number with a number?
When you're a mod in the room, you make that decision, and this is my decision.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Hey, Sarah,
I just wanted to.
I heard you speaking yesterday, and I understand where you grew up and why your opposition to the current government. And, we all understand it's an oppressive government. So once they took over for the last, 30 years or so, the U.S. has been using Israel to fight that battle. The problem is the price of aligning ourselves with Israel now has gotten too expensive. That it's, at this point, whether it's just justified or not, it's not worth it anymore, especially considering what's happened in Gaza the last year and a half, 2 years. By all rational and objective terms, that's a genocide there. I don't want to align with a genocidal state. So if we are going to deal with Iran, and if we want regime change and the things you want, then let America deal with it ourselves. If we are going to do anything at all, we don't need Israel to fight our battles, because as I said, it's cost too much. I agree, I understand, and yeah, if Israel effectuated a regime change that brought more freedom to your country, yeah, well, that's a happy outcome. But we're paying a heavy price for that.
Okay, Alan, let me tell him, Simon, your volume is very, very low. But let me tell Alan, honestly, Alan, I have no idea what conversation you're talking about. You entered at the middle of Aziz and Simon's conversation, and I don't know if I don't want U.S. involved in this right now, because I don't even think U.S. is going to benefit. U.S. involvement is going to benefit Israel or Iran. So let me tell you guys where I'm standing at. I do believe we already are involved in the back channel, and I wish it would have stayed that way. I was very upset when I saw Trump, posting that on social media, and I voted for him, and I trust him, and I'm still upset about that because I don't believe America needs to be involved in this. So I don't know why everybody's just keep telling me, that, oh, we shouldn't be there, blah, blah, blah. What I'm trying to say is that Iran, IRGC, is actually a very real threat, not just America, but the entire Western countries. That's all I said.
Oh, okay, and that certainly helps clarify it. I think we are all assuming, and I think rightly so, that the U.S. is involved one way or another. I think if we're sending weapons to Israel, then we're using Israel as the proxy to fight that battle. And even that could, now I understand, it will benefit if the regime is toppled, and again, if it's not replaced by something similar or worse, then yeah, that's gonna that will benefit Persians. It will benefit your family, absolutely. Yeah. But I think we're all assuming that, like you said, the U.S. is already involved.
And let me tell you, Alan, I honestly, I have no personal interest or interest for my family. This is what I'm talking, when I have this political view, I don't insert my own emotions into it. First of all, if there's a revolution in Iran tomorrow, I will never move back. I'm first American. I'm American. This is my home. I'm done, So it doesn't really make any difference for me or not. However, I do believe the only way that we're going to have peace in Middle East, the only way that we're going to have that is by taking IRGC off. They are the ones that need to leave. And you know what? The reason I'm kind of worried about Trump's involvement, because I heard his Secretary of Defense talking last night saying that peace deal is still, on the table. And a peace deal with IRGC means prolonging all these wars. And it just means that we're not going to let this wars end, because when IRGC is gone, it's done. No one's going to be funding or training Hezbollah or Hamas, and that is gone. And that's why you see all these non-Iranians pushing back. And they're saying IRGC is good, Israel bad, IRGC good. Yeah. Because they know IRGC is the one funding all these wars and all this killing. Every life taken from both sides, from Gaza and from Israel, IRGC is responsible for it. That's how I see this. That's something majority of Iranians agree to, which is why right now, no matter how scared people are and how confused and inside Iran, they're not blaming Israel. They're blaming IRGC.
I understand. Well, let me say I like Persians better than I like Jews, and we'll leave it at that.
I just want to say one thing, Sarah, as well. The problem is, obviously, there was some form of nuclear agreement that Trump was having with Iran, right? And obviously, I don't agree with the IRGC. I think they're, whatever, they're tyrannical, call it whatever you want, right? But I do still think that the approach of negotiation or some form of diplomacy, he mentioned a strong contract. He mentioned a strong document that, America would be the guarantor of. That would include a process wherein Israel wouldn't have been struck by missiles, and neither would Iran. Now, I know it doesn't topple the IRGC, but I think that job is the job of the Iranian people. Now, as time goes on, the Iranian people are strong. They've toppled regimes in the past. They'll do it again. They toppled people before. But I think the very concept of one country telling another that you cannot govern, I think that's dangerous, because if you flip the script,
I think it's just as dangerous of someone from a third country, a different country like you, because I don't think you're Iranian or Israeli, to tell them the same way you think it's wrong for Israel to say that, knowing that 80-90% of Iranians, they don't like IRGC, and specifically at this part of the war. If the war hasn't started, I would agree with you. No, make a deal. We don't want a war. But we are too deep. They are too deep in the war, and I think maybe not just, but more dangerous for a third country to say, no, they should peace right now. And I'll tell you, we hear this all the time, like, but can I ask you, why do you want IRGC to stay? Like, why do you...
No, it's not that I want them to stay. What it is obviously IRGC have been using proxies to battle Israel, but they haven't been using proxies to attack America, right? So what that essentially implies is that they're afraid of America because America's supplying the arms. They're happy to battle with Israel, have skirmishes and whatnot. It never escalated to the point where they're now attacking each other directly, and I think that's where America can come in.
But Aziz, how is your benefit coming into this? Because you're not American, are you?
No, I just think that
No, I understand, but you're like trying to talk as an American. If me and like Miss Clark, or Alan, if we say we don't want America involved, that's because it's going to negatively affect our lifestyle, our life, our economy, our everything in America. I want to see how would this benefit for you to worry about what America should do or not.
So I live in England. So we're a strong ally of America, and we will get dragged in. I don't want England to get dragged in as well. Maybe I'm being
selfish. Because I think this has to do with, I mean, we can disagree, but I really strongly believe this has to do with where you stand with being anti-Israel. I do not believe you. I'm sorry, I'm a blunt.
Really? Are you really about to do that? Are you about to say
I'm moving her down to the audience. She cannot open her mic. I gave her 12 warning when you were on the phone, and it wasn't just with me. She does that to every single person. That's why I moved her. She's here to just disturb the...
I have a question for you, Sarah.
Look, this is not like an interview with Sarah. I want you guys to like have a conversation.
Yeah, but I have one question, important question, Sarah. Would you please let me ask this question for you?
So
you made a statement. One second,
no, you stop.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give you the mic, W, but we do have a bunch of new people. I know Daniel joined, Keegan joined, MG's here. What's going on, MG? Joe B's here. What's up, Joe B? I do want to give them a chance. I'm gonna let you go, W, then I'm gonna let some new people speak.
Yeah. So basically, you made a statement early on, Sarah. I'm not saying you said it intentionally or by accident. Do you believe Palestine as a country?
As Sig told you, we're going to move on and we're going to the other people right now. If you want to come back and we have this conversation, that's fine. But I'm not going to engage and take time from other people. This is not an interview of Sarah. Like, it's kind of...
Just a question. Just one question.
No, but I'm telling you, Aziz didn't answer my question. Why does he want IRGC to stay? And he was telling me how it's not good for Americans, which he's not American, and his answer didn't respond.
I can answer. Like I said.
Yeah, but anyways, we want to move on to the new peoples on the stage. Sid, can you please take control?
Yeah, I mean, if she doesn't want to answer the question, W, I mean, you can't force anybody.
But brother, she said she involved Aziz with me. Don't bring Aziz to speak on behalf of me. I'm asking you. So if you're gonna answer, don't bring Aziz in. So okay, fine, you can answer it.
No, I want you to answer the question. I don't mind answering the question.
Well, that's the thing. If we're gonna backtrack, we got new people on stage. So if you ask the question, if someone doesn't want to answer a question, bro, you can't force them to answer a question, bro.
Because they want to just drag this, they want to drag this thing, and I want this to move on.
Yeah, we can move on. We're moving on, guys. We're moving on. So Daniel was up here first. Daniel, what's going on, man? Welcome. You got the mic, bro.
All right. So yes, a lot of people that are kind of jumping on this topic, like they jump on the Palestine topic, and I agree with Sarah. A lot of it is coming from just hatred of Israel or hatred of Jews. Some even admitted here on stage. I don't know if you noticed. And they don't really care for the Israelis or for the Iranian people. And those are the people that are kind of fighting this war. So, like, maybe try to kind of put your bias aside and maybe we can actually talk about what is going on. Now, Israel means that there are one ICBM rocket from attacking every city in Europe or the United States. And if they don't need to do it, they need to threaten it. They look on one side, they see Pakistan, they see on the other side, they see Israel. They want to be a strong regional power. They have a very strong hold on their own people. They want to expand this revolution, the Islamic revolution outwards of Iran by their proxies, the Shia in Iraq and in Syria, and the Hezbollah and the Houthis, and also supporting others like Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. There's a lot of geopolitics, and a lot of people, especially from the United States and from Europe, are trying to kind of see this conflict from their own perspective. Either it's the Irish or their own revolution, or if it's the black people in the United States from their own oppression. They're putting glasses that they're not trying to understand the situation in the Middle East. And I would hope that we can have like a conversation that it's an opportunity, because I do believe that history is in the making, and I think that the Iranian people have this like almost one in a lifetime chance to do something, and it will be the Iranian people that will have to topple their own government and decide for themselves who govern them, no outside force.
But then,
so that was my little spiel.
But then it wouldn't be fair to say that the whole point of having this conversation and letting you speak and no one interrupting you and actually listening to what you're saying, like we're trying to understand. Like that's the whole point of this room. That's the whole point of this conversation. So we're trying to understand.
Yeah, of course.
MG, you got the mic. You want to go next?
Oh, everything Daniel said, I agree. The anti-Semitism in these spaces and rooms is wild to me. It's like frightening, and I'm not Jewish. Like y'all are crazy. And so, I would like to ask the room, how do you negotiate with folks that don't want you to live, that don't want you there? Period.
Who are those folks, and who's negotiating with them?
The Palestinians, just all of the entire Middle East, all of the Arabs, they don't want Jews there. Like,
okay,
where do you start the negotiation?
And Jews don't want Palestinians.
And that's not for you. That's not for you, Sid. I was just asking the room. I'm not. I'm
not taking. Yeah, no, I'm not taking. But I'm just going to counter your point. But it's the same thing. Like, Zionists don't want Palestinians there either.
No, they.
I will respond to that. I will respond to that.
Let MG. Give MG a chance to respond.
The whole world wanted a two-state solution. Like every Jew I know wants a two-state solution. They did until October 7th, and that changed everything. Like, I don't even know where you can start the negotiation if they don't even want you to live. They don't want you there. And when these people say they want an Islamic caliphate, they mean it. And for you Christians in the room, they're coming for us next. We don't get a pass.
Can I respond to you? What you made a claim. You made a false claim. First thing, the Palestinians, we don't mind. They don't mind. I'm saying this, we don't mind. Okay? They don't mind living with Jews. Okay? And don't just say that during the October 7th, that started there. This war has been going on for years. They've been oppressing the Palestinians for a long time. Just don't come with this, you are the victim, or the Jews are the victim. No. First thing, Palestine don't even have their own right to have its own country. For example, to have its own military. The Israeli people, they stopped them. You know that very well. They want to take control of Palestine. You know this very well. Don't come in emotion saying that, the Israel want to have a two-state solution. They don't. And if you ask the Israeli people in general, ask them, ask a lady earlier on, she's not even Israel, is Palestine a country? She will not answer. And same thing with the Israel, most of the Israeli people will say the same thing. Palestine is not even a country. They'll say it's not a country. So don't come with this emotion that we don't like living with Jews. Okay, I'm an Arab, by the way. Okay, I'm a Yemeni guy. Okay?
Only because I didn't answer, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm not talking about you only. I'm not talking about you only. I'm not talking about you only.
Listen, don't raise.
I made general statement and also you can answer. Don't interrupt me.
I was not.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
I am gonna interrupt.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Wait.
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
Hold on, www.
Hey, I know it is Muslim style to shut women up, but I'm the mod in this room and you're not. So do not yell at me and tell me.
Oh, don't bring religion. Don't bring religion now. Look how you do it.
Because I was raised
Wow.
and I know how much respect. I know how much respect you have for.
Yeah. Let's stay on topic. Sarah, what did you want to say? And then W will be fair and give you a
I'm
chance.
just saying, do not speak on my behalf. I'm just literally sitting here. I didn't want to answer that question because I wanted that to stop and we move on. When I called you sick, it's because the stage was literally like hijacked by one-sided conversation. That's why, like, there was literally like people just came on the stage, but it was a one-sided conversation. I did have.
Okay, so then
Can I respond, please?
So W, I got a question for you. Are you implying that Palestine is a country?
Of course, it's a country. But let me respond to. Let me respond to Sarah first.
Hold on.
Can I respond to Sarah?
Let me ask.
Can I respond to Sarah, please?
So
yeah, okay.
Hold on. When was Palestine officially founded in the books then?
Of course, I don't know when it's founded, but it was a country from long years, many years.
Yeah,
it's always been a country. It's been. Listen. When the Jews, I'm answering you. When the Jews came into the Arab land, even okay, they took them in. They took them in even. The Arabs took them in. No. Let me answer. I want to answer. Let me answer.
But W, I'm not interested who took who in. I'm asking a very specific question. Where on paper is Palestine? When was it founded as a country? Because the United States can show you on paper. Great Britain can show you, England can show you on paper. Israel can show you on paper. Fucking Ukraine can show you on paper. So when has Palestine officially in the books been declared?
So are you saying Palestine is not a continent? Is what you're saying?
Well, I'm asking you. I asked you
No,
specifically.
I'm answering you. Like you answer.
Yo, relax, bro. Calm down.
I'm very relaxed.
Okay, so then relax. So I asked you if you were implying that. You said yes. So then I asked you the follow-up question of, okay, then when was it founded in the books? Because all these other countries, they have it on paper. They have documents saying this is an official country and it's recognized worldwide. Where has Palestine done that?
Okay, I'll give you the history. 1 second. So when they say it.
Can I reply to you real quick?
Wait.
Well, either answer, we're not going to wait. This ain't Jeopardy, bro. You don't get like a period to answer a question, bro. Like, my point is that you're implying that it's a country. It technically is not. It technically is not a country.
It's not a country. It is a ninth. Listen. Let me see. This is the history now.
Go ahead and then I'm gonna give Daniel a chance to respond.
I think we found those conversations.
Daniel, real quick. I want to let him respond, and I want you to give you a chance to respond after him.
Okay, between 1919 and 1922. Okay? So the question is this. This is a question for you now. Do you say Palestine?
You're saying Palestine was founded in 1922?
No. The Palestine region in the 1990 to 1922.
No. When did Palestine get its independence as a country? When did it turn into a sovereign nation?
So okay, listen to my question. Do you claim Palestine is not a country now? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because they don't have anything stating their incorporation or their founding as a sovereign nation. It's just been an occupied land.
It's been occupied land. What about Israel? They're occupying the Palestine, so they're taking over the country. It's not being claimed. It's not being claimed as a country.
Like I said earlier, Israel has papers, has documentation, and the world recognizes the date that they were founded. That they have a technical system that founded them as a sovereign nation. Palestine has nothing like that, from my understanding. I mean, I'm asking you because unless you're able to prove me wrong.
Yeah, I will prove you wrong. Don't worry. Wait. I'm just kidding.
We'll let Daniel go while you get that. Go ahead.
And Sid, I want to
Let's
for a second, Daniel, can I add for 1 second? But Sid, do you see why I refuse to answer that question? And people think I joke when I say IRGC is like everywhere trying to like intimidate people. Like I've been getting life threats. Like people like they threaten me on this stupid app, which is like a joke to a lot of people. But when IRGC threatens people, you have to worry about it. You know, when somebody calls your mother's home in Iran after 22 years when you haven't lived there and they ask for you, that means someone is trying to do something. All of that for what? For like saying your opinion? You know what I mean? That's why I don't engage with these people. Like, it's like, no. I'm not
okay, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
W, you had paused. I promised the mic to Daniel while you got your shit together, so you're gonna have to wait. Go ahead, Daniel.
So I will, I will do it quickly because I don't think Clubhouse, TikTok, or Wikipedia is the place to learn history. Palestine was the name of a region. It's a general region, like the Gulf or like the Midwest. Okay, it's a general name of a region. It was never a country. It never had their own ruler. It never had their own coin. It never had their own banking system or like post office system or nothing. Okay, it was occupied by the Ottomans. It was occupied by the British, and then it was liberated by the Zionists. Like I said, also that we don't want Palestinians, and no, it's not a two-sides kind of situation. In Israel, you have Palestinians, 2 million of them living as equal rights citizens. They have the best quality of life of any Palestinian in the world. Okay, maybe except those that kind of went into America or to the West. But all the Palestinians in the Middle East, they don't even come close to the opportunities and to the equality and to the freedoms. The Palestinians, 2 million of them, are in Israel. Now, in Gaza or in the West Bank, in the area that is controlled by Palestinian autonomy, it's Judenfrei. You know what it means? 0 Jews. So please, if you want to know what's going on, you need to kind of look at reality. Otherwise, I understand why you're coming to the wrong conclusions, because you're kind of manipulating facts. No, Palestine was never a country. It never had. I will finish this. Because you don't respond. Yes. I think it's a stupid debate, and I think that there are like more important things that are happening in the world. And I think that at this point, in the 2 years that there were like gazillion debates, you're still asking those basic questions. Either you didn't listen whenever you were told, or you never bothered to ask. But there is no, like, you will not be able to prove. Give me a name of prime minister, president, what was the system, whatever. Thank you.
Okay. First thing, you need to understand it. When in the October the 1948, when you say Palestine is not recognized as a country, okay, it's not recognized as a country according to you guys in the American or whatever, but is recognized as a state. It doesn't mean if a state, they have their own independence and everything. But what you guys are refusing, the Palestine, it's right. That's my point. And you said there is no Israel or there's no Jews, living there. You are wrong. They've been living there. They're trying to even occupy the homes of the Palestinian people. What are you talking about? They've taken some of the land even and taken some of the home. You're saying it's not just for me speaking from my own voice. Check. There's many people, life stories speaking about it. But don't tell me that there's no Jews living there in the Palestine. They're not welcome.
Not a single Jew lives in Gaza or in the Palestinian autonomy. Listen, go check it. I'm Israeli.
You're lying now. You're lying now.
I'm Israeli, okay? You've never been in the area. So please, go and test me. Go check now.
You don't need to be in the area.
Please,
you don't need to be in the area. You don't need to be in the area. It's live.
Take a break of 1 minute, go to ChatGPT, ask ChatGPT how many Jews live in Gaza and in the Palestinian autonomy that is like in the West Bank that is controlled under the Palestinian autonomy. Take a minute, go ask whatever.
I've done the research.
So tell me how many. Okay.
Say, can we move on from this?
No. But the point is, this guy is making a claim. You're making a claim. There is no Jews living in Palestine. That's what you're saying. What you talking about? They have taken homes. Taking homes. What are you talking about?
All right. Let's move on here. Keegan. I know Keegan's, Alan, Issa. What's going on, Issa? Steve, what's going on? Welcome. El Normal's back.
Don't forget Joe B.
Yeah, Joe B. Yeah, I think you were here first. We'll go Joe B and then Keegan. And then we'll move on.
Thank you.
Hey.
Alan. I think it's really interesting how we have this long conversation about who we are involved with, but yet we don't care who accepted our NATO money, who bought weapons with it, and the part of that money that we provided continues to provide weapon neutrality. I mean, I actually submitted through my local government DHS office a list, a FOIA request, asking a breakdown of who got what from the U.S. in relation to NATO dollars. We're funding some of this stuff. Do y'all forget that?
Do you understand that NATO has nothing to do with Iran or Israel?
You don't, Norm, you do not know.
It's a yes or a no question.
I'm going to answer you. Hey,
Okay,
fuck you. Fuck it.
Fuck it?
You need to shut up when I'm answering. You ask me a question, I will answer it. Are you done?
Do you understand that NATO has nothing to do with Iran or Israel?
I know, I understand it does. I worked for that department. I know enough about it to tell you, where the hell do you think NATO money goes? Tell me, you tell me.
It goes to North Atlantic Treaty countries, which do not include either Israel or Iran.
That is not true. I'll prove it to you through my FOIA.
Well, why don't you just show me right now the basis of your claim?
Do you know what a FOIA is? It's a Freedom of Information.
I've done many of them.
Okay, then you know better than to ask that dumb question.
No, I said show me the evidence.
The evidence of my FOIA?
No, the evidence that NATO has anything to do with Iran or Israel. Show us.
I just told you. You are so dumb. I'm not even answering that. It doesn't warrant an answer.
You're not. Are you going to read it to us?
I'm answering the room. I'm answering the room. The room. You need to know. FOIA is you ask for legal papers to prove where specific dollars are spent, or you can ask for anything. That's what I asked for, and I'll get it, and I'll prove it, and I'll shove it up your ass more.
I'm going to pass on that. It's a lovely offer, but I'm already spoken for.
All right, Keegan, you want to go next, man?
I'm going to reset the room as a non-mod. Israel versus Palestine, just fine overkill. I believe it is overkill, in my opinion. I posted in the chat, which has probably been swallowed up by comments. But I showed a link to video of. He said, "Don't interrupt me." Thank you. Please.
You're saying overkill.
He said, "Please control your mic. So in 1995, Benjamin Netanyahu, he stated that Iran was just a year away from gaining nuclear ability. 2003 said the same thing. 2006 said the same thing. 2009 said they're 6 months away. 2013, he says this all the time. Benjamin Netanyahu has said this. And then our own DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, the woman who would have the most information based off of the U.S. ability to understand whether or not Iran has nuclear capability, stated in March that Iran is not building nukes. But Israel said they are. Israel said we are threatening. Elnora, please. I did not interrupt anyone. But again, Israel has made it very clear that everyone should be excited and happy that Israel is doing them a favor to get rid of Iran. It's not for Israel's benefit, but for the world's.
On June 9th.
Again, but no more.
I thought you landed. You made your point.
I didn't land I didn't. My point is I don't even care if Israel attacks Iran. They're allowed to do that if they want to. I mean, it might be against some form of, I don't know, probably some form of treaty or convention, I bet. But they can do what they want. Right? Just like when Russia attacked Ukraine, they can do what they want. My thing is the U.S. should not have any funding to it. It should not have any form of support to it. We have already shown too much support to Israel
that is already going to affect with China. Understand that 70% of export is crude oil out of Iran. Their number one buyer is China. The idea that China is not going to back Iran in this war is laughable. And if we decided to back Israel in this war, and especially if we use more forces, I believe China's going to attack Taiwan easily.
Now you're off the rails. All right. Thank you. Hang on. I'm going to respond. On June 9th, 3 months after Tulsi Gabbard made her report, the International Atomic Energy Commission reported that Iran was in breach of its nuclear agreements, which it considers egregious and a security threat to the world. That's this year, this month, June 9th. And that Iran was escalating its uranium enrichment to weapons grade. In a word, Iran is racing towards a nuclear bomb. That is an independent agency. The International Atomic Energy Commission drafted a 94-page report to the United Nations Security Council because of the threat that Iran poses to the world.
And
that's why we're doing it.
I believe the on top of that, it's not only about the nuclear capacity of Iran. It also is about the head, cutting the head of these fucking octopus. That is the IRGC, which has been funding all of these terrorist groups like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis. Like, these groups have attacked so many Americans. You think and you say that this is only Israel's beef, but it's not, dude. It's like the world's beef. Like, do you know how many Americans has Hezbollah killed? At least 280 Americans in Beirut, with 3 bombings to the U.S. embassy. They have also attacked as far as Argentina. Like, they went and they bombed the Israeli embassy. They also killed hundreds of Argentinians. Hezbollah is not only in the Middle East. Then the IRGC is also funding all of these terrorist cells that are in Europe, that are in America, which I bet that you guys have got right now a lot of dormant cells in America with all the shitload of people that you let in over the past 4 years, that they're just waiting to wake up on command. So I hope really that this doesn't activate all those cells, because you guys will be in deep shit if that happens. So this is not only Israel's beef, dude. This is also a matter of the USA and a matter of the world. So don't play this like very nonsense type of, just like Jew hating type of role, which is like, oh, we don't want to be involved. It's not our problem. We don't care. Yes, you do care. It's also your beef. A lot of Americans have died because of these terrorist groups. So yeah, the IRGC is hiding behind a country called Iran. The beef is not with Iran, it's with the IRGC.
It's coming to an end. The world is coming to an end. Quick, bomb them, bomb them, bomb them. Please.
You need to control your nervous system.
Sig, what's your favorite basketball team, Sig? You there?
Hamas.
No. What's your favorite basketball team?
Let's get back to the conversation.
Oh, come on. No. Mine is the Celtics. Now, Sig, pretend I'm serious for a moment. I want you to spend $2,000 on a Celtics year front row seat. So it's probably 10. You need to spend it right now. Are you going to do it?
Absolutely not.
Well, we'll have this discussion later.
And
as an American, I have the right to choose which basketball team that I want to root for. I also have the right to choose which country I want to support in a conflict. And I also have the right to decide where that money goes. Now, for me personally,
that you don't have the right.
Okay, yes, I do, because I can let my legislators and the people I elect know exactly how I feel.
You already did when you voted.
And I can even, and I can. You're saying no, I don't, but we all know that I do. That's the point of a representative government, that we can make our wishes known, and we can tell them, don't spend any money on DEI.
And Alex, they clearly have been supporting Israel. So what's the point?
So
right or left, our government has supported Israel for the last 50 years. And we voted for that. In your opinion, it doesn't really matter. You're not majority.
We know that you're saying what is, but you're not disputing the point I'm making, which is people have the right to decide which country they want to support. Now, what Keegan was saying, it actually goes back to 1992 when Yitzhak Rabin was saying they're 3 years away from it. I'm a little tired of hearing that. That's just me. It's a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. I don't want to send any more money over there. And I'll land with this. Netanyahu came out and said, if Israel falls, not that it will, but if Israel falls, the entire world will fall.
When did he say
what
that?
Kind of
when did he say that?
I don't know, a week or so ago. Assume it's true. Okay. Well, then that's your problem. Not mine.
If you show us,
I just showed you. I just told you. So, what kind of self-centered arrogance does it take for someone to believe that Israel is that pivotal to the entire world?
I think he's right. I think he's right.
I'm tired of this. I have Israel fatigue. There's lots of things I'm tired of, and that's
go watch a basketball game.
So no, I don't want to spend our
Wait, why is he in the wrong room though? He can't be honest. Why is he in the wrong room?
The security of the United States.
Israel fatigue. He doesn't want to hear about it, but the room is Israel versus Pakistan.
Go watch a basketball game.
Listen, you keep saying the same thing. That's the reason why you're losing your voice. I can't believe I brought her up to the stage to troll me again.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all people, man? Jesus Christ. Steve, what's going on, man? Welcome. You got the mic now.
Hey, it's good to see you, man. Well, I've been listening to all of the intelligent people speak about the topic. I've listened to the others too, and I'll just give you all my opinion for whatever it's worth. I like the United States being the world's policeman. I like the fact that the United States can strike anybody, anywhere in the world within 19 hours. Now, does that mean that I want to take over a government? No. But I like to know that we have satellites a couple of 100 miles up that can read the time off somebody's watch on the other side of the world. I like to know, hopefully, although there is some corruption anywhere, including the United States, that with the United States having eyes and ears and CIA operatives around the world, it makes our American soil just a little bit safer. Of course, the old adage is that if you want to be safer, you're always going to have to give up a little bit of your freedom. But I will land it here. For anybody who says, I want to stop funding this, or we shouldn't pay any money to this, I like paying money, although I don't know how much, to make sure that we have our eyes and ears on the rest of the world, because I like America being the world's policeman. Thank you, Sig.
No one. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna do it. Nigga, fucking cost, nigga. Okay, we appreciate you, Simon. For your contribution. All right, so we're gonna do it in the style of JB. Issa, welcome to the stage. What's going on? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? You got.
Issa. Palestine, not Iran.
Issa, you got the
I already said. I already went for Keegan. I'm on to.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I stepped away from my phone for a little bit. Ludwig, what's going on, brother? Welcome, man.
What is up, man?
Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill?
Israel versus Philistine.
Israel and Palestine.
He said Israel.
No, he said Israel. I knew you have a lot of trouble.
Israel, man.
Yes.
I'm with you. It's definitely genocide. I'll just leave it there.
Which part is the genocide? Which part is
your mom? Hold on, guys. We're gonna run through the stage first. We're gonna get to the new speakers, and then we'll open it up popcorn. Hermes, welcome. I don't think I heard from you, man. Welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just
Overkill.
And why is that, sir?
Well, the war was won a long time ago. I remember, a year ago almost, something like that. I went into a room and based on what I saw on TV, I'll never forget. Norma was in there, and I said, "Man, you guys won the war. Great. Now let's rebuild Gaza, right?"
So we got our hostages back?
They're dead.
I don't think so. But the war was won. It was clearly won, right?
We have to have the hostages back. That's how you win.
Norm. Bro, just we're going through the stage. Let everybody get off the chest first. Just chill.
Well, that's funny you say that, Norm, because that's exactly what you said to me. You said, "No, not yet. We got to get the hostages back." I remember you said that.
Fair enough. So it's not over.
All right. So, Thug, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? Thug going once, going twice. All right, Amin, welcome to the stage. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just over? What the? I guess nobody's by their phones, huh? Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes, loud and clear.
What?
Okay,
Loud and bloody clear. Listen, I say overkill. I'll give you the reason why it's overkill as well. They already have the Iron Dome. You got a whole building. Listen, why can't they just leave Gaza alone? Why can't they just leave the West Bank alone? Why do they need to put their settlements in there? Like, if we're really going to have a conversation, can we really have the main point part of it, or are we just going to ignore shit? We're going to say overkill for no reason. Like, you're overkilling. Of course we're overkilling. They're overkilling the whole state. They say no recognition. They making it no recognized. They're making it like a Swiss. Yeah? They're making it like, they said Geneva. Fuck Geneva. We're making it look like Swiss.
Okay. I don't know what she's trying to say.
You guys, you said
is that Swiss chocolate or Swiss cheese?
You said guys, you said Israel, said Palestine. 1 second.
All right, hold on.
You said have hostage. You said, guys, you have hostage in Palestine. What about Israel? How many hostages? No. How many hostage Palestinians have in Israel?
Sure.
Not one. Wow, not one.
Not one.
Not one. Are you dreaming? How many released? How many releases you have sent out? Come on, guys.
And normal, we did it 1,000 times. Like it's
normal. Like, come on, stop lying. You've killed and you said have hostage. What do you mean normal? How many hostages you have? Come on, guys.
Never.
Don't lie with this.
Okay, they're still
raping.
Let me work with you for a second.
Babies. You don't defend it.
No, hang on. Wait, I want to answer the previous guy. One at a time.
Sir,
what is the name of the hostage that Israel is holding? Please tell us. Tell the room.
What is the name of the hostage? What's the name of all the babies that killed? Tell me. What stupid question you asking? What stupid question you asking? You're gonna name every single person taking a side? Come on, man. You're asking a stupid question. Come on, tell me.
You guys gotta exercise better mic etiquette. W. So he asked you a question. What's the name of the hostages?
Again, you can't. That's a stupid question. Why is a stupid question? Because the innocent babies and women you're killing, you're gonna name every single woman. Of course, you're not gonna name every single woman. Right? And also, listen. Let me land my point. But tell me how many hostages you had before? Tell me now.
There are none. But that's the reason why they can remember, right? Like crucified. That's the reason why they often you remember you.
So either Israel's holding hostages or not. If so, tell us who they're holding.
Of course they are, but we're not the parents. But I can tell you who the parents are. I can tell you who the parents are. I can talk to you with the
can't say, right? So you just answer with a question because you want to avoid the truth. Tell us the truth.
You know who you're doing that. That's within your own. That's within your own industry. Listen, are you lying to me that you're telling me you've never seen a Palestinian person go through your own prison system?
So
Is that what you're telling me?
Suad, goddamn woman, shit. So you said you know the parents. Can you name the parents then? Do you know these people?
Okay, I'll tell you Abdi. I can tell you Abdi, yeah, is like literally he lived. Not even in Gaza, he lived by next door. He was a little kid, right? He threw a stone. You know what they did to him? They picked him up. His parents can't find him. What happened to Abdi?
Okay, so what's his name? Let's write it down. We'll look it up.
Abdi, what's his name?
10 years old.
What's his last name?
10 years old.
What's his last name?
What do you mean, Abdi Ibrahim? I'll give it to you. Abdi Ibrahim. Yeah.
Okay,
Go on, you spell like whatever you want, but you feel like, you know, AI. You got the AI, you got face recognition, everything.
Hang on, I want to
You know
put
what
this
it
for you. So his name is Abdul Ibrahim, right?
Yeah, Abdi Ibrahim. 10 years old.
When was he
10 years old. All he did was that he literally picked up a stone.
Which village is he from? Which village?
What village? I already told you, Jerusalem. I'm not going to I'm going straight for Jerusalem.
Okay, and he was picked up for throwing stones at Israelis?
A stone.
A stone. He picked up for throwing stones at a
car.
Stone.
He picked up a stone.
A stone. And he threw it at an Israeli? A car?
He doesn't have to throw it. He just picked it up. Okay. He just has to imitate it.
Your claim is he
that was the biggest weapon. And they picked him up and they took it.
Okay. All right. And you saw an article about this or something?
Do I have to read it? Now you want me to go ahead and say that article. You asked me for whatever. You asked me for the name. I gave you a name. You said what?
So I'm going to look it up. When did this happen?
Okay, so Suad, if you got a link to the article, post it in the chat. All right.
When did this happen, Suad?
Hold on.
Okay.
She's gonna post a link in the chat. You guys got the name, so you guys do your research, and then we can come back to it. But there's another on the stage. Lucifer and Doc Adams. What's going on, Dr. Adams? What's up, Lucifer? Lucifer. So, Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man?
Totally justified, bro. Totally justified.
Okay.
But I'm still right. Totally justified. But I want more. We want more. We Indians want more. We want Palestine. The reason I'm calling them Palestine is because that's why I have always been calling them Palestine. Palestine and Gaza should be raised off the map. You're doing a good job. Keep doing it.
You're allowing him to talk the way he is, yeah? Please, don't forget, I can speak with whatever I say.
Suad, if you don't shut the fuck up, woman, I'll throw you back down in the kitchen. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. So when you say that, you said they need to be wiped off the map, is that what you said?
Yes. Anyone supporting terrorism, anyone supporting terrorism.
Hold on, Lucifer, relax. What do you mean by wiped off the map?
What I mean to say is that there should be no Palestine or Gaza.
So are you talking about a group of people should be murdered?
Totally. If they are harboring terrorists, they deserve to die.
Nah. We ain't doing that, bro. We ain't doing that. I'm not advocating any calls for deaths to Jewish people nor Palestinian people. We ain't doing that shit here. Get the fuck out of here. Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, man. How's it going, brother?
Just a call back. I don't see any mention of this Abdul Ibrahim, 10 years old, in Jerusalem. I'm going to keep looking, but I don't see it.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, Doc Adams, welcome to the stage, brother. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill? Oh, we can't hear you, man, if you're speaking.
Hear me now?
Doc Adams. Okay, there we go. Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's absolutely justified. I think that, there's going to be people that are going to bellyache and gripe from other countries in Europe, from other places around the world whose tax dollars don't have a dog They don't have a single blood relative that lives in those areas, ever been to those regions. But, they want to have the loudest to say. And those are usually the people that have no purpose, right? It's deeply disturbing at how much of a contrast there is between reasonable people that hold a certain sense of apprehension for supporting Israel and people who have committed themselves in their everyday, their every being, and quite frankly, their only existence on this app to antagonize and be belligerent to people who are from and live in this region. So, one of the things I respect about you, Sig, is we can be on opposite sides of opinion. But at the end of the day, we can walk away from the argument having respect for each other as men, understanding that we have a greater purpose beyond this bullshit, fake outrage argument on the internet. And we both have duties, responsibilities, and a purpose outside of being here bitching and moaning towards no solutions. It's very sad. From 9 o'clock in the morning until what? Now it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon in some other places, almost 4. How many people have actually productive? But every time I come onto this app and I listen to this conversation, you have the usual suspects, such as, Saud, that likes to cut everybody off, that likes to continue to do these gaslighting maneuver tactics around her greater sense of a lack of purpose. And I'm asking you, are you answers of something that has nothing to fucking do with them 7,000 miles away?
All right, everybody going to respond.
And, I just want to say something else. People, it's really funny that people want to talk about women and babies and all of these things. Let me let you in on the newsflash.
The other one complained about
Guys. Suad, again, you know what? Okay, good. She got rid of her. Okay, go ahead, Adams.
Yeah, there have been more babies that have died as a result of abortion in America. Yet, innocent babies that haven't even breathed their first breath of air. Innocent babies. Nobody wants to sit there and have the same amount of outrage as those babies in America that are dying in the womb, being slaughtered in the womb, only because they have a heartbeat. That is completely different than people taking national security steps to protect themselves against a group of people that have been bombing people in the middle of the night and paragliding into freaking concerts. How many of those babies that die in Planned Parenthood are paragliding into concerts or carpet bombing Tel Aviv? So please tell me how much of your outrage are there for dead children? Please be consistent.
outrage is going to be when you cause the.
I highly doubt that your drunk ass is in any danger of getting pregnant, son. I highly doubt that your drunk ass is in any danger of having somebody climb up behind you and screw you like the pig that you are.
The name Iran. Go match with it. Match with Iran. You see, you keep begging for Iran. I beg you. Go and fight Iran. Iran is there. Don't beg for freaking who to go and help you again.
Lady, you are an annoying, dirty pig. That is exactly what you are. You are an annoying, dirty pig.
Yeah, so I just moved her down. She's not coming back up. She's exhausted.
That's what I'm saying. See, these people have no freaking purpose. That's why it's no longer a productive conversation when you have a bunch of knuckleheads and idiots like that just want to pollute people's ears with a bunch of noise.
But see, this is why. Let me tell Sig, this is why I brought her back on the stage, because Sig, you were on the phone and there was like a very one-sided, toxic, stage where she was keep cutting everybody off and and there was a couple people who were doing it. So I just brought her up because people always say Sarah just moves people in the audience, but that's not the case. I wanted her to come on the stage and talk, but she can't hold, she cannot handle that mic, which is sad.
I think everybody knows she's moved for.
Are you comparing the Palestine babies according to abortion in America?
Wow. I think some of you guys, when your mouth opens, your ears close. I think it's a weird reverse check valve thing going on there.
It's an side effect.
And this is what I tell you, they have no purpose. They could never get away with doing this shit.
When you're speaking, no one is talking. I'm speaking now. Now let me speak. Are you comparing, my question is this, are you comparing the abortion in America to Palestine babies being killed? Is that what you did?
You can ask Sig the question. I'm not going to have a conversation with a hysterical
No, I'm
woman.
asking you.
I'm not going to have a conversation with a hysterical woman that doesn't have my control. So, Sig, if you'd like to ask a question, I'm going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to or engage with this hysterical woman.
Yeah,
relax.
W doesn't want to answer your question. I don't have a dog in this fight. Either way, I'm listening to both sides.
Did you compare? My question. Did you compare the Palestinian babies to American abortion? So it's done.
You want to talk about the Palestinian children? So
no, I'm asking a question. Relax. I'm asking the question.
I'm trying to.
Before you open it, let me answer.
You asked a question. W said he didn't want to answer the question, so Daniel can go. Daniel, you got it.
He didn't want to answer my question. I didn't hear him.
But listen, but try to listen, please.
Could you maybe tell him in his language that I'm not speaking to a hysterical woman?
Hold on. W, if you come off your mic one more time, I'm just dropping you, bro. Last one. Daniel, you got it.
But W, I'm asking you please to try to listen and not try to rebuttal immediately what I'm saying, okay? Because if you really care for the children, and more than you just, hate Jews and Israelis, so try to listen to me, okay? And you can choose not to believe it, but this is the reality. There's only one side in this conflict that benefits from dead children. And that is the Palestinian side. It's good for the cause, because every dead child makes people like you enraged, and you need to point the finger at someone, and they already tell you, Israel killed its children, Israel did it, Israel is the villain. And then, what do? You vilify Israel. You are basically incentivizing, not you are the plural you, this kind of behavior, instead of looking at reality and seeing why those kids are dying, acknowledging that they are explosive, that Hamas are putting everywhere, because you see that they are killing IDF soldiers. And what do you think, that kids don't touch it? You think that when they don't wear uniform, that it doesn't harm the children? When they are kind of putting guns everywhere, it doesn't harm children? When they purposefully launch rockets from within civilian population, you think it doesn't cause casualties? They want it. So if you care for the children more than you hate us, then care for the children and make it stop. Stop incentivizing it. They are only one benefiting. We are losing. Israel is losing from every dead civilian. This is why Israel is doing more than every other army in history and in the world to minimize casualties. And this genocide claim is ridiculous. And I will tell you also, the entire title is a bit ridiculous. No one here knows nothing about warfare or war, or understand even what is happening in Gaza, and they don't care to learn. You ask them this question, and they're like, justified. Based on what? What are your parameters? How many people died?
Question mark, you dummy.
Having that we have fucking hostages there for more than 600 days, and we have jihadists. We have a jihadist military army that is threatening to do another genocidal attack again and again and again. So we say no. And if it hurts your feeling, fuck you. And if you want to make it stop, pressure Hamas to put down their arm, because everybody's starving, and the children and the women and whatever. They are the one that can stop it.
Let me respond. Let me respond back to hostages.
No. Mute the fuck up. Ludwig, did you want to respond to Daniel?
Yeah, for this guy, you can't even see that there is a question mark, so it's not a statement, but it's a question mark, Daniel, a question mark. And for you to sit here and sort of say because of Hamas, we have to flatline the entire region, which is called the Gaza Strip. Right? But I know, you're brainwashed, if you speak otherwise, you'll lose your citizenship and a lifetime of free diapers. So I'm not even going to mock you for that. Thank you, Sid.
Can I say something?
Let me respond to you speaking to me.
Wait, so are you saying that we don't have a
No, he spoke to me. He spoke to me not being fair. What is that?
You know what, man? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm done with you, man. Done with you. Ludwig, were you responding to Daniel or W?
To Daniela, correct.
Okay, Danielle, if you want to respond, give you a chance. And then Normal, you can go, bro.
I don't think it gave anything that would, to the fact of the topic. It was all ad hominem and very low level. So he's wrong. And if you want to If you care for the children, argue what I said and not like Daniela and all those bullshit. I don't care for this, dude. This is not a game. It's a game for you. It's not a game for us. So enjoy the show, but don't scream about dead children. You enjoy it. You love it. You come here every day to kind of go out at Jews and say baby killers, baby killers. You enjoy it. You love it.
You are baby killers.
It's on your hands.
And you are baby killers. There are soldiers bragging about decapitating babies, literally on camera.
That has never happened. You're a liar, sir. And not a very good one.
Sick. You want me to play it?
No, don't even address this.
Don't look at it. Well, you're a liar. You never will.
I serve the IDF. I know exactly what is the moral code of the IDF. Every person that I know in my life served the IDF. My mother, my father, the entire my family, every friend that I have served the IDF.
Yeah,
you can bullshit many people. You can bullshit many people. You cannot bullshit me. So again, it's a game for you. It's propaganda, and it will end because we have humanity, justice, morality, and law on our side.
Yeah,
and this is what we want.
You've seen it in the last 22 months.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
I was going to go after El Nomor. Yeah, I was going to give El Nomor the mic, and then you
Appreciate it. So, this war could have and should have ended on October 10th of 2023 if Hamas wanted the war to end. How would it end? Hamas gives back the hostages immediately, gives them all back, but they didn't want to. Hamas takes responsibility for what they did on October 7th, which was devastating, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, and makes plans to compensate the Jews that they slaughtered and their families and gave back the hostages. October 10th, not one more Gazan had to die. But they did not want this to end. They wanted to draw Israel into Gaza in order to A, slaughter them in their booby traps and tunnels, and B, to put their children, they don't put their children in safe rooms. They don't put their children in bunkers. They send their children out to become shaheeds. A shaheed is a martyr. And the leadership of Hamas said over and over again, we thank you for being shaheeds to our women. We thank you for being shaheeds, martyrs to their children, because it makes our cause stronger. And as Daniel just said, this is a pathetic and bloodthirsty and child-killing attempt on the part of Hamas to sacrifice their own children, their own flesh and blood, to make Jews look bad, to justify a blood libel. What is a blood libel? You tell lies about Jews to justify killing us. This is why you take the word that we created, genocide, to describe what Hitler did to the Jews, and you think you can flip it and say that we're doing the genocide. And you take the word Nazi, and you flip it, and you call us Nazis. All because the IDF is committed to defending the Jewish people and the Jewish nation, and went into Gaza to get our people back. They still have our people. They're still holding even dead bodies, live bodies and dead bodies. They haven't given them back. They haven't surrendered. There's no such thing as a genocide that you can end with a phone call. You pick up the phone and say, here are your people back, or we surrender. This ends. Not another person in Gaza has to die. They are apocalyptic. Say again?
You're never going to surrender.
Keep going on.
Yes, you want them to die. I'm glad you said that. You want them to die. This is why you said that. You want them, the same way that Iran sent these Palestinians to their death. They know what happens when you go into Israel and start creating mayhem. They're going to all get slaughtered. They send these people like lambs to the slaughter. And the people who are in denial, they go, dead babies, dead babies. They want those babies to die. If they didn't, they say, Hamas, enough already, enough have died. Surrender. Give the hostages back. Hamas said they are going to do this to Israel, the Jewish nation, over and over and over. This is their position. We're not going to let them do that. They didn't say, okay, we changed our mind, we want peace. They never said that. All they ever said was they're going to keep killing us until the Jewish state is gone. We're not going to let them do it. They have dedicated themselves to genocide, as has Iran. And we're going to stop them. It's not negotiable. If they want to negotiate, they could put down their weapons and give our people back, and renounce their commitment to commit genocide against us. Otherwise, we are armed and we're pissed off, and we're going to keep fighting them until they put their weapons down and stop killing Jews.
It's never gonna. Hold on, Doc Adams. Hold on, Doc Adams had the mic next, and then Alan, you can go after that. Well, actually, let me let's let Doc Adams go, and then I do want to give Ludwig a chance to respond to that, and Alan, you can go. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I actually do have to go back to my purpose at work. But with that being said, it's funny because I keep asking the question of how many babies were murdered and, killed in America. Over 1 million a year. Over 1 million American children a year are being killed in the womb. I never see any of these people worried about the babies opening up rooms to talk about American children. But after all, these are the same people that, are pro-Hamas and pro-Palestinian, and they want to see Americans wiped out alongside the Jews anyway. So I couldn't imagine that they would actually show consistent interest in saving said American children.
You just said nothing.
Ludwig, did you want to respond?
Nothing to you because you're a filthy foreigner.
Ludwig, did you want to respond, Eleanor?
Do I want to respond to Eleanor? Well, if you want to make this about like what Hamas did, right? What did you guys do from the 14th of May, 1948, all the way to October the 6th, 2022?
We made a beautiful state.
Surrounding the Palestinians in between 3 walls and a beach.
No, we never made a wall. What are you talking about?
Who built the wall?
Which wall are you talking about, sir? Where?
The German wall.
Sir, what wall are you talking about?
I'm not even going to respond to this.
What wall, sir? What wall, sir?
Can I say something?
Do you not know what you're talking about? Could you find Israel on a map? Do you even know where Judea and Samaria are, sir? Or Gaza? Have you ever even bothered to look at a map, sir?
No, I think that's enough.
No, I don't think it is.
So he said he's opting out of the conversation. So
okay. I don't blame him.
We're gonna pass.
If I were as stupid as he is, I would too.
We're gonna pass the mic to Alan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want all the Americans to listen to this carefully. This war is never going to end. If they completely destroy the leadership of Iran, next year it'll be something else. This is the Middle East. They love killing each other. So pay attention to what Norm is saying. Pay attention to what Daniel was saying. Pay attention to what the Palestinians are saying. Pay attention to what the Iranians are saying. It is never going to end. Ever. Are we clear on that point? Good. Let them fight. They're going to keep fighting. This year, Israel will be winning. Next year, the Persians will be winning. The next year after that, it'll be the Assyrians, and it'll keep going on and on and on. And Norm, I love you, brother. You said it perfectly. You said it perfectly. I don't want any more money going to the Middle East. We don't need their fucking oil. We don't need their wars. I don't need to be fighting with Adam or Sig or anyone else because Israel is there and Israel is mad, or Iran is mad, or Iraq is mad, or Syria is mad. None of it. We're done. We're done. I'm sorry, Norm. You have all the perfect excuses for it, and they're all justified. You need to protect your people. Jews, protect your people. Persians, protect your people. Syrians, protect your people. Keep fighting. Good. Go for it. Get blood. Everybody's anti-Semitic.
Got your point. Do you want to land?
Everybody is Islamophobic. I don't care. Guess what? Norm, I put the link in the chat. No, if Israel falls, the rest of the world doesn't fall. I'm sorry. We are
sick
of
you,
it.
Alan. You repeated the same statement 3 times.
Can I
Just a quick update. There's rockets launching from Iran to Israel right now.
Long movie Iran.
Can I say something to Ellen?
Yo, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Paul just got to the stage. We're going to give him a chance to answer the room title. And then Aziz, you got it next. So, Paul, welcome to the stage. You there? Paul, going once. Going twice. All right. It's sold to you, Aziz. You got the mic. And then, Dan, you can go after Aziz.
Yeah, I mean, look, I keep hearing about the IRGC, them being extremists. But I kind of understand what Alan is saying, because ultimately half of Congress is kind of waiting for a Messiah. Are they not? Are they not backing Israel regardless of their actions because of some kind of religious belief? Is that not the same criticism that we have for the Ayatollah? So I understand what Alan's saying. If we allow any narrative to be favored, we're essentially the Ayatollah of the West or the Ayatollah of the East. It's the same religious rhetoric that we're using to justify not paying attention to the hard facts that human life is not being prioritized. And that's the truth. The numbers are so high, and any kind of rhetoric that we're using against the Ayatollah, it's almost like America's a reflection of it at this point, and we need to sort of rein it in a little. And I think we're getting to the point where, and I'm just going to land on this, we're getting to the point where we're seeing Trump, who came in America first, once again, not stand on business. He's kind of compromised himself once again, and we need to kind of sort of emphasize the fact that this can't just keep going on. Alan said leave them to their devices. I kind of agree at this point, because how long are we going to kind of forego our morals in support of to what end? Like we will liberate Iran, quote unquote, but what then? There will be a new bad guy, and we will continue. So I kind of hear what Alan's saying. That's the point I wanted to make.
All right, thanks, Aziz. Daniel, you got the mic, brother.
Thanks. Wow. So first to Ellen, I'm trying to kind of find the right word. So you were saying this year they will win, the other year they will win. No, Israel does not have the option to lose. It's not an option, okay? It's existential. Now, we don't like to fight or kill or battle. We're in the business of defending ourselves. You know what we want to do? We want to go to work and then chill with a beer with some friends or do some barbecue. That's our business, okay? Maybe go and build something.
And Persians don't.
Yes, they do.
They don't want to do the same thing. Then stop.
Yes, they do.
Stop
excuse
fighting.
Excuse me, Ellen, with all due respect, Ellen, with all due respect, don't tell me about my life, okay? If they want to, no, so I will tell you, no, they're not. They rather invest their funds in terror against, in the destruction of another country, not in their own people. Israel invests in defense, okay? We have the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. We are not in the business of going offensive wars just for, I don't know, whatever you imagine. We are not having a genocidal statements. The IRGC have a countdown in, I don't know, it's called Palestine Square, counting to something September 2040. This is the annihilation of Israel. In every parade, they have down with Israel. The Houthis is death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. That is the reality. And when we are defending ourselves, people are bitching about people dying on the other side. So what are you suggesting? What is the alternative? That we don't fight? If they don't want to die, it's very simple. Don't kill us. Don't attack us. Go create your jobs, create your infrastructure, not terror tunnels, but whatever else you need. Look at Iran. How much money? The GDP is $5,000 per person. Iran, the huge Iran, so brilliant people. They are being oppressed. And then when they have a chance to liberate all those people that are just anti-Jew, anti-Israel,
all of a sudden Aziz thinks about the interest of the United States. He doesn't give a fuck about the interest of the United States. And the United States has an interest because the terror that the RGC sends is global. And if you think that the United States will be attacked with missiles, you're wrong. It's happening from within side, using the democracy tools. The United States is in danger, the West is in danger. The fact that you don't understand it, that's fine. Israel, when we went into this Rising Lion operation with the 3 objectives, we can do it by ourselves. We don't need even the bunker buster. Instead of like getting this 30,000 ton bomb, the Moab, we will just pound many times with a 5,000 pound bomb. If United States enters, it's because it's their interest. Stop thinking that United States is our bitch or we are theirs.
They're your bitch.
All right, so Randy, welcome to the stage, man. Are you there? Randy, going once. Going twice. Simon, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill?
Absolutely justified.
Why is that?
Because if you're pro-Western civilization, then what they're doing is a moral obligation to their own people.
And what specifically would the moral obligation be?
To do what it takes to protect their citizens.
What does that include?
Completely eradicating the threat.
The threat or innocent civilians?
No, the people of Gaza sanction the government. They cheer, and there's no such thing as divorcing citizens from their government. Like, the government is a representative of the people. So either you sanction your government, and they go and act on your behalf, and as a result of those actions, you suffer the consequences just as much as. If you're for example, if you're Canadian and your prime minister enacts horrible economic policies, you suffer the consequences whether you voted for him or not. It's the exact same principle.
Are you American?
Am I American?
Yeah.
I'm not American.
Where are you from?
Canada.
Okay. So.
We'll be American.
Okay. So then, as much bullshit. I gotta criticize. I love my country, but my country's not flawless. Let's say, for instance, Cuba, when our government got involved and overthrew Batista's regime, his dictatorship over there. Our government did that. Do you think the American people were for that? Do you think they supported that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's an illegitimate regime, though, so it doesn't even matter where.
Well, no, they had a dictator. His name was Batista, and he was running Cuba, and our government went over there and overthrew him. I'm sorry. No, Castro overthrew Batista, but we went back over there and tried to overthrow Castro with the Bay of Pigs. Do you think the American people supported that?
I don't know what the sentiment of Americans was for that, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I'm challenging your logic because you said if the government does something, then the people are subject to what the government does, therefore they should suffer as well.
There are now interceptions past Jerusalem and past Tel Aviv.
Americans suffer as a result of that.
Well, you just said that. You said the people should suffer if their government makes a certain move. That's what you just said.
I'm saying that's the logical conclusion, depending on where the pendulum swings. I'm saying if you're governed by dictators, okay, and then that dictatorship goes into a sovereign country, and then sovereign country then attacks you, okay, well, the consequences of those actions are not on the sovereign country that attacks you. The consequences of why you're potentially dying is because of your own government.
Okay, so then the innocent people involved in the Middle East right now with Israel-Palestine.
I'm saying innocent people. There's no innocent people. That's what I'm trying to explain.
So children. Hold on. Let's break this down. Let's walk here.
Yeah, for sure.
So what about even children aren't innocent?
Yes, nobody's innocent.
So you think children? You think children deserve to die then?
I'm not saying they deserve to die.
Okay.
It's a horrific thing. But the reality is that, you know, there's a country that has an obligation to its citizens to protect them from like from their government. That's just the reality. I'm not putting any like emotional like argument forward. I'm like innocent children dying is horrible. Like, but they're gonna suffer the consequences of their parents' actions, of the government's actions. That's the reality. The people who you should be blaming though are the people who are causing that mayhem on them. You know, it's easy to just say, oh, women and children are dying. That's horrible. And then when you drop all context of why they're dying, yeah, of course, like you can just say blanket statement, women and children are dying is just egregious. The cause of that, you know, it's always going to be bad. But then when you have the context of, well, it's a bunch of like murderous terrorists who go into like sovereign countries, threaten sovereign countries, and then, you know, arm themselves and say and like chant for their death. Well, you know, like governments who own missiles should not be saying stuff like that.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, man. The way it originally sounded, it came off as though you were for the extermination of a group of people. So that's why I was at. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify, man. Yeah, I don't want to assume. So, all right, cool beans. Yo, Randy, Paul, you guys there? Okay, I guess not. Well, we can open it up popcorn style if anybody wants to go. Thug, you there? I don't think you had a chance to speak. All right, cool. If you guys want to open it up popcorn style, please feel.
Seems to be that you know, Israel can just point the finger at like whoever they wish to point their fingers at, such as Lebanon, you know, such as Iran, such as Syria, and just be like, yeah, there are a bunch of unprecedented people over there that, you know, might cause harm to us, and they just start bombing left, right, and center, which they've been doing for decades. You know, it's not like ever since October the 7th. It's just like, you know, just shoot a couple of missiles left, right, and center. Where we just will claim Daniel. Enjoy.
Let him land first, Daniel.
Pepper and salt on my turkey sandwich, Daniel. So, I mean, at what point are we gonna say like maybe? A very small maybe. It is Israel, right? Like building a wall, keeping 2.3 million people captive, right? They don't have access to all the food that they wish to have. They don't have access to all the water that they have. That's all being regulated by Israel. What foods that they are allowed to eat, such as chocolate, is forbidden. Like fucking chocolate, imagine that, right? But no, they're rebellious. Like a kid threw a stone to a tank.
Is it getting anywhere?
That is really Daniela, I want a cup of tea with
Daniel. No, listen, it's
Daniela.
No, it's abusive. All these like, okay, so
Hold on. Guys. Daniel, we got freedom of speech, bro. You're gonna have to fucking get some tougher skin.
I'm talking about I don't give a fuck. It's just like it's boring and it's like lacking the core.
Okay, but Daniel,
it's just like half an hour of I'm not supposed to sit here and listen to it.
Daniel, hold on.
I'm here to have a conversation. Listen, I'm here to have a conversation.
See, this is what we're not gonna do, man. Look, I've been more than fair. Let the man land his plane, and then Daniel, you're gonna go undisturbed. I promise. Nobody's gonna fucking interrupt you. We'll go.
So it seems to be to continue. You know, like if you look at I'll give you one example, or perhaps two, and I'll land in like a minute. All right, if you look at that poor girl in hijab, right, 8 years old, sitting in that car all by herself. Right? They shot that car with more than 350 bullets. 350. Yeah, let that sink in. 350 bullets to a harmless 8-year-old girl. Right? is nothing that's being done against those people that pulled the trigger. Like nothing. No prosecution, no nothing. But when a fucking kid, single-digit age kid throws a stone at a tank, they arrest that kid. No lawyer, no representative, no nothing. Sometimes doesn't even make it to court. They throw him into fucking prison and they slide a piece of paper under the freaking door with like, you're gonna do this amount of months, weeks, whatever the amount is. Like a kid, you guys are locking up. You guys are raping prisoners on camera. The amount of innocent people that we have seen, including the Turkish journalist, an American citizen.
Love it. Can you drop a link to those two instances you just talked about? Can you drop a link?
Yes, I will most definitely do that. Give me 1 minute. Including the American citizen of Turkish origin, Ayşegül, right? She was there as a journalist, which is, by the way, one of the 180 journalists that got killed. Right, from all over the world. We have. I'm almost done. Give me one. Pumalud was you. I'm not surprised. And I'll give you one more example. Right, when there was this doctor, she became a mother of newborn twins. Was at home writing something on Facebook, not opposing a threat, not opposing death to Israel or anything like that whatsoever. She herself, her mom, and the newborn twins were in an apartment while the dad was on his way. And as a matter of fact, there are pictures of the dad holding the birth certificates where Israel launched a rocket, blew out only that part of the apartment, killing those 4 harmless people. Harmless, sitting there, getting killed over whatever she was writing on Facebook. And you guys are still the victims.
All right, so we're gonna let Danny respond. Danny, you got the mic.
Disgusting.
I will not address like the propaganda, because all those like emotional stories from a guy that we all saw how he behaves. He's a thug, he's a bully, but then he's becoming all emotional. It's not about emotion. He doesn't care about the children. He's here to vilify Jews. And this is the real.
That's why
he's not the only one. I'm speaking now. This is the real sick. This is the real sick, twisted thing about this whole thing. Okay, I would say this. You know, it will trigger people, but that is the fact. And you know what? I'm for 20 months almost kind of talking to people that just refuse reality. And at some point, it's like, guys, if you don't want to see reality, that's fine. And a lot of times you say, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Yes, it doesn't make sense because you're making shit up, okay? You're making shit up, and you're in this echo chamber, in this mirror world of like reinforcing your bias. You never challenge. In all those debates, you never listen. For you, it's a game. If he says this, I will say this. The Balfour Declaration, 1948, Nakba. It's like, it's boring. It's shallow. You know nothing. You don't care. It's a game for you. You're talking about Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Gaza, whatever. Yes, there's Hezbollah, and you have the Houthis. Those are terror organizations. They answer to no one. Those are non-state actors that the IRGC has created. This is what we are fighting. When we went now to this war with the IRGC, it's for 3 reasons. The nuclear program, the ballistic program that you saw that they can do damage. I mean, right now there's even 15 launches to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Funny that they care so much for Jerusalem. And the third one is to kill this network of terror. And you guys like obsessed with this topic, but it's our life, and we will continue doing what we know that is right, humane, legal, and moral. And you will twist reality to portray those that murder, kidnap, hold hostages, violate every rule, every international that you exempt them. It's like, we don't expect nothing from Palestinians. They are oppressed, they are this, they are this. They can do all those crimes.
Israel steps for out of line. International, like, guys, we don't buy it. This is why we don't even bother to, I guess, justify. Maybe that's the problem with the Hamas that they don't really explain.
Well, that's it for once.
I'm not going to shut up. I'm not listening to what you're saying.
You're going on for a long.
Listen, guys. Listen,
Alan, stop, man, stop.
Guys, I understand that. Alan, what I suggest, for example, for you, and I suggest to anyone that
thinks anything from me.
Alan,
shut up. I'm speaking. Please don't interrupt me. Shut up.
Yo, check this. Hold on 1 second, Dan. I got you, Dan. I got you. Yo, Alan, you gotta stop coming off your mic, man. He's gonna land his plane. Let this man finish what he's got to say. Daniel, go ahead and land your plane.
I will suggest to anyone that wants to get out of delusion and confront themselves with reality, book a plane to Israel and come see for yourself. This is the only way that you will be able to get out of the imaginary, twisted reality that you are living in. And the sooner the better. The social media kind of twisted your head. Enjoy the propaganda.
Yeah, so if
Alan, you can respond, and then we're gonna give you just got on stage, but Alan.
Yeah. If I did book a plane to Israel, I'd go to the Armenian quarter, and when the Jewish children and adults start spitting on the Armenian Christian nuns, I'll punch them in the face. That's what I'll do. And then I'll take a picture and I'll send them to you. How about that? But I thought
okay, are you going to stop this thing?
Sarah,
getting too out of hand.
Sarah.
No, Alan, up to now I thought you were America first, but now I'm and I'm not going to tolerate that.
He invited me to Israel.
If you are anti-Semite,
it's okay for them. It's okay for them to spit on Armenian Christians.
Listen,
is it okay for them to spit on Armenian Christians? Yes or no?
Listen, I don't know if they've done this or not. I can't tell you if something that I wasn't there has been done or not.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask Alan to post a link, and from what I'm hearing him say, he's saying if a situation, it's a hypothetical, just like a threat. If I tell someone I'm gonna kick your ass, that's a threat. I can be arrested for that. But I say if you do this to me, then I'll kick your ass. If you do this, then it's not a threat. So let's let him finish. Alan, if you can post a link for Sarah, please do that. Go ahead, Alan.
In any event, thank you. I will do that. Ludwig gave you concrete examples. And you fell back on.
Alan, did you provide the links?
I just said I'm going to finish speaking, and then I will provide the links. Thank you, if that's okay. I understand this is a very emotional conversation. I get it, Daniel. That's your country. I'm saying, I told you, fight, kill them all, keep doing it. Go right ahead. What difference does it matter if Ludwig is saying if it's true or not? When in war did the truth matter? You want to fight? Fight. Kill them all. But the fact is, in this room, in this conversation, Ludwig gave you concrete examples, and instead of addressing it, you fell back on, oh, this isn't a serious conversation. He's talking too long, and you attacked him. You never addressed it, ignoring the fact that you went on for 5 or 10 minutes yourself.
Ludwig,
please spare us.
Okay, I want to jump in here because I got stuff to say too, Alan. I've heard you at least 5 times today talking about how you don't want your American money to go to war or go to Israel, and you make that decision. You do make that decision. You know how? By voting. And in the last 46 years, hey, you need to mute. In the last 46 years, 50 years, whatever many years is, the president in the office, whoever's been, has decided to send the money that you don't like to go exactly where you don't like to go. So you can sit home and write letters to, your local or federal representatives and complain about it, but stop harassing harassing people online, you know, and telling them that you're going to send it or you're not, because you're not the one making the decision.
Oh, there's another way.
I am absolutely, listen, I am absolutely not happy about Trump getting himself involved in this last night.
Sarah,
I am
there's another way to
absolutely,
do this.
hey, I'm talking, Pikachu. I am not happy with what I saw him posting, okay? I am not happy with that. But you know what?
Oh,
He's the commander-in-chief. He's the commander-in-chief. He makes that decision, and I'm not going to drop that frustration on other people. And only because, like, I mean, I feel like this should be like a more of a, what's it called? More of a, like a friendlier environment. Like when Ludwig was going like hard with evidence, saying stuff that both sides might do it. And knowing that region, I already know that's something that Hamas would do more. And how do I know it? Because they're trained by IRGC, who literally kills our children and rape our women and young kids. Okay, so I already know their style. I live that shit. So you want to go right after him and like, I don't know what you guys doing, and I don't understand like why, like what is this? Like it should stay friendly, the conversation. I don't know why you guys like go like that. But Alan, please provide a link or evidence for what you claimed.
I just put it in the chat.
But Sarah, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What did he provide you the link and you verified it? And it's
I probably believe that. I probably believe it happened, right? You know what? Listen, do you think we don't have American militaries that rape people in war? I'm 100% sure there are. Do you think this is not something like, do you think there is a military in the world that none of this member have ever raped anyone? I don't believe that. Like
Yes. Sarah, I don't know of any rape, any Palestinians was.
I would like to have another.
Stop with the Daniela. Stop with the Daniela. My name is Daniel. If you want to address me, I have a name.
Speaking to ladies.
Please be respectful. Please be respectful. That's all. Is it too? Am I asking too much? Seriously, Ludwig, am I asking too much?
Okay, guys.
To have a normal conversation. It's not guys sick.
Don't forget my muscle.
No, because right now you guys are doing a personal back and forth. So Ludwig was asking.
It's not a personal. I'm asking him to be respectful and call me by my name. That is not personal by me. Stop with this. Both sides.
Daniel, again, people call me coon. Look, Daniel. People call me coon. People call me cigarette. People call me piece of shit.
That is fine. I'm asking him.
It is what it is.
Politely. I asked him politely, can you please be respectful and call me by my name?
Right.
That's it.
He hates you enough that he won't. Just let it go.
Right, just let it go.
I let it go. Guys, my God, I let it go.
You can respectfully ask him to not do it, and he can respectfully tell you to go fuck yourself. It's the internet, bro. It is what it is. Let's not focus on that tiny shit. Let's stay on topic here. Come on, Ludwig, did you want to finish asking your question to Sarah? Yeah, and then we can move on. We got Rabbi and Givy on stage. I want to get to them.
The two examples and there are so like a countless amount of examples more. Right? There are so many more examples, right? Where you can see completely and totally defenseless Palestinians getting killed.
Oh,
right?
Blame Hamas for that.
Can Daniela's fiance perhaps make me sound
Pikachu, just let me get his question.
So are any of these PDFs, the Israeli Diaper Forces, are any of them being kept accountable, being prosecuted? Because I don't see any of that. If you look at all those men that are destroying properties, as in like furniture, putting on women's underwear, all that.
Okay, I thought you were asking me a question because you you cannot speak. No. I was talking.
What is this I'm doing right now? I'm speaking.
Ludwig,
I'm responding.
no. You told me you want to ask me a question at the middle of me talking. No.
You're just cutting me off.
But now you're ranting. No, we're not doing that. I was talking.
You're screaming.
You asked
I'm
me.
ranting. You're screaming. What are you doing? I'm almost done.
Hey, Ludwig, you told me you interrupted me talking. Saying, can I ask you a question? I'm still waiting. No.
Yeah.
You can ask me the question.
Yeah, get your question.
You said, I am telling.
I'm not done speaking.
I am being. You interrupted me and you told me you have a question. So ask your question.
Yeah, if you interrupt you.
What's your question? I haven't heard a question.
Right.
A question doesn't come with 2 paragraphs of talking.
Well, you can determine confirming that.
Okay, so Ludwig, just go ahead and ask your question. Let's be concise with your question so we can move on and get to other people.
If you're saying, if you're,
Before you can ask a question.
Pamela,
This is
must start on my turkey sandwich, please.
start a war.
So,
Pikachu. Bro, just chill, man. Let Ludwig get your question out, then we can move on.
I'm trying, man. Like these diapers are not holding up all their weight. So is there any product? Because when you said like there is no military in the world that is like doing everything according to like all the laws and whatnot more. Sure, I totally agree with you. But can you show me any of these PDF soldiers getting prosecuted for shooting, killing, blowing up, sending missiles to this home where, for instance, the newborn twins were living at in that apartment? Is anybody getting prosecuted? Because I haven't seen one. I'll be waiting for that receipt, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna answer. Are you waiting for my answer?
Am I?
Can I respond to that after you?
Are you answering? No, I have an answer. I do have an answer. I actually have a very, very good answer for you. Iran is under attack. Do you agree or not? Is Israel bombing Iran right now or not?
That has nothing to do with my question that I just asked you.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Anybody who wants to answer this. Is yes or no? Is Israel bombing Iran right now? Okay, thank you.
Bombing the shit out of them.
Ludwig, whether you like the way I'm answering your question or not, you're going to mute and you're going to listen. I know you don't like women to talk, but that's not happening, okay?
Yes.
I don't care if you hear me or not. I want the
So you're not
honesty
answering
here.
my direct question. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
So yes. No. I am answering. Yes, they are bombing right now, right?
What does that have to do with my questions about IDF soldiers like violating rules?
Pikachu, I need you to stop. Oh my God.
Who, me?
What is wrong with men?
I know you're a feminist. So
Pikachu, like let me.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
All right, so JB,
Look, I'm gonna answer this question.
Hold on, JB. Let me get JB modded up here. Get him back in here. What's going on, JB? Welcome, bro.
Why was JB not on?
Because I swiped out. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm mod now. I see we have some esteemed people from the app. Known anti-Semites, but I'll let you guys handle it.
So we got new people.
Anti-Semite is to the roof, JP.
Yeah, so we got Rabbi and Gibby. Rabbi, you there? Or actually, no, Gibby was there first. Gibby, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry. Okay, hey man, welcome to the stage, brother. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man? What's your take?
So first of all, if you let me do a little bit of a side talk for 15 seconds, is that we shouldn't put all the Israel's conflicts in the same basket. Like Iran is a separate thing. The whole Lebanon thing is a separate thing. We're trying to say, oh, this is the same thing. Israel acting crazy. It's not. That's a whole different conversation. With Palestine, like I support Israel pretty directly and its right to defend itself. But I think at times there is some overkill going on. But answering the question that was raised by Ludwig and Alan, I believe, with the prosecution does not happen when the war is hot. Like you could see there's a Russia-Ukraine war going on right now. Russians are not prosecuting their war criminals, neither are Ukrainians. So that is a thing that happens way after the dust has settled. And this conflict doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. So I don't think that the question about war criminals and all that is valid at this point. What happens later is what happens later. And a little bit side note on Iran, I think the attack on Iran is totally justified because Iran out of the blue decided that Israel is its biggest threat and supported Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization, and Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which ironically enough, Palestinians hate Iranians because they hate Shia Muslims, but just because we want to piss off Israel, we'll support Hamas, and they got what they deserved. And I think that destroying Hamas is a valid point. Sometimes you can get some overkill on the spot over there, but in general, Israel has its right to defend itself. That's how I see it.
Okay, copy that. All right, Rabbi.
Okay, before Rabbi goes on, Ludwig asked me the question. I was driving. I think people couldn't hear me. So to answer Ludwig's question, why children die in, Israel and Palestine conflict, I gave example of Iran. Right now, people they're saying, oh, they're killing civilians in Iran, all of that stuff, right? My family, my friends, everybody's in Iran. Israel has not attacked a single place without trying to have the least casualty and without telling people to evacuate. Yeah, you can put a laugh emoji, that's fine, but the fact that you just come on stage and just lie and just spread all this, stuff that you want to do, that's fine. If Hamas is using people as human shield, that is not Israel's.
It's a propaganda, princess.
That's not Israel's fault. Israel has the right to defend itself, and you know what? This is all part of it, like Iran's fault, and that's why, like, Ludwig, you hate me. You tell me to get out of rooms when I say IRGC needs to leave. Like, you're such an anti-Semite. Like,
I'm a Semite myself, bubblehead. What are you talking about?
You are such an anti-Semite hating.
I'm a Semite myself. What are you talking
You
about?
are such a hating person that you.
Wait, Sarah,
let me get this.
Listen, Teddy, shut up. Listen to me. Ludwig, I don't know if he's an anti-Semite, but he's definitely an anti-Jew. Let's put it into context.
I already know that. I already know that, JB. I know him. He's not the first one I'm talking to him. I know that.
Well, Sarah, hold on. Take a breath, because you get nervous when you get to that decibel level where dogs are howling. Let Ludwig say what he has to say. Go ahead, Ludwig.
First of all, I do not hate any ethnical group of people. I grew up in the city that is called Mokum. And if you know what that means in Hebrew, it means the place, right? It's a place where a shitload of Jews live. Everybody can get along. Matter of fact, I have Jewish friends, like as in direct friends, not like somebody I walk into every now and then, and pretty much everybody in Amsterdam has. So when you say I'm hating Jews, that's completely fabricated.
You're right.
Story that somehow I'm against killing people.
Ludwig, I apologize. You don't hate all Jews, you just hate certain Jews. My bad.
Just like I hate certain Armenians. It's not that different.
I'd like to be placed.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm going to hand it back to Sig, Sarah, and guys, do me a solid, man. I know there's a lot of hate in this room, but just be easy on the girls, man. Be easy on the ladies. I know Ludwig wants to say something snide right now, but just be easy with the ladies, man. They got low voices than us. Sarah has her daughter's fucked up now from screaming at you knuckleheads. Back to you, Sig.
All right, Rabbi, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the stage, man. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, but I'll go ahead and pass. I'm just going to go ahead and pass it on. I'll interject in a second. I'm just in a little bit of a dead area for traffic, so I don't want to hog the stage.
Okay, cool.
Can I jump in?
Wait, let me just say this thing. If Rabbi's saying he's in traffic, that means his driver's in traffic. Don't let this guy fool you, but.
Oh, Rabbi's got that big money, huh?
We got that long money. That's
got that long money. Roger that. All right, this is who's this? No name. Ariel, you there? Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know why this is. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, man. Israel versus Palestine, justified or just overkill, man?
That's your cue to talk, bro.
Ariel, talk.
All right, who's next on The Price is Right? Roddy?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear.
It's your first day in Clubhouse, bro?
What's going on in my service?
There's no.
Hey, JB, you want to take it, man? I gotta do something real quick.
I don't know who's spoken, who hasn't, so I'll try Paul. Paul, how you doing? Paul, you there? No? All right. Let's go to Ariel. Go ahead, man. The mic is yours. You gotta push the bottom right.
Into Israel.
Did they bomb the...
They're probably suppressing his communications at the moment today outside.
Okay, thanks for that, Teddy. Joe B, what's up?
So I have a question. Am I allowed to ask questions in here?
You can do whatever you like. You may not like the answers.
Okay, so is this an American only room?
Are you American?
No, I'm saying is this an American-only room? Because the mods in here keep throwing the word around anti-Semitic.
Okay.
So guess what?
Listen,
People outside of America and Israel.
Teddy, do me a solid, bro. Before you start,
They're not anti-Semitic.
Go. Okay, great. Go get a tissue before you start crying, and then the mic is yours. I wasn't here for
just laying a point. Just stating the obvious. Because I'm Americans, don't obviously realize.
Because America's the greatest country in history of this planet. What's your point?
You sound drunk, bro. I'm not talking to you.
Okay, then don't talk to me. I don't drink alcohol, by the way, so that's ridiculous.
Okay, you guys.
Get Ariel.
Okay, thank you so much.
Teddy, are you Iranian?
No, but I support Iran.
No, you don't support Iran. You support IRGC, which.
So hold on. So the people within Iran right now.
You support IRGC.
The Iranian people within Iran that support IRGC. They're not Iranians.
No, they're not. People inside Iran are not supporting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Teddy, you can't.
They're literally out cheering at the moment.
Bro, listen. You cannot talk this woman. Trust me, she's gonna out-talk you.
Okay, you don't hear me now? No, she's saying something which is obviously not true. People who live within Iran.
The supporters of IRGC.
All right, Sarah, I moved him. You could bring him back up. But I want to see what Ariel has to say. Teddy, take a breath, bro. It's not that serious. Ariel, you want to try now? Bro, you might have to leave the app and come back.
Teddy wanted to be labelled an anti-Semite just for the sake of it, I think.
It's impossible to live with an anti-Semite, not in America. Okay, how about now?
Yeah, scan Ariel before it shuts off again.
Okay, wonderful. So
dude, you gotta leave the app and come back. It's glitching bad. Where's Ludwig? Did he leave? Too many Jews got on stage. I guess he got triggered.
No, I think he can just face the fact that Armenians are Indo-European and he thinks he's Semitic.
Simon, how you doing, Simon?
JB, you came the anti-Semites. They all ran off the stage.
I don't know why, because I've had a lot of smoke from my Jewish friends today.
You did, but NG knows. Am I right or not, NG? Right before I came in, got involved in the conversation, I was listening, but I was in a store and I couldn't say anything. For 20 minutes, they were ranting about all these terrible genocides. I'm like, why is nobody interrupting them? What is going on?
JB, I didn't smoke you out.
Say that one more time, Pikachu.
I didn't smoke you out.
Smoke me out? I don't even know what that means.
You said you got a little smoke from your Jewish
friends. But here's the truth. I really thought about it when I got off. I don't give a fuck. Because if you're my friend, you respect my thoughts and my feelings and what I see.
Yeah, 100%. You got your own views. You got your own thoughts. That's up to you. Thanks for sharing them.
I've been the biggest supporter of Israel, Zionists, and Jews on this app, bar none. And if I have an opinion that doesn't align with the other sheep that walk in line, then I don't care. Because if that's a community that don't want me because I have my own views, then I don't want to be part of that community.
Well, because you've got a bit of beef with some Jews yourself, it doesn't mean that you can't be shouting for what's important. You're on the right side of history, JB. You got to remember that. Whatever beef you got with other Jews, that's your problem.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it real, bro. The Jews on this app have an elitist ethics about them that just doesn't resonate. And I'm not saying you, if it don't apply, let it fly. But the truth is, they do. And I'll say it if they were in this room, whether it was El Normo or some of the other Jews on this app, they think that what they say is right. And sometimes, you know what? They're not right, bro. They're just not. And I think as Jews, it's our job to call them out. Because when you spew that shit, when you come off as arrogant and entitled, guess what? That just stokes the flames of anti-Semitism. And I believe that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, but you can say that about any community.
But you know what? I do every day. I talk about the Black community, Latino community, Asian community. Today I spun the wheel and landed. Hold on, I wasn't finished, bro. I wasn't finished though. Today I spun the wheel and landed on Jews. Because Jews should get as much smoke as anybody else. We're not the only persecuted and oppressed people in this world, man.
Man, you sound like a guy who needs some therapy. I got a good therapist for you.
Why do I need therapy? On the 5 minutes ago, you were saying. 5 minutes ago, you were saying I have a right to feel how I feel. Now I need therapy.
You do, but anybody who feels like that needs a bit of therapy. We all need therapy, JB. Everybody on this fucking app needs therapy. You know.
I guess I'm a self-hating Jew today, because that's what I've been labeled.
I don't need therapy.
I go to therapy twice a week. There's no shame in therapy.
I didn't say there was.
Okay.
On stage that says that he supports the IRGC.
It's not enough for me to say I agree with Israel's what they're doing to Iran. That's not enough. It's not enough for the thousands of pro-Israeli rooms, the thousands of dollars I generated for Hash's family. It's not enough. You see how he fled? He fled.
Because they have no accountability. That's why, JP. They have none. They have no accountability with their arguments whatsoever.
I mean, the same people who support the IRGC or Hamas, like, these are the same people crying about women and children dying. I mean, you sanctioning these primitive barbarians is the reason why women and children are dying. Like, why? Like, if you don't feel bad for why should I? You know, like that.
Let me say something here, son. Hold on a second. Since I got on this app today, there's already been, that I know of, 3 rooms with my name in the title. Not 1, not 2, but 3. And then some of my Hebrew brothers came in, and I said, and we were having a conversation. I said, yo, tell me, has Israel ever done anything wrong in the world? They're like, yeah, of course. I'm like, what was that? Give me a couple of examples. And they deflected. They went to Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah. See how that works? But then this ass clown will say, well, you shouldn't talk on your community. Why can't but it's okay if Joe Schmo from Idaho says something about the Jews. You'll have that conversation. But when another Jew calls out my community, nah, not good. That's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Well, the bullshit people. What do you expect? Anyone who cares about peace in the Middle East, they're looking, prior to October 7th, we're very much looking forward to the finishing of the Abraham Accords. We wanted a peace and a business relationship with Israel and the GCC countries, and the block of bullshit, Neanderthalic bullshit that's been blocking this greatness from happening is Iran playing puppet on a string in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. So we're living a time of globalization. The GCC is changing, including Saudi. They want to have international tourism. They want to bring the world there for entertainment and vacationing. I mean, just the world is changing. We don't all want to hate each other. But the Ayatollah wants to play his little puppeteer games. This is the cost of it. And unfortunately, people are going to die.
Well, my whole thought was this, man. Why is, as a Jew, and I'm going to say it, why is the Jewish community, why are we not allowed to speak on them?
Speak on it.
Listen, bro, every day I open up rooms, we talk about the black community, what's going on there, Latino community, what's going on there. But God forbid, another Jew holds the mirror up to the Jewish community. Oh no, he's not really a Jew. He's a self-hating Jew, all these fucking labels. You know what, fuck that. Because the point I said was this, man. This shit going on in Gaza is 2 years plus now. And we're still at the same point. What's the definition of insanity, Robbie? Doing the same thing over and over, hoping for different results. It's not working. Can we come up with a different plan that works?
There is a plan, though. I think Bibi is doing it, though. I've said this, JB, earlier. You weren't in the room. Whether there's a revolution or not, I'm not moving to Iran. I'm American. I have no benefit from who's gonna be in power in Iran, But if you get rid of the mullahs, if you get rid of these people spreading all this ideology of hating Jews, if you get rid of them, this whole thing will stop. The reason it can't stop is because they keep fueling. They'll be quiet for a little bit. They keep stirring this war, and it will not stop until they are in power. And they're doing this with all these countries over there. Don't you see, like Teddy? I asked him. I'm like, "Are you Iranian?" He's no. But I support him on. Luvik, I see Iranian. No. All these people, none of them. Like there's like for every 50 people you see on this app supporting IRGC, one is Iranian. The rest of them are the Muslim brotherhoods from other countries surrounding them, and their goal is to just like cause problem. And who's teaching all of this to them? IRGC. You get rid of them, this is gonna die. It's gonna be so weak, and that's why they're like so sad. They don't want IRGC gone.
Well, here's the thing, right? We have Teddy. Hold on, respectful. Hold on. Like Daniel's on stage, right? Daniel and I have shared 1,000 spaces. And here's the truth, no bullshit. I have so much love, respect, and admiration for this man. He's a proud Zionist. Good. But in my opinion, right, a real man, a real Zionist will stand up and say, wait a second, I support Israel, but there might be a problem in this area over here. Listen, Sarah, I support Israel going into Iran. A year ago, I said there has to be regime change. Nothing's going to stop over there unless there's a regime change. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, because they're the ones that stirred the pot, the shit stirs Iran. But let's not forget about what's the plan in Gaza. What's the plan over there? Nobody has a plan. Daniel?
I don't think there's anyone that criticizes Israel more than Israelis. You can see that most of the articles that are exposing stuff or are like even against Israel would come from Israel, from Haaretz. This whole like rape story about this Palestinian with the video, it all came from us. It came to a doctor in the IDF. It was the prosecution in Israel. It was the Israeli TV that broadcast it. We are doing it, and we are and we're doing it not for the world. It's for us to know. Like if someone is, for example, raping in the IDF, the IDF is the people's army. We don't want to have rapists there. So this is why we prosecute it, not for the world. So believe me, if there is any other, like you say, like maybe there's another solution. If you have it, bring it. Like seriously, bring it.
I said it earlier and I'll say it again, and people may not agree with it, Daniel. But I think move the Palestinians out into Egypt, to Sinai, whatever you got to do, clean up Hamas, and then move them back in. And I'm not talking about 5-10 years down the road. Because we've decimated Hamas so much, there can't be that many of them left. But this ground and pound situation, and the truth is, Daniel, I don't blame Israel for the starvation that goes on over there, by the way. I blame Hamas. They steal the aid.
You remember what they told us, all the pro-Palestinians at the beginning of the war? You cannot kill Hamas. Hamas is an ideology. And that is true. Hamas is the name of an organization. If tomorrow it will break apart and they will call it, I don't know, the peaceful core of Palestine, and same people, same ideology. The problem is not the name of the branding. The problem is the ideology. And if it seems like that we need to fight not only alone, but while the world is also holding both our hands behind our backs and looks at criticizes and completely ignores the other side. So we're in a not easy, normal situation. Still trying to do our best.
Daniel, how many times have I said you can't kill the ideology? 1,000,000 times on this app? But people are like, no, we got to kill Hamas. Yes, you kill Hamas today, they're all gone. Tonight there's Hamas 2.0 because of the ideology.
Yeah, that's why the objective is to demilitarize Hamas. Basically, if they are with an ideology but no weapons, and then hopefully after the war there could be some kind of a rehabilitation both for the street and for the people, then yes, there's a chance without weapons.
You can't kill Hamas without weapons. I tell you how.
Can I ask that? What? Daniel, I have a question. Other than IRGC, who else has been funding and training and helping Hamas the way they've been doing?
Qatar.
JP.
I'm trying to see if IRGC is gone, what is the next threat? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because honestly,
maybe Qatar will have to kind of recalculate their allies, and I think some allies of Iran are now watching from the side, do we want to kind of align with the loser basically, or kind of pull out?
And maybe Qatar will have to kind of make some changes. They put a lot of money into this operation of destroying Israel with the IRGC. So they were like doing the funding of Hamas and doing the propaganda arm in Al Jazeera. And the IRGC did all those terror organizations, like basically building this ring of fire around Israel with all those terror organizations on our border because Iran is too far. That was the plan. And now it's kind of disseminating. And Qatar, propaganda alone, I'm not sure it will work.
Daniel, JB, you guys can kill Hamas without firing a bullet. Are you ready to do it?
No, we can't kill Hamas without what?
Without firing a bullet.
We don't need to kill anyone. They need to release the hostages, put their guns down, and it will be over with not a drop of...
No. Wait. All what you need to do is give them equal rights, and then they will be dissolved in the society, just like South Africa. When South Africa dissolved.
Equal what?
Equal rights.
Yeah, I'm completely
Hold on, everybody mute up. MG, you were going to say something?
No, I was just, don't compare South Africa to Israel. That was real racism. That was real apartheid. I hate when people do that.
Just
not even close.
Just give them equal rights. That's it.
So wait, let's all we're gonna say Hamas is equal to everybody, and just forget about the 1,200 people.
No, not Hamas.
Let me finish, man. Okay, Hamas is the government of the Palestinians right now, unfortunately. So we have to recognize them as equals, even though they slaughtered our people on our land.
No. They give the Palestinians, all the Palestinians equal right. Then they will run away from Hamas, and Hamas will be bound.
Well, let me ask you a question, Sean. Who was providing all the water for the Palestinians and electricity? Was that Hamas or was that Israel? When Israel didn't have to.
Israel is selling them. Is not providing. Is selling them. Okay, but that doesn't mean they are giving them equal rights.
Well, they are not Israeli, Sean. I mean, why would we give them equal rights? The Palestinians that chose peace and stayed in Israel in 1948 became part of Israel. And if you look at the Declaration of Israel, in the Declaration of Independence, we call to anyone that wishes to stay. Hold on. And now they're equal right citizens as you want.
Okay.
But we are not the government of Gaza. They don't need to have equal rights.
Okay.
Their governments need to give them. But sweetie, their governments need to do it, not us.
Hold on.
We are not the government of Gaza.
Sean, hold on. Did you call him Sweet Pea, Daniel? Or am I hearing things? All right, let's go to Dave. Dave's trying to jump.
No sweet pea.
I thought you said Sweet Pea.
Give me the
smoke.
Sean.
Hold on. Let's go to Dave. Dave, you got to talk louder.
Yeah, okay. Sean, how do you give equal right to a population, Gaza, who have been brainwashed the moment they learn how to speak to kill Jews? How do you give equal right to such people, right? On October 7, 12,000 civilians from this brainwashed Gaza that you want to fight for equal right so that they can continue to act like a civilian, continue to keep killing Jews, and continue to, after getting equal right, go to wherever the Western nation and hunt down every single Jew. Is that the equal right you want to fight for, Sean?
Dave, you can create Gaza in every single place in the world by besieging people and
Sean, where are you from, Sean? Sean, where are you from, Sean?
I am from Syria.
Okay.
You can do the same. You can do that in New Jersey. You can do that in California and everywhere. If you put the Hispanic people in an area and strip them of their rights, you will have problems. The same thing. It's not magic. It is reality. When people have equal rights, then they have no real motive to fight.
What is a people? What is a people?
You can create the same problem of Israel and Palestinians in every place in the world. Okay.
But Sean, those are two different nations. They can have like. How about, for example, taking the Sinai?
You live in the States with hundreds nations, with thousands of people nations.
Sean, if they want to have their own nation, Sean, Israel is our nation. It's our country. Okay, we're not letting anyone equal rights. It's just like you are trying to cover something up. Hold on, please, let me answer. You cannot ask for people that are not citizens of Israel to have equal rights because they are not citizens. Any citizens of Israel, whether they're Christian, Muslim, Jew, Arab, whatever, they have equal rights. So in Israel, we have equal rights. The Palestinians want to have their own state. So if you want a solution, not giving them rights in Israel, giving them rights in their own country, which is what actually was done in Gaza. But maybe give them territory. The Arab world has good spaces. They can give them the Sinai. I don't know.
You're not telling the truth. You know that you're not telling the truth.
Which part was not true?
Palestinians belong to Palestine and Palestine.
Hold on a second, Sean, listen, I have very few rules in here, but one of the rules is when a lady mod is speaking, we let her speak. Yeah, Ninja.
Oh, I'll make this fast. Daniel, this is a very disingenuous conversation because they know that if they become the majority in Israel, it's no longer a Jewish country. And they just don't want Jews in the region. They just don't. Yeah. They're so
And
you guys.
I'm not sure they know, MJ.
No, they know.
I think it's always this entire cause is wrapped with free Palestine and equal rights, and it's all kind of sugar coated to sound like they don't. Yeah,
free answer.
Yeah, exactly. So many people just go along with it. They don't necessarily know the greater plan.
Hold on. Sean, mute up, please, because I'm tired of hearing your voice, to be honest. Let me say hello to Diablo. Diablo, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, JB? I got a quick thing I wanted to share with everybody in the room and on the stage. I've been trying to figure out for my life, what sense does it make if you don't have missiles coming in trying to kill your citizens to go and attack Iran? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And I'm gonna tell you why it don't make sense. I get the whole thing with we can't let them have nuclear weapons. I understand it. But you got other countries that support Iran in the shadows, like Russia, China. These countries, even North Korea just shocked the world by supporting Russia and sending their troops over there. You have these countries like North Korea that will happily sell Iran a dirty bomb, a nuclear bomb for the right price. So even if they do destroy the refineries and they can enrich uranium, they still have all this money. It's a country. If they purchase that stuff on the black market, they could get it over there to Israel, and then you have a catastrophe on your hands. It just doesn't make sense. You guys were at peace. I'm talking about Israel. They had a quick little scrimmage. It was over with. Then all of a sudden, Israel is like, what it appears to me is this. We have a kid on the block. He's smaller than everybody, but he has two older brothers that everybody's scared of. And I believe that Netanyahu, however you say his name, he's running with that. He knows America's going to be pulled into this conflict, and he could care less. I really believe he could care less about his own people. And I just land my plane up.
Thank you. Before anybody responds, thank you. Diablo, El Normo, you want to respond?
Yeah. What was the last thing that you wanted me to respond to, Jay?
Diablo, give it your quick, concise question again.
Diablo, give the question, please.
Okay, the question is this: How can the Israeli people put their trust in Netanyahu and feel he's out to protect them when everyone knows you can purchase this stuff on the black market? A country like North Korea for the right price, it's an old saying, an enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So if they know American soldiers are going to come over there and our military is about to get involved, why would North Korea not give Iran a nuclear weapon?
Let me ask you, there's a few different levels here. Let's start with the last one. If North Korea gives somebody else a nuclear weapon, they're in serious violation and they're going to get in huge trouble. This is why nuclear weapons don't pass among countries so easily. Number two,
The International Atomic Energy Commission on June 9th said that Iran is racing towards a nuclear bomb. They're escalating their enrichment of uranium. It's a serious concern, and they brought it to the UN Security Council, which is a special council that deals with threats to the world. Number 3, why do the Israeli people trust Netanyahu? I would say they trust Netanyahu more or less as much as people trust Trump, which is a little bit yes and a little bit no, and it depends on the day. So Netanyahu's done an incredible job in winning a war on 7 fronts. Hezbollah to the north, Yemen to the south, Syria to the east, Hamas to the southwest, Iraq they took out of the equation, if you'll notice already, and now they've had the greatest victory perhaps in military history over Iran. In 2 days, they own Iran's skies. They're taking out their weapon systems at will. The air defenses are completely gone. So although we knew that we would take some incoming, and we did, I think we're up to about 30 dead in Israel. It was a calculation that he made in order to remove the head of the octopus who's been attacking both the United States and Israel. That is to say, the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide regime. How's that for an answer?
Can I add to it? Like why I trust Netanyahu as an Israeli?
The gentleman who asked me the question, I forget your name already. I'm not looking at my phone. You satisfied with it? Are you satisfied with it, Diablo?
Yeah, I'm cool.
All right. Do you have any questions based on what I said?
Can I add to it for a second?
I want to hear if he has any questions so far before we get too deep. Diablo, do you have any questions, criticisms, comments?
No, I'm good. You can let Daniel go ahead.
All right.
So a few points. First of all, there are 3 objectives to the war. The nuclear program is one of them. There's the ballistic missiles program. There's another one. And I don't know if you saw, they can cause a damage, and they were sending like barrages of like 50 or 100. But if they throw 1,000, they will overwhelm our defense system, and that will create like havoc. And they actually said that they want to do it and kind of wipe Israel off the map. And the third one is that the Quds force is basically the force that is creating all those Houthis and Hezbollah and all those proxies that we have around us to attack us. Now, Netanyahu doesn't make those decisions alone. He's making it with the Mossad and the IDF. Both of them are like the people's organization. They are by the people, for the people. None of them is like, would do something against Israel because of Netanyahu. It's not an autocracy, it's not a dictatorship. It doesn't work like this. It's people that are very professional, and we trust them. We have full trust in them, in the entire professional army that we have, the professional Mossad and the amazing intelligence that we have, and we trust them. Not just Netanyahu. Netanyahu is at the end the one that needs to make the decision. But he cannot just say, I say there's like an atomic bomb ready and let's go. No, it doesn't work like this. It goes the other way around. They give him the information. He just needs to say, I'm doing it on my watch.
Daniel, I just want to add, what is really Gaza Palestinian? Are they people? Who are these people from the point of Sunni Islamic nation, from the Shia Islamic nation, right? So actually for them, these people are just weapon, nothing more, weapon. The question is today, Jordan King is in European Union fighting again for 2-state solution. The question is why? Because first, the Hamas is one of the tentacle of IRGC, right? And Iran is pretty much close to be potentially replaced, right? So the Sunni Arabic nation, they are celebrating inside now. Finally, we are getting a Shiite nation out. The moment the Shiite nation came to Iran in 1979, immediately the Sunni Arab nation get nervous. Oh my God, finally a Shiite nation coming again.
right? They fought them back in 1500 to 1700, but now 1979 they are back again. So because of that, the Sunni nation through Iraq in 1980 to 1988 started Iran-Iraq war. It's all about Sunni Shia. The question people here have to ask, what is next to use Palestine as a weapon from the Sunni perspective, because Shia is gone? What would Sunni want out of Palestine? One thing, to make sure Jewish nation never take over the complete the mountain. What is it? The temple. The Jewish people want to build the third temple, and the question is, if Shia Iran is gone, what is the bargaining power to control Israel so that Islam mosque is remain in that place and to prevent the Jewish build the third temple? Because it's all about religion. Okay, I will go further later and let people think of. Nobody care about those people in Gaza. They are just weapon, period.
Body. So the mind and body affects them. So what you eat affects your mind, and vice versa. That's why you got to eat properly.
So I'm saying, so what, from your knowledge, because I'm making this room not from a perspective of I know it all or I have the answers. I'm making this room from a perspective of let's share with each other and grow together.
Uh-huh. So there's a science called Ayurvedic. It's a science of eating properly. English Kush. But if you're talking about healing your person naturally, you can practice Qigong.
Isn't all that pseudoscience? The Chinese, they kind of small, right? You don't want to look like Chinese.
But hold on, Midas. Let me ask the question. What foods? That's what my question. Foods. Like, you go into Ayurveda and all.
So I eat a diet. That would depend on where you live. I eat a vegan diet, so I don't eat meats. All right. I haven't been sick at all. Last time my person was sick when we came back.
Saying what you don't eat. What do you eat is what I'm saying.
It's a vegan diet. Whatever's vegan. I don't mess with cheese.
Cigarettes are vegan.
Huh? So I'm explaining to you, I don't mess with cheese. I don't drink.
What do you mess with? I'm not talking about what you don't mess with. Listen.
I'm answering your question, sir.
Oh my God. Why is everything so complicated on this app?
Because you're looking for a specific answer, and I already answered it.
Well, by going vegan, you're lowering your sperm count by 20 million per millimeter. Do you know that?
That's my sperm count. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Hold on. First of all, let me address and say peace to the divine feminine. All of y'all in the room, I appreciate y'all being here. Bea, Yoshi, Nicola, and then also peace to the divine masculine and peace to my brothers. Appreciate y'all being here. I know we usually don't. The rooms is about, masculine, feminine, politicians, stuff like that. I'm only gonna do in this room, and I'm gonna do it more often because I care about our health. So many of us got diabetes. In Texas, they just found out so many people got HIV. You know what I'm saying? So many of us are dying. Heart disease is the number one disease because we eat greasy foods on a regular. So it's necessary for us to take some time out to talk about health every once in a while. We got all the other rooms, but it's necessary. So that's why I created the room. And I appreciate y'all being here.
So why do you believe that HIV is real? Sorry, go ahead, sis.
Ooh, brother went right on into what's the Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak and say whatever you need to say, and then I can rebuttal and say my comments afterward.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I was just asking, why does he think HIV is real? If the inventor of the HIV test said it's fake, then why do we still believe this crap today?
Okay, I've never heard of that. Can you show who's saying that?
Sherry Mullis, the guy who invented the PCR test, and it's used for almost all of testing.
Any information with that?
Yeah, well, you could just search his name. He had a lawsuit against Fauci. So you can see he actually had 3 or 4 videos.
So HIV is not real.
All that stuff was man-made. It was man-made. It was a man-made virus, and including AIDS as well.
HIV it's not fake though. It's definitely real.
Well, it's real according to what they've created, right? They created it. When you think about, and I'm sorry if, I just wanted to speak on the context. It's of course, none of this stuff was ever real, right? Just the same thing as people were saying, for example, oh, COVID is not real. You ain't gonna die if you go out here because that shit is man-made. It's man-made, but the shit was created in a laboratory, excuse my language. It was created in a laboratory and it became what it was. Now it became something because it was something that they created, so it's like, it's still able to, people, it's killing people off. It's all for manipulation. I mean, not manipulation, population control. These things that they create, the viruses, the diseases and everything that they are created, and best believe anything that they create, they have an antidote for, right? If they created AIDS in a lab, they have something to heal and cure AIDS. But we also know that the natural fruits and resources that the Most High has put on this earth for us cures anything that they have also created. But they do not want you to have those resources of holistic tools to be able to do so and have education on natural remedies, right? This is why the FDA, all these things are approved within the FDA. FDA does not mean that it's actually a liable source, that it's just approved by the government that says it's okay for them to give it to you, but it doesn't mean that it's the liable source to heal you, because a lot of that stuff is also still GMO. And then they have a law, I'm not exactly sure it's particular to what law it is, but they have laws now that you can claim anything to be organic as long as like 1% or 2 or 3% is inside of a food. So you mean to tell me if I put inside the foods a natural peach or a natural orange, natural citrus flavor that was actually from a fruit and vegetable, and everything else was toxicity inside the food, I can still claim it to be organic according to the for the FDA, because that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, okay, does it have holistic organic food inside of this? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we got to be careful also about the things and the resources and where we get these resources from, because a lot of these groceries claim to be organic, but it's a total difference from going to Whole Foods and Sprouts and actually going to a farmer's market. So what I want people to understand is, yes, all this stuff is real because it was created by them. It becomes real because now when these things enter into our bodies and this stuff gets into our systems and it gets punctured through a pin, or it gets punctured through a shot, this stuff isn't injected into your bodies and it causes you to react, your body to react. It also goes and correlates with the DNA. They do everything based upon the DNA. And I was talking to Bea earlier when we were having a discussion on the phone. I was talking about her eating for her blood type. People are not taught this. I know this because of Asiatic blood, because my mother's father is Japanese. They eat for their blood type. This is why they live longer, because they eat according to what their blood is taking to. And every individual person, I hear so many people say, oh, I'm vegan, and, I'm a fruitarian, I'm a breatharian, and I'm a pescatarian. And, we got so many different types of different diets, but no one is really educated to understand and know their blood type. That's something that they really don't want people to know, and they hide from you in hospitals. They don't want people eating for their blood types.
Because blood type is not scientifically backed. It's a theory that was created by a man who believes that it's necessary for you to eat for your blood type. The person who created the book, right? Eat for your blood type. I read his book, did a knowledge to it, and came to the consensus of what the truth was. There's a whole science behind it, and he talks about different regions and how different regions have a certain amount of antigens inside of their blood. That's what makes the difference between A type, O type, negative, and whatnot. But you can change your blood type, and it takes time to do it, more than 4 or 5 years, because you got to remove the proliferation of antigens inside your blood. But when we look it up on a scientific level, it doesn't fit from my research.
Well, even DNA doesn't fit. And according to the link, I'll put inside the chat. Terry Mullis, he invented the test for HIV. And he said it's purely theoretical. He said they're doing fraud. So if we think about getting rid of HIV, get rid of the condom. If you look at the side effects of the condom, it's the same exact side effects of quote unquote HIV infection. So we're looking at a kind of a fraud. Even germ theory. If you look at germ theory is based on Koch's postulates, and that's started by taking the cow pustule or pus and putting it or injecting it into the brain of a frog. Now this will eventually kill the frog, but they said that they protected the frog from smallpox by using this method. It's total bunk. So this is what we have facing us. We have a whole bunch of frauds.
No, let's address it. Like, let's unpack. I'm here to have a conversation and unpack things instead of just you just jump to the pox and frogs and stuff. Let's unpack the article first, you know what I'm saying? Because the beginning of the article talks about hypothesis and questioning, but it doesn't serve as a credible source. That's what from what I'm reading. You know, I'm almost done with the article. I'm reading it right now.
Right, but what did Terry Mullis say? Don't worry about the credibility of the PubMed and all their other research, because if they're making money off of this, they're incentivized. They're going to put out false information in order to kind of support their stance. But the hypothesis is truly the HIV itself. What will kill people is the AZT. If you think about it, Eazy-E died in a week from overprescription of AZT, and then they lowered the medication. But Magic Johnson is still alive today, and he's smiling. When he got HIV, he was smiling like a Cheshire cat because he knew he was in the money.
And these things were both injected into Eazy-E. This is factual. Eazy-E, I believe that there was someone from their label had admitted that he was injected with HIV. Because when we go into just so we want to go into science and men sleeping with multiple women, right? We know that DNA is entered every time a man sleeps with a woman. DNA is left inside of the woman's body, right? And we think about that. But when that happens, right, and men and women sleep with multiple men, they receive the DNA from that man, but that is not what happens to a man, right? When he sleeps with multiple women, he doesn't receive the DNA, so he doesn't contract that within his DNA. It's naturally, just as well as we were talking about polygyny, right? It's naturally for a man to be sleeping with multiple women. Their body was to produce. Their body was to be fruitful. But then when we look at a woman, that stuff is totally not. And I know this is off rail, but it's still on the topic because it coexists with everything we're discussing. But when women do that, that's not the same case, right? Men don't have women's DNA imparted into them when they sleep with them. So him contracting that, those men contracting that's something that was injected into them, that was given to them. And it could have been them not fulfilling the agenda what the puppet master wanted them to do. So, Magic Johnson got that money and he was able to get his blood flushed out and cleansed and detoxed, and, he was able to get cured. Eazy-E went to the hospital and he didn't go seek natural resources, and he didn't have the funding and the money to do those things. But that stuff was given to them. Even though we say it's not real, it's created in a lab. And all this stuff is for population control. Everything that was created was for population control.
Word, I can see that.
Well, the control is really to scare you from having sex, right? So if you have DNA, if you're working with a DNA model, you're dealing with Crick and Watson. So I put a link in the chat showing the Jewish mother, the occult mother,
and created a concept that they're working for DNA. Now, the same thing about DNA is the same thing that goes for germ theory. It's used as a PCR test. It's the same test invented by Kerry Mullis. It's purely theoretical. So you can't say somebody got HIV or DNA within them due to the PCR test. That's what they use, and that's what they're doing. So if you're dealing with a fraud like this, and Eazy-E, go back to the Eazy-E story. They said he had bronchitis. When he went in there, they kept him for a little while longer. They said, "Oh, you have HIV. We have this new test for you, and we found out that you have HIV. Take this overprescribed version of AZT." Now, AZT is like remdesivir. It's like dexamethasone. It's like
wait. It's not right there. It's not right there. They said he has HIV. Did they confirm that he had HIV?
With the PCR test, which is fraud.
Is there any other way that you can confirm that a person has HIV?
Not as far as I know. I mean, it's not real.
So it's not as far as you know. So if somebody is not producing, or if somebody's lymphocytes, basophils, eosinophils, monocytes are down and not active, which is what we know as your immune system, and they have a low count, does that mean, because we're talking about HIV, right? Human immune virus. Your immune system is crippled. So does that mean that they potentially have a virus that's attacking them? Or how do you see that?
Nah, just basic fraud. So if I tell you you're sick,
how is it? Don't just say it's basic fraud. How is it fraud? I'm not talking about no test. I'm talking about the immune system.
Right. I mean, your immune system is not real, right? Because sickness isn't real, and you can't catch a sickness from somebody else because germ.
I didn't say you. Hold on, you jumping, bro. I didn't say you can catch a sickness from somebody else. I'm asking you a question about the immune system. You saying that you can't have a weak immune system?
No.
And you said the immune system is not real. How is the immune system not real?
What we're point to probably is your red, white blood cells or something like that. But as far as
I'm not talking about red blood cells. You're talking about.
You didn't cut nobody else off, man. See, whenever I start going into these conversations, I realize a lot of people are controlled, and they didn't want to control.
I'm not controlled. I'm just saying you going on. You like you inserting things. Hold on. What I'm telling you is, brother, you inserting things that are not in attunement to the question that I'm asking.
They're quite in tune, but if you allow me to finish my sentence, I'll show you how in tune they are. So within the basic fraud, right, of HIV, they kill you with the medication. This is why I was saying it first. The same way they gave you over prescriptions of AZT, and they gave it to Eazy-E when he had bronchitis. That was his original diagnosis. It's the same way they gave people remdesivir, midazolam, and dexamethasone. 3 end-of-life drugs for COVID, and they cause renal failure. So I just let it there.
So what about the people who didn't take prescription pills at all and they got HIV?
How did they know they got HIV?
Because they went to the doctor and they looked at the blood panel and they looked at the full spectrum panel and they seen that those white blood cells that I just named, lymphocytes, basophils, monocytes, eosinophils, are low.
And they got that from the PCR test, which is fraud. So if they're using the PCR,
hold on, wait. Bro. Chill. You said they got that from the hold on.
You try to land the sentence and then you said chill.
No, because I'm telling you, you did it again. You jumped to something else. I said that they got a full spectrum panel done, and they seen that certain white blood cells, again, lymphocytes, such and such and such, all of those were down, and you just automatically said because they got the PCR test, which is fraud. They didn't take any PCR tests. That's what I'm telling you. That is not even in the, hold on, let me finish. You talking about, you cut me wrong, let me finish. That is not even in the equation whatsoever. Throw that out the window. They didn't take any PCR tests.
No, you can't do that. Because the PCR test is what gives you the spectrum. That gives you the blood analysis. You can use the PCR test to figure out if you got HIV. So how can you take that out of the equation? Go ahead.
Okay, bro. Because you what you're about is a polymerase chain reaction test. I'm not talking about that, bro. So it's not the same thing. You're talking about a chain reaction test. I'm talking about a full panel blood work. That's not the same thing. You're talking about COVID and SARS and stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about white blood cells. So why do you keep going to PCR tests, bro?
Because you're using the PCR test, you don't recognize it. So I'm telling you the actual instrument they're using, and you don't recognize the name of the instrument that you're saying you're ascribing to, which is weird. Because if you're talking about a full spectrum, a full blood analysis, all this stuff, you're going to the polymerase chain reaction test. And the chain reaction test, polymerase chain reaction test, is why Fauci was getting sued. Because Kerry Muller stated that he was making it up and fabricating it for 20 years. He tried to find an isolated HIV virus, and then nobody had it.
Okay, well, let me enlighten you, all right? PCR test is not the same as a blood test, brother. There's two main key differences. PCR test detects genetic material from a pathogen, and a blood test measures what's in your blood, including your immune response and your organ function. Those two are not the same. So why are you saying that they're the same? And I don't know what I'm talking about.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. So I'm gonna put another link, and this is when we actually go to the research, right? I'll put the chat where it says they're using the Western blot polymerase chain reaction test to confirm HIV infection. So this is the standardized test that they use for all HIV testing. And you're trying to point to something else. Why?
All right, bro. All right. I see why this is hard here, bro.
I mean, I got the PubMed to back me, bro. I don't know why. It's weird. Whenever you start uncovering the fraud within our society as far as these pharmaceutical companies and the fact that they're poisoning you out there, people get a problem. But midazolam, dexamethasone, and remdesivir, the same exact thing that AZT that was overprescribed, was at a higher dosage, did to Easy E back in the 1980s or 90s or whatever it was, right? And we're still arguing about whether or not HIV is real, though. Have you seen the symptoms to HIV? It's the same symptoms as wearing a condom.
So I'll tell you what HIV is, brother, so you can get an understanding. Because it has nothing to do with just prescription pills and drugs. It has to do with overproliferation of slime, pus, foreign matter, mucus. That's what it is, brother. So you got three main parts of your body which defend your body, right? Protect your red blood cells, protect foreign invaders from getting into your bloodstream and invading your cells. You have your blood, which is one. You have the integumentary system, your skin, which is two. And you have your lymphatic system, which is three. So when all of these are compromised, because if you just got inflammation inside your head or inflammation inside your knees, that's just inflammation, right? Foreign matter in one part of your body. But when you got foreign matter in three parts of your body, then it's immune deficiency. It's an immune virus because now your immune system has become compromised. It has nothing to do with drugs, bro. It has to do with constitutional constipation. Now, if you're taking drugs, those drugs can cause the constitutional constipation, but it's not just drugs. But sharing links, and we're not going to sit down and read these links and go through the links together, then we can just share them and hold on to them for later, you know what I'm saying? But in order for us to verify what you're saying is actually correct, we have to verify, read the information, read the material.
So according to the link, I mean, you can check it and search it, bro. They have PCR tests, polymerase all throughout it for the testing of HIV. So they may have another test which can test for HIV as well, but it's the standard, right? This is the mainstream standard. This is why they sit telling all of our black people that they got HIV. and therefore they got to take these drugs that cause an arm and a leg. Now, if we recognize it, nobody knows they have HIV until they go for the HIV test. It's something that's supposed to be totally innocuous. You can live with it for years, and then you go for the test, and boom, they tell you we have it. Does this sound right to you? What part of this does not sound like fraud to you?
Anybody else want to add on? What's up, Jamil? Peace, Shu. Peace to Queen. And peace, Congress, John.
Well, God bless you, brother, but I hope you do some real research and study into the germ theory, the immunocompromisation that you're talking about, the immune system. It's all fraud. It's all fraud. It starts with germ theory. You have to go to the root of the science to understand what the science means. Even when we're talking about DNA, you have to go to the root of DNA to find us in the construct. It's a theory. So God bless you, bro, but do your research. Amen.
Oh, I've done my research, bro. I've got clients who had HIV and they don't have them anymore. I got a client right now who got cancer, and I'm working with her. Like, this is my lifestyle. I do this, brother. So, or you can say do research all you want. So you got any results? Y'all ain't kick him out, did y'all? Let me do my research then. I got a lot more to learn, I guess.
Sorry, brother. I was eating a fortune cookie. I had to come back to the app.
It's all good. Shu, what's up? This man drop a whole bunch of links and then leave. I'm saving these links and I'm gonna read them.
And speaking of, like helping people get cured, I'm an herbalist as well. So I'm not sure if you knew that or not. Bea didn't know that until this morning. She was this AM. I don't really say morning, but yeah, this AM. She was like, I did not know that. I'm like, outside, I tap into a lot of stuff, sis. But I just believe there's an herb for everything to heal you. And I had stage 4 cancer. 2015, I had stage 4 cancer. Yeah, and just by me eating properly and actually doing the work, the internal work, I was able to heal myself and cure myself. You know what I'm saying? From everything internally and then outwardly. And that was something that I refused to hear, that, if you don't if you don't take care of this, you're going to need chemotherapy. Like, my mother's sister just passed away from stage 3 cancer. It came back, and then they didn't treat it properly. She got an infection from chemotherapy, actually. And there was nothing else that they could do because it was taking over her body. And I was telling her not to take the chemotherapy. It was brain cancer, but there was a bunch of she had a tumor, but there's herbs to even minimize tumors. You know what I'm saying? It's different things that are growing in different areas that you know what to use, and I gotta be very mindful because you got replays on, and I don't want nobody trying to kill me because, I'm holistic, and if I go around telling people, oh yeah, I'm a holistic doctor, shit, y'all might not see my ass no more. They might get me. But yeah, it's things that they just don't want us to know. Even particularly going into like the hospitals and having birth and giving birth, how to take care of your health and the benefits of placenta, alone, the sac and the nutrients of having the health for that baby's first couple of years, stage of life, of even having the nutrients in the sac, and why they don't need shots and why they don't need to have immunization shots and things like that, and what the benefits of everything, doing things naturally does for you. It's just very beneficial to be aware and know and have knowledge. on these things, because they will tell you there's no cure. You know, the number one success when it comes to a career field is healthcare, is definitely the medical field, because we know as what that's helping to depopulize this earth. What they want to do, they have to keep things down. This is exactly why they are taught to not have as many children. Now they want to procreate and, you know, build families and things like that, but these people weren't doing that type of stuff. And when I say these people, I'm talking about people outside of indigenous people, speaking of those that are not, you know, those are from strange lands. They are now procreating with our own because of what? They want to preserve their race, but they weren't doing that type of stuff before. Now that they know that they're dying out, now everything is all about health and eating better and living better and trying to prolong their life. So when you know better, you do better, and it starts within your health, you know, and it could just be as simple as, you know what, I'm not going to push myself and force myself today. I know I'm still eating chicken. I know I'm still eating dairy. I know I'm still eating these things, but you know what? Let me push myself today and let me go ahead and eat an apple. Let me go ahead and get some water fruit and get some dragon fruit and some honeydew melon and some cucumbers or whatever it may be to add to yourself. You don't have to cut off everything cold turkey, but just you taking that extra step of walk of life to say, hey, I'm going to make a transition to start today. I don't have everything ready, but at the end of the day, I know that I'm pushing myself to do the best that I can for today, and being real with yourself as well, right? You know, if I cut things off cold turkey, I might not be able to do so much so fast. I mean, it's as simple as making a decision and walking with it, but sometimes it's not so easy for everyone, right? So we can't recommend and say, oh, I did it, so you can do it, you know? Like, take your time. Nicole Bay, I'm not sure your daily diets, but I would definitely recommend people take the time to learn their blood type and then eat for that, you know, and start buying food and prepping meals to do so. And like I said,
recommend blood type.
No, why is that, Cosmo?
I just told you, it's not scientifically verified. It's something that man-made.
So you don't, and I know earlier, right? You did state that you can change your blood type.
I'm not coming there with you saying. I'm just
no. I'm listening. You did say, right, brother? You said that.
Dark skin. You remember dark skin Yoshi?
Our brother. Yes, I just pinged him in here.
Oh, okay.
He was just moderating our room last night. That's big bro. Come on now.
Hey,
Talk about you remember him. That's big bro. Jermaine is big bro.
Dark skin.
I cannot.
No. I got a question.
What's good, my people?
Do you think we should eat for our blood type?
I heard it's a fallacy, so I couldn't say yes or no because I don't know the science about it. But from what I heard, it's a myth.
Wow. Okay. Because I was just saying that. I was just telling Cosmo to eat for his blood type. And let me tell you all why, right? Because I had an experience. So my mother had an ulcer, and she had an ulcer from eating a lot of spicy foods. This was in the 90s. This was like 1996. This is around the Olympics, and we lived in Atlanta, Georgia then. And my mom got very, 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 very sick. I was like 11 or 12 at the time. Please don't do the math. However, my mom got very sick, and she was literally damn near dying. And so the doctors kept saying, well, we're just going to let the lady die or whatever. There was this Asian doctor that came in that did the work to actually get the ulcer from my mom, and then they they cut my mom open. And then this Asian doctor, he's like, I don't really believe in people being cut open. Now, that's something Dr. Sebi says, right? I've heard Dr. Sebi say, if God wanted us to be cut open, you know, if the Most High wanted us open, then we would have a zipper on the side. So, yeah, so I was thinking that, but this man is an Asian man. So he's talking to my mom, and they'd run tests and stuff like that, and they found out that there was like hamburger meat stuck in my mom's intestines. It never was like processed or like digested right into her system. So, and they kept saying, why was this? And she said, I haven't had hamburger meat in months. So it was in there for months, but it was stuck into her digestive system. Hamburger meat, like stuff you mean, you know, like it's just, I was like, what? This is crazy. And so, and I remember, and I was young, but I remember everything being said. I remember everything. It was a very detrimental state in my life at that time, right? I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like in my mind as an 11-year-old, you think you about to lose your mother. I thought my mom was about to die. And this lady at the time, you know, we were Christian and stuff. And my mom, I grew up in church. So this lady at our church was taking care of me and my sisters. My dad was working a lot, but this lady was taking care of us. And I just remember sitting in that building in the hospital, and this doctor was saying to another doctor, the Asian doctor was talking to another doctor, and he said, everything that you prescribed her is not right. He said, I do this job because this is what I do. I care about the people. And my mom is part Asian, for those that don't know. My mom is half Japanese, so I'm 25%. My mom's father's full Japanese. So he had like a certain, just like how Mexicans and, you know, they take care of their Mexicans and Hispanics, like love their people, and they like for their people. He's seen that my mom was part Asian, is like that. I have to save her life because she's one of mine, like that. And he was like, he said, I want you to do all the tests. He ran some tests and things like that, like how Kapata be doing. He ran some tests, and then he said her blood type is AB. Oh, no. He said her blood, I'm AB. I'm AB positive, but my mom is A positive, right? So he's like her blood type is A positive. And so he said she's not even supposed to be eating meat. She's only supposed to, her body, her system does not digest meat. But according to her blood type, that's why that happened to her. And he said a lot of people don't know this, but this is why we live longer than a lot of people. We eat for our blood type. And so he said, according to her blood type, she's not even supposed to be eating meat. And so all based off of all the stuff that has happened, my mom, whether you say it's not real or not, right? My mom gets like these reactions of hives and all kinds of things when she eats meat. It's happened to her over years, but she really didn't know why it was happening to her. And we never really did the research like that until later on. But then when, like sometimes she do be craving chicken, and she might eat some chicken and she gets sick. So she's not supposed to eat meat at all. According to A positive blood type people, they can't digest meat. It's something that has to do with their blood type. And that's just like study according to what I've seen, her experience and what she's been through. When she does not eat meat, she's perfectly fine. She's running on energy. She has lots of energy. Vegetables and fruits is really the only thing that they say is the best thing for her to eat. And then, like I said, whenever she doesn't have any meat, she's fine. She's fully functioning. She eats meat. She knows that's not what she's supposed to eat, but at the same time, when she does it, she gets these hives and reactions. Like it still happens till this day. But she knows that she's had that experience close to death, and she's like, I won't, you know, every now and then she said, I'll eat chicken or something like that if I crave it, but I know I'm not supposed to eat meat. She'll get like an allergic reaction to her body breaking out.
That's the thing, right? I've heard stories like that in the past, right? So I can't disagree or agree from a scientific standpoint because I don't know, right? I just know what I heard as far as what Dr. Sapin said and what Victor Bowman said and shit like that, but I don't know. And then some people actually attest to it. They ascribe to that whole blood type thing. That's not the first time I've heard it to where it's actually helped people. So I'll have to do more research in order to say whether it's nay or yay. You know what I'm saying? But if it worked for your mother, then shit, it worked for your mom, and then but also I know that meat does take a long time to digest in anyone's body. So
Indeed.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I was gonna say it makes sense that she would have hives or
have an allergic reaction to meat because forget the blood type, right? Just that talk, but just who we are as human beings and what we're supposed to be eating. It's not meat. So you're going to have some type of reaction, you know, whether it's long term or if it's immediate at that particular point. But if she got meat embedded into the tissues of her colon, that's acid. You know what I'm saying? So removing the acid from her colon first, right? Because you said she was eating spicy foods. Okay.
Yes.
Then we gotta think to ourselves, okay, spicy foods, what do spicy foods do? Right? They irritate the lining of your stomach. So chemical reactions is going to happen if you eat certain spicy foods, but just meat in general is acidic and it's going to cause chemical reactions, right? Inflammatory responses. Now your body is trying to fight off or hurry up and get this stuff out, and it will push it through your skin. It will try to, may have diarrhea because it's trying to immediately get this thing out. But allergic reactions is due to acids in your stomach, and then you put acid into your body. So the acid that you have in your stomach, say the meat you was talking about, now mind you, I don't know her case, but oftentimes what we think is something that's the problem or what's causing the problem, there's always other surrounding contributing factors that we don't weigh in as opposed to that may be the main reason. So I can't speak to her, but I can say the person who came up with the theory of, blood type is the brother Peter Admato, and what he's saying makes sense, but at the same time, we circumnavigate the whole world. The original people, so to say that, I gotta eat, if I come from this region, I gotta eat this food, and I can't eat this food. So then what were the people who left that region and came to another region? Were they just still eating that food that was in that region, even though they traveled millions of miles away, or thousands of miles away to another part of the planet? So what was their food? What they gonna eat?
Peace, Cosmo. I heard you when you said before, but I was busy doing something, so I couldn't answer to you right then and there. I've been listening to the conversation. The conversation is very, very interesting, and it proves to my point. Sometimes I'll be in certain rooms, even in your room, I have to always ask this question. Do you know how the planet got seeded? Because what the sister was telling me about her mother and the different blood types that you have, the theory of Adam and Eve, just one male and one female, and everybody else coming from that one male and one female, that's out the window with the different type of blood types that you have. You know what I'm saying? And I've always asked that question. Nobody has yet understand what the answer is. And you know me because I'm New Wapi. And I got taught by Dr. Malachi York because he broke it all down. Why y'all think that he child molestate, which he never did? The Caucasian man want to take people like him off the street. So they will come after you and they will invent charges against you. But never mind, that's another subject. The point is that until we're able, as melanated people, unravel what that knowledge, that information that has been hidden for us, but is no longer hidden, you know what I'm saying, from us, we would never be able to truly dissect why, number one, shouldn't mix your seed. Every fruit is its own fruit. We shouldn't be trying to become mutts. We shouldn't be trying to become mutts. Let me repeat that again. Everybody is to their own line. You know what I'm saying? A Macintosh apple is a Macintosh apple. A granny apple is a granny apple. Black cherries black grapes are black grapes. They should always have seeds in them. When your fruits are becoming seedless, artificial intelligence, because that's exactly what you begin to assume. You know what I'm saying? And understand that upon individuals coming to this planet, some of the nature of those individuals were herbivores. And some of the nature of those individuals, other natures that came to the planet, were carnivores. And it's always been like that since the visitation of this planet Earth here. And I land.
So anybody when they're in the room talked to a doctor the other day, right? And she was telling me about how some drugs can help people. You know, some drugs are needed, you know. What y'all think?
I think, excuse me, I think they have lied to us, but they do that on purpose. When another race understands who you are, and you as melanated people or the original people of this planet Earth have lost your knowledge, and they don't want you to get to that point. They don't want you to get back to that point where you were, where you ruled over the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? And they will definitely lie to you, to the point they will make sure that they kidnap you, bring you over, then create a whole educational system, socially engineer you to become not who you are, because a lot of people think that they are who they are. No, you are what you become, what you accept. That's who you are. That's what you have become. You have become what you accept, you know, without really delving into the information that is actually being taught to you. You know what I'm saying? So you don't become your true nature. You become unnatural, in which you can go from natural to unnatural being. If a red globe grape, which is seeded, can be natural in the fact that it has seeds, then it can become unnatural without seeds, or watermelon without seeds, point blank. So there are things in which you can be socially engineered by certain information on this planet Earth that will cause you, you know, to be unlike who you're supposed to be. And you won't be able to evolute into the being, right, that is ready to go from caterpillar to butterfly. Because there's certain information that you lack. It's all about mind control.
Yeah, I feel you, but then again, you know, they make it very hard for certain individuals to have that discipline as far as mind control. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit is serious out here, brother. Like, there's so many things in the way, you know what I mean? So many obstacles that people just say, fuck it, they give up. And they just do the wrong thing every time.
And that's where that mind power come in at, right? That's where the willpower come in at. And you gotta actually fight mentally with your own thoughts first. And once you win the mental battle, you know you win the outside battle, right? You ain't gonna see yourself doing things that you don't want to do because you defeated the thought that was trying to live and steal your energy and manifest itself within you. It's a mental fight.
I know, Cosmo. I was just in a room. No, it wasn't in a room. I was on Facebook. I'm sorry. I wasn't even in a room. I was on Facebook. And they have this thing where it talks about type 2 diabetes. And they talk about it from a standpoint that all of the medicine that they have for type 2 diabetes, right? In which usually this society, when it comes down to the prison, when it comes down to the prison, right? In order to economically, in the name of capitalism, feed off of that, they got to have crime. So they want you to be a criminal. In essence, they ain't gonna tell you directly, but they need to cause criminality. You can cause criminality through poverty and so forth and so on. Moving on, I guess you got my message from that point. I was in the room and they were talking about type 2 diabetes and how all their examples when it came from, whatever, metformin and this, that, and other, they don't not that they don't diagnose black people. All the medicines were geared for white Caucasians, point blank. And then at the same time, they're still not trying to cure really anybody from type 2 diabetes. And that's how you know that the society is lying to you, because for the simple fact, when it comes down to their health system and dealing with medicines and so forth and so on, who they have? They have the Food and Drug Administration, Food and Drug Administration, and then they have that whole economic base, not only when it comes down to the prisons, but when it comes down to health. You know what I'm saying? And they need us to take certain drugs to hold on to certain sicknesses and so forth and so on. Whether it's HIV, diabetes, and high blood pressure, and all those kind of things. So it becomes deep. It becomes real deep.
So what would you recommend for somebody who is sick? Like, instead of just saying like a diet, or can you name like specific foods that they should eat? Not only as far as like the diet, as far as foods, and as far as medicine as well.
Well, I would take notes from you, because I would commend you, because you know a lot about different food source and medicines that people can take. You know what I'm saying? So I commend. I gotta make sure I hold your number, because I may have to get something from you in order to address a problem that I'm having now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in my 60s now, and so there's certain things that have now popped up in my life that I need to make sure I get taken care of. But bottom line is,
congratulations, man! 60 years old.
Yeah, I'm 60 plus, as a matter of fact.
Long way, my brother. Jermaine, Jermaine probably like 40 years old.
But bottom line, we have to be careful. I lost my thought now. But in regards to your question,
I was asking you, what did you recommend? You said you take.
Yeah. I recommend make sure you retrace the steps of Dr. Sebi, because what he was providing was definitely spot on the money. You know what I'm saying, and so forth and so on, in regards to dealing with us as melanated people. You know what I'm saying? It really becomes real important. You know what I'm saying? Where we stand at in regards to our health, in regards to melanated people, because we're different people. We're different people just because we have. They try to, by way of beauty, make you not know it and make you forget it, such as we don't naturally have straight hair. Our hair is nappy and very, very curly, and whatever the case may be. And there's a reason why that is. You know what I'm saying? It has a lot to do with our sun, which is why they can't take certain degrees or intense sunlight, so forth and so on. You know what I'm saying? To a certain degree. You know, they can't. Huh? I'm sorry.
No, you good. You good.
Yeah.
Because I agree.
Yeah, I don't get bothered if somebody just bother. You know, because to me, I look at it like a classroom. If you have a classroom, you know what I'm saying, there's going to be some student that's going to raise their hand because they don't understand a certain thing and might interrupt the process thought that the teacher is now bringing.
No. I wanted to go. I want that because you spoke on Dr. Sebi, and I think he was a big pillar throughout, you know, melanated, carbonated, black, whatever you want to name it, community, right? Our community, so-called black. He was a big pillar in a lot of things. So I want to ask y'all, how do y'all feel about, you know, what he brought forth? What was your thoughts? Did you try any of it? Did you try any of the herbs, or, you know, would you know? Do you think that some of his methods were not on point? Peace, Brittany. Brittany got some questions.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's up?
It's Cosmo class 101.
Oh no, I'm learning from y'all. Y'all the experts, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I want to know. Like, what do y'all think about, you know, what he was trying to bring? Like, what do y'all think he was trying to do? You know, and what do y'all think about, you know, the methods that he brought forth? Y'all want me to share my thoughts?
Peace, Brittany.
I think
Hey, I was just
I thought he was spot on. I have tried the certain medicines that he had, or certain, you know, dietary things that he was doing, and so forth and so on. And I think he's spot on, you know, with a lot of that, you know, of what he was trying to do.
And if y'all want to, y'all can always utilize the chat. If you don't want to speak, got anxiety, shy to speak, put it in the chat. I'll read it for you. If you got a pink ticket, you know, please follow the room. Follow whoever the speaker that you listen to. You feel like, you know, you resonate with their message. You want to hear more from them. Follow them. You know, tap in. You know, we're here to connect. We're here to imprint our energy on other people so we can help with the acceleration of the whole planet as a whole, right? Contribute to cohesion. So tap in, you know. You never know who you may come across. Somebody, you follow somebody and they got somebody else in their room who may just have the answers that you may need, you know. So please tap in. And feel free. This is a safe space, but we also ask questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. There's nothing wrong with challenging, because we want to get the best answers so we can utilize them and give them to our children, right? We don't do this just to speak and come on here just to speak. We do this so that way we can learn things, apply them to our culture, live them out on a day-to-day basis, and then when we have children, we can teach those to our children before these devils get to our children, because that's what they're doing. The devil's getting to our children. So if we teach our children first and teach our children the truth, the devil can't win because we got to them first. So for me, I always try to make things practical, things that I can utilize and give to my children, you know, in the future. I'm also reading. Go ahead, Dre.
No, my bad. I came off mic. Go ahead and finish what you said.
I was good. Go ahead. You want to add on? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, ask the question, did anybody hear the news of what the African president is doing? Abraham Church. I forgot how to say his last name. I know his first name is Abraham.
What's up?
President of Burkina Faso.
What are you doing?
So he's the first president ever to implement herbal medicines, traditional medicines, as to the healthcare system.
Why you American idiot niggas? I don't care. I'm going to Africa. Nigga.
Yeah, look it up. He, the first one ever. No other president has ever done that.
That's wow. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, Africa gonna come up, bro. Africa finna take off when it comes to health, because the only thing you gotta understand, so right, when we talk about plants, right, back in the day we used to get information. Today we get inflammation. The plants literally have active compounds in them, right, that help activate certain genes, right, like resveratrol, that's in grapes, that helps activate the 13 gene. 13 gene is what? When you got that 13 gene activated, what are you doing? You're causing yourself to have anti-aging effects. You're slowing down your death process. You're slowing down your aging. So even when you eat wild plants, you help activate the 13 gene as well. So them doing that, you're going to start to see in the future, if they really serious on that, you're going to start to see in the future that they're going to live longer because they're eating from nature. Go ahead, one back.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just like, I question if he was is he starting herbal medicine or traditional medicine? I think they're two different things somehow. And bush medicine, and I don't know what really bush medicine is, or traditional medicine. Like the traditional medicine is probably from one ethnic group to another based on region and what they have available to them. But I think it's traditional medicine that he is not bringing back, but he's adding as part of his initiative and focusing on traditional medicine as opposed to what the WHO tries to represent in other world medicine. But that's, for most of the people in Africa outside of the big cities, they still use that, right? That medicine. And one last thing I want to say is that African Americans, we get diseases. I'm doing ChatGPT, so look, I'm not a scholar, but I do trust some things that ChatGPT says. And one of the things that I investigated with ChatGPT is what diseases that African Americans have that does not almost not exist on the African continent. And she listed out a bunch of them, like lupus. And it's because of our admixture. Our admixture with Europeans, we're not compatible with them. We're incompatible with white people, and they mess up our genes, and as a result, we get certain diseases. I don't know that bush medicine or traditional medicine or herbal medicine will be able to mitigate that, but I think it's notable to mention.
So we get diseases because we're mixed with another race.
We're mixed with white people who don't have melanin, right? So they're susceptible to
First of all, slow down. What's melanin?
So when I talk to ChatGPT, I rule out phenomelanin because it's not a melanin to me. It doesn't function as a melanin at all. And the way I have taught ChatGPT to communicate with me is using melanin with a specialized form, which is called neuromelanin. Anything outside of that is not melanin at all, which is phenomelanin. So that's how we communicate, she and I. Because, phenomelanin doesn't have any properties, doesn't have any functions that melanin does, even on the surface level, on the skin surface, in the skin. So that being said, that's how she responds to me, if I answered your question.
Okay. Melanin is carbon constituent chains. So it's little, like, if you look at your elbow right now, right? Or if you look at your knuckles, right? Now some people got darker knuckles, or the elbows are more darker than the rest of the parts of their body. That's melanin concentrated. Everybody on this planet has melanin.
That's not true.
That's right.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact.
That is a fact.
Wait, okay, Cosmo, I gotta ask you now. I want to interject a little bit. Where, just like you told that brother, where's the proof that everybody has, melanin? Like, as far as like even like people that were Canaanites and stuff like that. Like, these are people that are Caucasian people. Where's this proven that everyone has melanin inside of them?
It's proven in life, right? You can go to science, you can go to biochemistry, right? Which is the chemistry of life. You can go to regular chemistry. What I'm saying is, when you look at the periodic table, which is elements make up almost everything in existence except for photons, which is light. On that periodic table, where is melanin? Because the periodic table is described in elements, and each element has a definite amount of electrons per atom that lights up that element to give it its spark. So if we look at the body, and the body is made of elements, not melanin, right? Because melanin is a word that was used to describe those neurons which activate, which makes us black. But it's not melanin, it's carbon. The more carbon, the more black is expressed. The less carbon, the less black is expressed. So you're telling me that white people don't have carbon? No, everybody that's living has carbon. Now they may have a lower percentage of carbon, 0.09 or something like that, but they do have it. So you may have more, right? But that doesn't mean that they don't have carbon. You may have more abilities. You may be able to, use the carbon, copper, and calcium to be able to absorb and photosynthesize the sun and whatnot, and help with certain neural connections in your brain, because like she said, outside of our brain we got neurons. But to say that they don't have carbon, which is melanin, that's not scientific.
And I don't know why you would reference science in this conversation about melanin, because they don't really study it, or they don't give out publicly the information that they do study about melanin. So they know very little.
I'm not talking about what they know. I'm talking about what I know.
No. Well,
that's why I reference science, because science is the method you could use to verify things.
So let me finish, because you cannot use science to validate it. You can't all the time. You can get some scant ideas about what they're trying to hide, but relying on science and using that as a bar for knowledge is asinine for Black people, because oftentimes scientists and the scientific community ignores melanin and ignores melanated people in their research studies. If it doesn't apply to white people, for example, most of the lab rats that they use in science are albinos, because they align more with albinos, and the chemistry in albinos is close to theirs, so they can glean some information about their own selves using animals who have either no melanin or very little melanin like they do. That's why you don't see a lot of brown and black, and they won't tell you that most mammals are black. They won't tell you a polar bear is black. I mean, like dark black. They won't.
So can I ask you a question? I got the gist of what you're saying. My apologies for cutting your wisdom. I want to ask a question. What is the basis of all life?
Okay, so let's do it like that, right? You have Rh negative blood types, and they are an anomaly. They are not compatible with the rest of the world. They're not compatible with. Let me just answer the question like the way I want to. They're not compatible with the rest of the world. They don't coalesce with not a damn thing on this planet. So if you talk about life, you're not necessarily talking about every person that's walking on 2 feet and breathing air. The fact that they have diseases mean they are in contrast to nature, not coalescing with nature. That is us. We coalesce with nature. They are opposite of that. The gravity here is too strong for them. The sunlight is too strong for them. The water is too strong. Everything about Earth is too strong for them.
But that wasn't my question. I'm not talking about white people. I asked you a question about what's the basis of life. You connected it to them.
I'm just trying to make the distinction. I don't know how to answer your question. I don't know what you're looking for in that answer. We're talking about scientists and how we glean information from scientists. I don't know how we got to that part.
Well, we got it right, and I appreciate this conversation where it's like we ain't fighting, but like we just sharing, because that's the beauty of exchanging information. When I was saying the basis of all life, so like if you was to go into a chemistry book and look at the structures, you know those like the little structures that look like an empty stop sign, and they got the line, and in chemistry, anybody know what I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Right. And let me
And do you know that book that's called Melanin, the Key to Greatness? Do you know that book is? Dr. Barnes, I forgot her first and something name, but Dr. Barnes, I think it was, who wrote the book. She's got all those graphs too. And science, mainstream science ignores all those connections she puts together in terms of melanin or carbon and how it relates to Black people. They ignore that. But there's Black scientists out there who do it. When I talk to ChatGPT, I ask them for speculative research, speculative science, because that's where our reality lies. It's not in mainstream science.
Okay.
I think I need to clarify what is meant by science then.
Hold on. Look, I want to show you this real quick. Check out my PTR. You see, I'm having it right now. Hold on 1 second. Patience. Oh, so now I change colors. All right, y'all see that?
What are we looking for?
Y'all see it?
See what?
My PTR.
Yeah.
What do you see? It want me to click it big or? Hello? Sorry.
I'm driving right now, so I can't look at the same time.
Did anybody else see it, or am I just talking to myself?
I see it.
Sorry, you see it?
What is those? Hydrogen?
So O is oxygen, H is hydrogen. This is it's just bonds, right? So now you see the rectangle, the what is it? I think it's like not a rectangle. I can't even remember the fucking shape that. But anyways, look, when you look at the shape. Now the shape and look at the other lines. Every corner that you see in this picture, put a C by it. Like just put a little C by the corner of it. That means carbon. So in chemistry, you know that they don't even put in chemistry, they don't even put the C at every corner of a chemical structure. And the reason why is because they already know that the base of all life is carbon. So they're not going to put a C at each, corner. The base of all life, everything that's living, plants, organisms, humans, everything that has life that can grow, a rock can't grow. It may have a chemical formula, but it doesn't have, it doesn't have to have carbon in it. If I take a oxide, a piece of iron, right, and it's pure iron. It's Fe. There's no carbon in there, right? It's just pure iron. Because it's not a living thing, but as far as life, it has to have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen in order for it to exist. Otherwise, it can't exist. So when she says there's no melanin inside of this individual, I'm like, okay, how's there's no melanin? Then that means if they don't have any melanin, they can't live. Because melanin is carbon.
Darcy, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
person who empowers my own right. First law of nature, preserve themselves. You know, I'm all for Black empowerment, but I'm also all for correct information. To say that white people don't have melanin is not correct.
I didn't say that white people don't have melanin. What I said was there are people who don't have melanin. I said there are people and animals who do not have melanin. Do not have melanin. They might not have the makeup. They might have something else that might be hidden. Because the idea is to make sure that.
That's what I'm asking you. You're saying that there's people that don't have melanin and how are they living?
So it's like you can't live.
You can't live without carbon.
So every living creature has carbon in it. I mean, no. Okay, all right. No.
Am I wrong or is it? Can you actually ChatGPT that question for me? Because I don't got it. Does every living organism have carbon? Can somebody do it for me? I could be wrong, you know? It's a learning lesson for me.
ChatGPT said most things don't live without carbon, but carbon is in and of itself is not melanin. It's a combination of things that makes it melanin. Do we understand that part?
Carbon in itself is not melanin.
Right. It's a combination of things, right? Like milk isn't chocolate milk just because it's milk. Because it's milk. It needs chocolate with it, right? To mix it up.
No.
Carbon by itself is not melanin, right? Do you agree with that?
Wait. Like you said, like milk. I said living organisms. So we're talking. So give an example of a living organism.
But I'm not. I just gave you an example. Chocolate milk.
That's not contradict.
But chocolate milk. But chocolate milk has more milk. Chocolate milk has more milk in it than it does chocolate. But you can't have just milk and call it chocolate. It's a combination of things. Melanin is not just carbon; it's a combination of things that makes it melanin. And so when you say
what I'm saying is, again, we're talking about chocolate milk. Is that a living organism? Because my statement was that all living organisms have carbon.
Okay, but the argument was whether all living things have melanin.
Right, that's what I just said. Living things. Is milk living?
We're bypassing each other. We're bypassing each other. Can someone else help? Yes, because we're bypassing each other.
I'm bypassing it. I'm not. Oh my God.
I just looked up on ChatGPT, Cosmo, and I asked a question. Let me repeat it. Does every living organism have carbon? Please explain. It says yes. Every living organism contains carbon. Here's why. Carbon is the foundation of life. That's what ChatGPT just said.
Is that what I said too? Or something similar?
Yeah, that's exactly what you just said.
Okay, cool. Anybody disagree?
I told you my ChatGPT.
I'm always open for dialogue, you know. So
most things with the emphasis on don't live without carbon. It's foundational of all known life on Earth. Most things. They're not ruling out some things, right? Most things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you what ChatGPT should talk.
Okay, you give us that's good. That's cool. Like I said, I'm always open for dialogue. Can you give us examples of living organisms that don't have carbon?
If I ask ChatGPT, carbon is not my focus. Melanin is, so I'm sorry.
So melanin, okay, ask ChatGPT this. Is melanin carbon?
I did ask it and it said no. It's a combination like milk and chocolate. It's a combination of things. Nitrogen, oxygen, something else. But it's not just carbon by itself. That's what I was trying to explain with the milk.
Because carbon bonds to everything in contact with.
And that's fine. But carbon is not synonymous with melanin. it's probably a major component. I won't disagree with you there, but it needs other things to become melanin.
Yeah, that's not true. Melanin is a biopolymer. It's a complex molecule made by the body from amino acids. Now, if you look at the chemical formula of amino acids, you're going to find carbon. You know, it plays roles in protection and radiation, absorption, nerve function, what y'all call spiritual energy, right? So, and tyrosine is the main amino acid that I'm talking about. If you look at the chemical, type in the chemical formula of tyrosine. You're going to get carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. The Chinese call it CHO, right? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Everything living has to have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. That's the chain of life. Now, I didn't add in nitrogen because nitrogen is in the air. But, so, I don't know. It's kind of far-fetched. I hear what you're saying, you know, but
I just think we're talking on we're just talking in two different lanes. So, here's probably where I would bridge the gap with you. Here's where I think I would bridge the gap with you. With that combination, because you just carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and that thing, there are quantities of each component, right? And I would think more melanated people have more carbon, which makes us darker, probably, right? And then those people who have less carbon and more of the other things can also sustain life, but don't have melanin. It doesn't equate to melanin. That's how I see it. The equation, messing around with the equation changes.
Before you move forward, we want to discover and understand what melanin is. Can somebody research, ask ChatGPT, Google, whatever, because I don't got ChatGPT. What is melanin? So we can break it down. Because I like dialogue and I like to unpack things. Right? What's up, Chef? And I ain't gonna my boy Chef.
What it do?
So anybody, huh?
I said, what's up with Chef? Go ahead.
I'm good, Brittany, but
So Brittany, you got ChatGPT?
No, I don't. I think I need to at this point.
No, you don't. Never mind. Just stay there. But Shia.
Can I point out something? Can I point out something about melanin?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so all living things, not living things, I'm talking about people.
Wait. Your mic is not clear.
Oh, is it not? Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, so I do want to point out what you may know, that all humans have melanin, because to go from fetus to embryo, like in the womb, right? To go that whole process requires melanin. Now, I'm not talking about our eyelashes, our eyebrows. All of that has melanin in it. So it's not necessarily determined by your skin color. Now, how much melanin remains in a person as they grow, after they are born, that's what varies. But melanin is part of the body's healing process. I just wanted to also say that. And I think what the sister was trying to say is that the presence of carbon alone, something can have carbon but not be alive or not be living. Or just like something can have, she was kind of discussing melanin, and you're discussing carbon makes you is the basis of life. I kind of was hearing two different things happening at the same time. And if you look at like activated charcoal, right? So this is carbon, but at the point of it becoming activated charcoal, it's not living anymore. But it is the molecular component to nourish life.
How is something that's dead going to nourish life?
Because it's the minerals.
Right, but it doesn't have any minerals. Minerals have a certain amount of electrons per atom that charges the minerals, which we use that light and we absorb it.
But there's a lot of things, because it's not just, activated charcoal. It is like, let me read what that is. It is the ash created when nutrients are burned down, like what's left over after a body is burned, what's left over after plant matter materials are burned down. It's that ash. When you have a campfire and it's concealed, it's that ash that's left over, right? So is it still alive? No, but it is the components of life, and it can actually nourish more life. It can nourish your whole rainforest. It can make your garden grow better. It can do a lot. So but in essence, it is a unalive living substance because it's the components of life. Now, you mentioned a rock not being alive, but life is also composed of frequency matter. Okay? So, having said that, that's how you have people that can communicate with spirit. That's how you can communicate with other people or that aren't present with you. So there's frequency, and so life also has to do with frequency. It's not. I don't think it's just measured by carbon.
So can I jump in there for a second? If I jump in there for a second, what she's explaining is called functional melanin, and functional melanin is uromelanin, and uromelanin is all throughout every organ in the body, including the skin. The skin is the largest organ in the body. And it's in every part of the body. Pheomelanin is not in every part of the body. It is just on the surface, and it does nothing that melanin or uromelanin does. The idea that pheomelanin is even included in the concept of melanin is an error. It's wrong. It's pseudoscience. But when we force it in, then we create this odd idea of what melanin is. Melanin is a functional thing in our bodies. So with that being said, this is what ChatGPT said. If you strip out pheomelanin, then not all people have melanin, at least not in the functional sense, which is eumelanin. At least not in the functional sense tied to eumelanin. Those with little or no eumelanin lack the protective, energetic, adaptive functions that real melanin provides. Real melanin. You have to think about, and this is me talking now, you have to think about melanin as not anything to do with pheomelanin. Pheomelanin distorts the definition.
I don't know, first of all,
I'm gonna land here. And makes it all inclusive, which blurs the line. Pheomelanin is something on top of the skin that creates some kind of, I don't know what it does, because it does not do anything that melanin does. Uromelanin, neuromelanin has no properties of uromelanin and neuromelanin. It's only there because they can't explain in a global sense what their skin is doing and what it's made up of. It's made up mostly of sulfur. That's not our chemical makeup. That's not the makeup of melanin. So if you do your research, you have to ask them to strip out that oddball to get to the real idea of melanin, and melanin is a function in our bodies.
So let me ask you this question. Do you think everything is made up of an element from Earth?
No, so the RH negative blood type is something that's rare, doesn't belong here.
No, I'm not talking about RH blood type. I'm asking you a question. Do you think everything is made up from an element of Earth?
No, I said no. I said no first.
No. Okay, so what is not made up of an element?
Then I followed up by saying RH negative blood types.
So what is it made of then?
I don't know. It's not of this Earth.
That means it's extraterrestrial.
Well, there's things that are derived from Earth, and then it becomes something else that is natural to Earth.
RH negative blood type doesn't have any roots on Earth, nor does RH positive coalesces with everything on Earth, including the sun. RH negative is in complete contrast to everything on Earth. Plus,
guess what I'm saying? Hold on, stop.
Plus, you can't breathe with it.
I'm saying stop. What I'm asking you is, RH blood type, it has a weight to it. It has a chemical weight to it. It's a thing. It's a substance. It's something that you can detect. It's something that you can measure. Otherwise, then we wouldn't be able to know of it. And so if it is a something or a thing, what is it made up of? Y'all keep going off of melanin, euromelanin, pheomelanin, this melanin. I'm asking you something totally different. I'm not talking about what type of melanin. I'm asking you first, let's describe what is melanin, what substance of this, right? If I got this bag from Whole Foods, right? It's a bag right here. It's made from paper. Paper comes from trees, right? It's an element. It comes, which is mostly some carbon, hydrogen, right? I got iron in my hand right now.
I feel like you're asking
a piece of iron steel. I'm speaking on it. Let me finish. This is iron right here. This is a piece of steel iron in my hand. This is made, it's an element that comes from Earth. So what is melanin made of?
So ChatGPT says it's not about, because I asked a question about how much carbon to define melanin, and she said it's not.
No. You moving on. I'm directing the room. I'm asking the question, right? Before we move on to anything else, what is melanin made up of? That's my question.
You should ChatGPT it because you're asking the same question.
I can answer your question.
When someone asks,
but come on, hold on.
It's
Let
not
brother go.
for you.
Go ahead, brother.
Melanin is made up of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and sometimes sulfur. So it's a carbon-based polymer, not just carbon alone. Its structures include atomic rings, which are carbon heavy. So if that can answer your question.
Okay, so now carbon, what I said earlier, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. So melanin is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen,
and nitrogen.
Nitrogen.
And sometimes sulfur.
And it's still not sulfur. Right? That's a lie.
How is it a lie?
Because they're just trying to, I just explained it, they're just trying to include pheomelanin into the equation, and they're
still melanin. How is it a lie?
Well, because it's not still just melanin. It's not melanin. Because it's not necessary. The lie is its function. Its function, that's the lie. The sulfur-based, what they call pheomelanin, does not have the same, it's like calling my ear an eyeball. My ear is not an eyeball. They do two very different things. Pheomelanin is something completely different. And pheomelanin is that thing that's on the skin that almost is translucent, that's made of mostly sulfur. It's not the same thing. That's comparing an eyeball and an ear. And when I came into the room, and when I came to Cosmo, when I came into the room, you said you were trying to guard your children from the lies. And that's what I'm all about, is pointing out the lies.
But you can't just...
And calling melanin is a lie.
I don't care about melanin. We talking about melanin. Okay.
Oh, what she's trying to say is that different types of melanin.
Hold on.
And you don't care about melanin. You don't care about that too.
Yo, chill. First of all, listen. Let me say something back here real quick. I don't know how y'all do it in other rooms, right? Moderators can speak, you know what I'm saying? But if everybody can speak. But if somebody's speaking, don't just cut them off, okay? Let them finish. AK, you was trying to say something. What were you saying, brother?
No, I was just going to say, like, although the function isn't the same, I wouldn't go so far to say that it isn't melanin. Because if the components is what makes it up, right? Maybe an added component may change the function of it, but that doesn't change the fact that its makeup is still one that makes up melanin.
It's not. The makeup is not. Phenomelanin doesn't have the makeup, doesn't have the properties, doesn't have to protect, that has no function that uromelanin does. Those are two very different things. Phenomelanin is only showing up on the surface of the skin in some people. Most people show uromelanin through and through from the skin from the rooter to the tutor. We have uromelanin. It's the exceptional phenomelanin that's the problematic stepchild. And it does nothing that a function that uromelanin does nothing.
Okay. What is
phenomelanin? And it's sulfur based.
Okay.
Melanin is carbon based, and phenomelanin is sulfur based.
So are you saying phenomelanin doesn't have carbon or hydrogen or nitrogen in it?
So it doesn't have its combination, whatever it is. I'm not trying to be a chemist. The combination doesn't equate the functions of uromelanin, which is
it's not neuromelanin. It's phenomelanin. It's a form. It's not neuro. So its functions are going to be different, but it's still a form of melanin because the compounds that make up melanin also make up phenomelanin.
The compounds, if it were the same, it would do similar things, right? It doesn't do similar things.
We're not asking about what it
does. Almost
not.
What? Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Pause. We're not asking what it does. Listen to the question, because sometimes you listen to the question and then you just go off to something else. I'm asking you, what is phenomelanin made up of? Just answer that.
I got the answer if you want, but
I'm not a chemist. Go ahead. And once I ruled out phenomelanin, I don't give two shits. So, melanin is so great. Why do I care about?
Okay, I'll tell you. Listen, phenomelanin is made of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Right? The carbon is the main structure, the backbone, like I said, the base of all life. The hydrogen is, and then the oxygen is the part of oxidation to bring life.
So I'll tell you what ChatGPT.
So the components are the same.
So I can tell you what ChatGPT said to me. It's saying
wait. Before you tell us what ChatGPT said, what was your prompt? What did you put in there?
Hold on, let me get to it. So if you can hear me, you can hear me. This was point 4, but I asked it because this, for me it's long-winded. What's the difference in carbon in melanated and non-melanated people? And she says the difference.
Wait. Because you're moving on again to another point. We're trying to figure out.
I might start here.
Can you do something for me? I'm gonna let you go. Can you type in what is phenomelanin made up of?
You just gave it an answer though.
Can someone else do that? Can someone else do that? Because I had a point I was trying to make.
This type of melanin because it's made from the amino acid cytosine, which is a sulfur atom in its structure. During the melanin synthesis called melaninogenesis, cytosine contains dope aquanine, a intermediate in melanin production.
leading to the formation of phenomelanin.
So phenomelanin produces melanin.
It's a form of melanin. Is in melanin, which is a yellowish to reddish pigment. That's what phenomelanin is.
And that's what I was kind of getting to, because I'm saying like the components that make up melanin, whether it's neuro, U, or pheno, the components will still have to be the same or very similar because it's considered melanin.
So
now the type of melanin will depend on maybe its function, maybe added, maybe a little bit more sulfur than carbon or whatever the other mixtures it is, but the components will still be the same. What's good, yo?
Yeah, that's what make them different.
Right.
Is the different components. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to with my ChatGPT answer. ChatGPT said that it's not about carbon quantity, but carbon utilization. All humans are carbon based. The difference lies in how carbon is structured and deployed, especially in melanin and your melanin. Highly melanated people use carbon to produce a more efficient multifunctional polymer, melanin. And so it maybe, I don't know. This is just. I'm not a chemist, but I would believe that carbon, based on this equation, activates other functions in carbon that would equate to melanin as opposed to phenomelanin.
What is the point that we're trying to get to?
She's saying that phenomelanin is not real. It's not actually melanin. That's one of the lies that they lied to us about. That's how it's
phenomelanin is it's melanin with a different type of structure.
It's
a form of melanin.
No, if it has a different structure, it's not melanin.
But wait, sister. What's up, Joshua? Sister, he just read that.
Don't care.
It is melanin, and he also read the chemical composition of phenomelanin, and it has carbon in it, and carbon is the predominant mineral that produces what we call black.
But I just said
so basically more carbon.
Hold on. So the premise of what we really was talking about is Caucasian people, because she was trying to say that white people don't have carbon or white people don't have melanin, when they do. They just have a lower percentage.
Yeah.
They don't have melanin.
Yes, they do, because they wouldn't exist.
You couldn't exist. Carbon is the base of all life.
That's not the point.
We just looked at. Hold on. Carbon is the base of all life, and we just unpacked everything.
But that's not the point.
That tells me that you're intellectually dishonest when it comes to research, when it comes to information, and you want to push your point and you want to live in a delusion instead of actual reality. I'm not throwing shade. I'm not trying to talk about you, nothing like that. But I'm just saying, based off what we sit here and unpacked it, and you still saying it's untrue. Well, what else do you want us to do?
I mean, I can't get you away from thinking. You have a mindset that I can't change. It's focused on carbon. And your equation of carbon being melanin is something I can't argue with you about because you don't want the argument. You don't want to hear nothing else except for that. What I said that ChatGPT said is that most living creatures are carbon based. Is how the carbon is used is what they make the distinction.
And that's why I asked you that question too. You said most living beings are carbon based, and I asked you what beings. You said most, so that's not 100%. So what beings aren't carbon based? Can you ask ChatGPT that?
But that's irrelevant because it's not the.
Let's do even better. I'm asking brother Hatab. I hope I pronounced it correct. If you correct me. How can you ask ChatGPT do white people have melanin so we can just prove?
Yeah, I asked already. They do. Undocumented. But it's what they refer to as melanin recessive.
And they
it's a form of melanin.
So it's not dominant. We know that. I said that.
Hold on. it's a form of melanin, but it's not a dominant form of melanin. This is why they have to mix with melanin dominant people so they can get more melanin and be able to live longer.
Yeah, that was
to have extended lives. And to genetic. Can I finish? Right. Who that is?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah,
he was just saying it was mentioned.
Yeah, they want to basically tie into the vine with melanin dominant people, and extend their genetics longer because they don't have enough melanin to be able to live, for a long period, and they're dying out because of that. They can't reproduce because of that. There's so many other factors that eliminate them out of existence because they are melanin recessive.
So let's get this straight. Because when I came in the room, it was a question about what is melanin. So can we all agree that melanin is a thing, first and foremost? Is everybody in agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That shouldn't be an argument.
Elements.
Okay. So
I am my bad.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just.
Oh, no, you good.
Peace, Ryan. Hey, Cosmo. Hey, Yoshi.
Yeah, I was so from that standpoint, if most living things have melanin, we know melanin is actually a thing. We now have to question what isn't melanin based. And if white people, quote unquote white people, are in there, then Shia would still have a point. But I don't think we've Googled that or ChatGPT that. So I think that would be the next question to ask to move the conversation forward.
Ask it again.
What in this world is not melanin based? Because we established that most things, like you said, Gotham, most doesn't equal all. So I would like to see what isn't, because if white people are not a part of that, then Shia would be correct in her statement.
And I just want to say to the topic that I agree with Cosmo and I agree with Chan. Is it Chan, sis? Am I saying it right?
It's Kia. Thank you, Kia.
I'm gonna put some in. I'm put some
Kia or Chia?
ChatGPT.
No, like the car, Kia.
Kia, okay, because I want to make sure I pronounce it right.
Thank you.
But I agree with both, right? I agree with both because the way, and Cosmo, I just want to say, you can't say directly, right? Even though she has her points that she's making and you have your points that you're making, you can't say intentionally she knows those facts because you brought them up and, she's intentionally doing that, like not willing to say knowing that she knows it's wrong because she still, from her perspective, still sees it from her side of view, right? So you can't say she intentionally is doing so because she still has to go and research that information. Even though you just feel that you can give statements and facts, she still has to do her research just as well as you do. And the way she sees it, even with the carbon and how you're seeing that, is still different, right? So y'all both still got to go do your research to actually maybe even. Yeah, and so from that point, what I'm saying, like I said, I agree where she's coming from, and I also agree where you're coming from, because you guys are still, you mean the same thing on the same topic, but it's still different aspects on how you both see it. Even so, to me, neither one of you are wrong. I don't agree, and I don't disagree. If that makes sense. I'm open to actually studying it.
When you say I gotta do my research, right? My primary field that I study is biochemistry. I have 3 different chemistry books up here, right? And all of them are saying the same thing. When you say that she has her different perspective, so from her perspective and her viewpoint, she's right, but from yours, you may be wrong, right? But cognitive dissonance is when you have one thought and you have another thought and you see the connection, and you see how they match and how it makes sense and it's logical, right? Sound right, and it's very cogent, but you choose not to connect it. That's what she's doing. So that's what I see.
That's not what I'm doing. Thank you very much. And I'm offended by that. I'm not trying to offend you, but you're certainly offending me. I take it very seriously.
Well, I'm not slandering you. I'm telling you what I'm experiencing. That's all. I'm telling my experience.
So I will tell you, trying to get my point across in this room was really difficult.
It's cool. I apologize. I'm not trying to come at you wrong or nothing like that. I'm just saying my experience, right? We all free to speak. But all I'm saying is, back to AK's question, right? And I sincerely am serious when I say I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. I'm not trying to come at you, right? But back to AK's question. I'm going to say what I think. I think inorganic matter and artificial synthetic things don't have melanin, don't have carbon, right? So, y'all want to chat GPT or research or...
Cosmo, can I ask you a question? It's one of the first questions I asked when I came on stage is, have you read Melanin, the Key to Black Greatness? Have you read that book? Because that PTR you have right now, that book is full of it. And she goes into depth about what she thinks melanin looks like, is written like, but the PTR that you have. I don't know that many Black, but I don't know. Melanin, the Key to Black Greatness. I keep forgetting her name, and I'm going into Alzheimer's, so sorry. But type in Melanin, the Key to Black Greatness. It was, I don't know how old you are, but I'm an older lady. I'm a much older lady. And that book was pretty popular when I was growing up. I don't know how it fares in 2025, but I think it was written in the 1970s. We had a lot of Black people who were concerned about this topic. As opposed to now, she's got tons and tons of those diagrams that show you what mainstream science doesn't show you about what melanin is, and how sensitive it is to a lot of the medications, which I thought was part of this topic.
Carol Barnes.
What's her first name?
Carol.
Yeah, that's her. She got a lot of those diagrams in there. And if you're into this kind of stuff, I would love you to digest that and bring us back your perspective.
For sure. I'm gonna buy the book right now. I'm gonna buy the book right now. That's how.
No, the last time
I am to learn and understand other people's perspective, right?
Hold on. The PDF is free. I don't think it's for sale. I don't think it's for sale anymore because the last time Amazon was selling it for $1 million.
You said $1 million?
Yeah, they were selling for $1 million on Amazon. So, but the PDF is free. So do a Key to Black Greatness PDF, and you can just download it for free.
And you can go to Z Library if you guys don't. I don't know if y'all know the little book hack, but I don't ever buy books unless I really want the physical copy of a book. I'll be trying to go on Z Library, and I go down and I download it as a PDF on there or an EPUB, so it can go into your Apple Books, and boom, there you go. It's free.
Okay, cool.
And then if you get the right Z Library link, go to the Wikipedia one and find it.
In the PD, can somebody throw the link to it for us?
Put the name in the chat.
Yeah. What, the Z Library thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, welcome. Let me reset. Welcome to the. We can pass another name. Again, guess we got a degree to disagree. I'm just saying, based off of chemistry, I understand your perspective, sister. It's cool. The intention of this room was to bring more awareness. We shouldn't shy away from talking about even chemistry, talking about health, learning, taking the opportunity to ask questions. Somebody on the stage can have an answer to your question, right? I'm not even talking about, it's not about being the best or the most versatile. It's about being able to be open to another perspective or to listen to somebody else. Sister, she said something about a book. I'm looking it up. I want to read it. You know what I'm saying? She gave me a gem. I'm going to take the gem. I ain't going to be too arrogant, right? you shouldn't either. Somebody's trying to give you a gem, because a closed mind does not grow. So again, the basis of this room is to bring forth more about health, because we talk about revolutionizing. A lot of the world is going through a massive awakening, and they're activating their brains and becoming, but no one's talking about health no more. We put that on the back burner. They giving us synthetic drugs and protoplastic poisons, which is shots, and people are continuously dying. In Texas, they said a certain amount of 200. A lot of people have AIDS. You know what I'm saying? Look it up. So I was like, you know what? We gotta bring this out more. So anything y'all can add, go ahead. I appreciate it. Chai, you should join the room too. I see you got the pink ticket. Kaya, I'm sorry.
It's Kia, and I would love to jump room if you quit punking me.
Oh, you want to play victim? I love playing victim. Okay. They lied to us about health. Let nature heal.
So I put the link in the chat. If that doesn't work, let me know, because there's lots of. Because again, Amazon's trying to kill. Well, I found one for $4.99 on Amazon, so they might be offering it at a reasonable price now. But there was a point that when they wouldn't. So the link is a free PDF if it's a true link. Check it out. But I would hope you read it, because it's really informative. It does go into the Negro this and the Negro that. I don't like that tone.
Now let me look at it.
Huh?
Now let me look at it.
Have you seen? Have you downloaded it yet? Is it downloading?
No, I clicked the link. It's not going. It's not going to anything.
Yeah. Okay, I'll check the link again, because I don't need to download it again. I already downloaded it. I don't want to start.
The link and it didn't. It took me to a blank page.
It said site can't be reached.
Okay, we tried to get down. Amazon probably stole the. So it's probably Amazon for $4.99. I'll check.
What's Yoshi? She finna have it.
And another thing, Shia. First of all, greetings, Cosmo.
Please, brother.
Yeah. There was another book that you mentioned earlier. I tried to look it up, and it's like $2,500. I noticed that Amazon is. I mean, they charge.
Go to that link. Listen. Amazon?
They're spending for $400 on Amazon.
Hell no.
No. Hold on. Wait. Don't let the brother finish.
My bad.
No, you good.
They overcharging for a lot of books, because I'm a library book junkie. I have a massive library, and I'm noticing that a lot of books that are key books that you need for research purpose, they're charging just ridiculous prices. So if anybody have a connect to get actual books, because I'm not one to really deal with the PDF stuff. I like the actual book where I can pass on to my children.
Probably gonna have to print it out. Go ahead, Yoshi.
I was saying, okay, so the second link, that's for Z Library, right? And they allow you to download 10 books a day on there for free, however you want to do it, and you can put it into whichever you need to. So if you need it to be a PDF, you need it to be an EPUB, if you need it to be a different file, you can create and change the file at the bottom and then download it from that, but they allow you to have 10. I've been having like 3 different emails, because it depends on what I want. But I mean, 10 books a day, you can't beat that. It's free, and they got a lot of everything on there. There's this transvestitude stock book that I had that was it's basically about the perspective of how like the white man has basically taken their whole agenda on depopulating the black people and like in slavery. Kind of like what's his name, Cockrell book, the how to turn a Negro into a Christian. But they had that book was actually one of those books. The first one, the transvestitude book, was like $1,000 on Amazon as well, and it was rare to find. I was in the music business. I've been in the music business for over 25 years. I was at a Jewish man's house, and I found out about that book, and it was in his damn library. So, when I say they be studying shit, they be studying shit. And same thing with this biochemist stuff. Don't take away from opening yourself up to the knowledge, because these books, knowledge is in these books. And our people, one thing we fail to do is research of who we are, and research of things and reading, and then also recording documentation when it comes to stuff that we own and need. And I will say this, just make sure, just be open to the knowledge and read the books. Read, especially if it's available to you. Our people perish for the lack of knowledge. It doesn't hurt you to read, you know what I'm saying? It's so much information out there to save our lives, including health. So that's the link. If you got to create another email, if you want to do more than 10 books a day, 10 is enough for me. But if you want to do more than 10 a day, you can download those books onto your iPad, your phone, files, however you want to do it, and the knowledge is there for you.
Yeah, so if anybody, if you type in Key to Black Greatness, that thing, the first link that comes up is WordPress. When I click on that link, there's an immediate download starting, which is how I got the book to begin with. So you have to do that. I can't do it now in the chat, because the Clubhouse chat does weird things for me.
I'm gonna try to find that.
Thank you, Yoshi, for do the link too. I appreciate that. I'm downloading it now.
Also, the book is in that. You downloaded the book from that link?
No, I ain't looking at the book yet. I'm downloading the app that you shared.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got Android.
Nah, I got an Android.
See, I did it for the Android heads. I'm an Apple person. But you know what? I still love y'all.
I'm on the book.
Okay. So you got the book. So you can put the book at the top, the link for the book up there, or in the chat, however you want.
No, I'm on the book. The MacBook. I'm on a computer.
As a matter of fact, when Trump, in his first term, was talking about hydrochloroquine as a remedy for COVID-19. Remember he did that? He was doing that thing. He did hydrochloroquine, and I looked in that book to see if I can find it, and she said we're allergic. It's toxic for us. Hydrochloroquine is toxic or some shit. So that's a good book to have, just to reference when white people are talking about the things that solve their problems. It might be toxic for us. There's a thing called there's such a thing called melanin binding drugs, and what that means is you're full of melanin and you take some prescription pills, and you usually take them every day or twice a day. Typically it flushes out of your system throughout the day. It flushes out, you pee it out, you poop it out, whatever. But if it's a melanin binding drug, when it goes to your system, it attaches to the melanin molecules or cells or whatever. It attaches to the melanin and doesn't flush out your body. So when you take the one the next day, and after that, and it's not flushing out, it's a tox. It starts to become toxified, and your body becomes too like an overdose, and it kills you. There was a woman on TikTok. I don't know if she did. She died. She had some kind of plastic surgery, and she died from toxification of a melanin. Yeah, of a melanin binding drug. We don't know that there's a such thing as melanin binding drugs, and when we get medication from our doctors, half the time they don't know that we're in danger of taking these drugs because they don't leave our system. They build up and eventually start to kill us, or that type of thing. So, but if you cross-reference this lady's that melanin book, she has a list of drugs that are melanin binding, drugs we need to stay away from because we're highly melanated, and then she has the diagrams that Cosmo's got on his PTR to back it up.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need this book.
Oh yeah, you definitely need that book. You definitely need that.
Definitely need this book because I feel like I'm not getting entertainment business right. We excel. We got fucking Chris Brown. Like, ain't no fucking Chris Brown out there in Africa or no other. You know what I'm saying? Like, we cold, but when it comes to the shit that the sister, like the Carol Barnes girl who created the book that the sister's talking about, I'm pretty sure she mastered chemistry in a sense, or she mastered some type of science, like biology, to be able to bring forth this information. I like to be around other individuals who own that type of shit, because we got a whole world to develop. You know what I'm saying? You know, to understand science is one of the greatest. Like the brother who created fucking plastic from, like creating oil from plastic. That cleanse. We don't need plastic like that. That kind of like gives us a reason to utilize plastic, and we also not stealing oil from the earth. That was a fucking great idea. So Jermaine, welcome back.
All right.
Brother.
I see the motherfucking stage is quite full. Hello?
Hello? Hello? What's up, man? Welcome to the stage, man.
Where you got that shit from, bro? The hello? You don't really got to say that shit.
I've been saying that since early 2000s. Hello? Yes, I've been saying that. I don't know if I got that from a TV show or not, but I do it too.
It actually goes to that asshole Tyler Perry, but I mean that character you playing, he be like hello, like that. But yeah, there you go, that nigga. But I got told it from Baltar. Baltar always like hello.
Yeah, she always doing that shit.
I told it for her. But nah, have you finished the debate, Cosmo?
Oh, I wouldn't debate. I don't debate, man. You know.
That's a lie.
No, listen. Let me tell you. I'm just gonna say with my good brother John Henry. You know, I only debate my equals. All other I teach. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, talk your shit.
All others I teach. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing like to us about health. And this nigga lying right now.
Lying. I just realized who's on the stage. Maya is in the building. I thought that was another Maya.
Yeah, Maya, she was gone for some time. Where she been at? She probably
went MIA.
Taking a break. You know, you guys gotta take a break.
And you can't spell Maya without MIA.
Yoshi and Maya come back around the same time.
Oh, I never heard of look at my man stay down in the show.
Cause I just made a. You talking about we came back around on the actual app or in the space around the same time?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
She been gone for a minute. You been gone for a minute.
Yeah, you know.
I wasn't even fucking with Plan B. I was her home for a little bit. Hello?
Really?
Who's on Plan B? Who took a Plan B?
Plan B is the home.
The club. Like, let me tell you guys about this.
I seen that shit on this app.
I deleted the app and deleted my entire page with all those followers, right? All those people. And I'm gonna tell you, I came back and my club is still around, but somebody has access to the club, and it ain't me.
Wow.
I'm like, wait a minute, who is this brother running my house? But you know what?
You know what they say, if you don't lose it, you lose it.
You might have liked the name, but you took advantage of it.
I'm sure he was a follower. I don't know.
Let me ask y'all this question, right? So we on this, talk about this.
Don't ask me no questions. So hold up, before you go there, I say hi to everybody in the room. 12, Sanan,
say hi to me.
What to say? Dave, what's this do? I say Congressman.
Wow. I met Love yesterday. She's a sweetheart.
Timber.
I'm glad somebody knows that I'm a sweetheart. Because everybody behavior.
Sometimes, not all the time.
You don't get it.
I didn't see Rambling. What's up, Rambling?
What's that, man?
He's rambling.
Where's he? Oh, you know her.
Hey,
Rambling. My one and only Pretty Luna.
I was going to say, you better not leave me out, Jermaine.
Girl, you know. All right, so now my bad, guys. Go ahead with your thing, man. I just had to shout everybody out. Make sure they don't respect.
So far away.
I sound far away?
Yeah, you sound like you.
Hold on. Because I'm talking on my speakerphone. I mean, my car phone. Bluetooth. Can y'all hear me now? Am I better?
You got the phone like in the middle of the console.
Yeah, you still sound like you on the radio from 1994.
Nah, what happened is see, what happened is, you know what I'm saying? Like, what happened is, my thing is kind of covered. My speaker is kind of covered. So I was trying to talk directly into it, but it wasn't working, I guess. But there you go. Go ahead, Cosmo. My bad.
This is Ashy.
No disrespect either. You know, I know some of you were born in 1994. I wasn't, but all blessings.
Oh, maybe y'all couldn't hear me. My volume was turned down too.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, you know, you sound like one of them old radios.
What about now? Am I up to speed now? Or
You sound better. You sound a lot better, yes.
You're straight.
Wait, I'm cooking with hot grease now. Hello.
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 So now, what were y'all rapping about? Because I heard you debating with Shia earlier about this and about that, about the melanin, the whole melanin thing. So did y'all come to a conclusion on that? Or?
Her name is Kia.
It was. We had it.
It's Kia? I thought it was Shia. Okay.
Yeah, it's pronounced that way.
My bad, Kia.
I thought it was the same thing.
No problem.
Me too. So look, the question was, I read a post once, right? I got what I think, but I wanted to hear it from y'all. Like, so I was like, of course, raw food is more beneficial for the body, but don't get it twisted. If you know how to cook food with love and put energy into it, it's going to be just as beneficial as the raw food.
And I
brother disagree me with that shit.
Yeah, where do you get the cooked food versus raw food? Because white people live by a different standard than melanated bodies do. That's just point blank, period. I mean, we can do a lot of shit.
No. We're not making it about white and black.
Well, we should.
We talking about cooked food.
No, we should.
We got a Black Panther in the building. She's a Black Panther.
We should do with everything that we do in this
No,
world.
I'm saying like that shit is such a defeatist mindset to always have to compare ourselves to white people as if they're not recessive.
No,
like, why does it matter?
It's not compare, it's contrast, right? Because comparison is what we've done since we've been.
Mike, what you gonna say?
What we've done is comparison.
There's no comparison. I don't know why she even keeps bringing up white people. They're irrelevant.
Well, because the things we learned. Well, because the things we
talking to
learned.
you, telling you this, okay?
These niggas is them niggas is irrelevant. Why you keep bringing them niggas up? Like, I don't get it.
So the idea that everything, because when I walked into this room, you were talking about the lie, quote unquote lie, and you don't want to teach your children the lie. And I don't think we understand how far the lie goes. And everything that we've been taught, and everything that we think is just common and human is a lie too. And so we have to question it. It's not that we're comparing ourselves. It's not that we're comparing ourselves with white people. We have to take ourselves outside that spectrum in order to understand ourselves.
But yeah, that's never gonna happen if you keep calling yourself black and calling them white.
Absolutely.
Right. So let's do it like this. When we are 20% European, 80% African, not all of us, it's an estimate, leave it where it is. We have a plethora of diseases that don't show up on the continent of Africa. It only shows up because we have 20% European DNA. The majority of diseases that show up on this continent, in the world, are the majority white people diseases. We only have a handful. We only have a handful across the world because we're not defective like that. We coalesce with nature. So when they say it's good to eat this and eat that, they're saying that because their bodies are broken in a way that ours isn't. The fact that I can't go to my local grocery store or my drugstore and get not nan bottle of lotion without sunscreen on it means that everything that's good for them is not good for us. They say that we're vitamin D deficient, but everything that I buy has some SPF something or another on it because the system is designed to keep them healthy. Because the system is designed to keep them healthy and to ignore our health needs. That's what the system is designed to do. And so we have to make.
Hold on, Kia. The system is designed decided to do that. That's why we are here and enlighten each other. You know?
Right.
So we focus on that. Like energy goes where energy goes, where the focus is. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to enlighten ourselves and build upon topics that can help us become our greatest version so we can metamorph in a substantial way. And we won't do that comparing ourselves to other people or spending time talking about them. That is a destruction of our intention. Like, we gotta focus on what actually matters, and that's the value, moving towards value. That's what wisdom is, right? Prudence.
And that's why I came on saying, and why I kind of coalesce with this room, is you have an objective that I 100% agree with. But when we talk about things like, I don't know, AK, I think that's AK, who said this is good for you and this is not good for you. The way I heard it is milk is good for you versus milk not being good for you. We got to put milk in our bodies because it's good. And my answer to the only thing I think about is milk is dangerous.
I never said that shit.
I know you didn't, but the analogy, please hear the analogy. The analogy is not the rule. The rule is that, quote unquote, things are just good for you. It's like milk. Milk is not good for everybody. Milk is not good for Black people, and it's very, very essential to white people. But it's in the food pyramid.
Milk is good for Black people.
Other things are on the food pyramid that we just assume because it's good for white people, it's supposed to be good for us. So there has to be.
But milk is good for Black people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Breast milk is
I'm
good.
lactose intolerant. I do not like milk at all.
Breast milk is good. Milk is
Now
good.
that's different. That's different. Breast milk from a woman is different from the actual milk. That milk is for a cow to feed his cows. It's little what do you call them? What do you call baby cows? Whatever their little asses is. Yeah. Breast milk is for, Black people's breast milk. That's different.
You do know cow milk is breast milk, right?
We know what it is, but it's for a cow. It's not for us.
It's still breast milk from the cow.
I'm gonna need his comment lookalike self to chill out now.
Hey, I got a list about Bella. Y'all ever been fishing for like a 20-foot boat? I was going fishing with my old man. It was like, put that suntan lotion on, sunblock. They're like, no, man, I'm Black. I don't need sunblock. We're on that boat, stay on that boat all day fishing. The next day, man, I said, I was fucked up. I was all sunburnt and shit. Like, I ain't doing that shit no more.
That's because of your diet. That's why. Your diet is off. That's probably the main reason.
Sit your ass on the boat all for all
Nigga,
day.
I'm from the Caribbean. I sit on the beach all day. None of that shit happened to me, man. I don't gotta do that shit. Put on no damn fucking sunscreen. It's because your diet is fucked up. And that shit gonna show through your skin because the sun is detoxing you through your skin, and that shit gonna pop up all over your body. That's why. It's not the sunscreen. The sunscreen is hiding your deficiencies instead of addressing it.
Yeah, but you know what's
It just shows
crazy
your
about though?
inflammation. It
You know what's crazy?
all that inflammation to the skin.
Did y'all see where they had a UV light on sunscreen and it actually shows up black on your skin?
I seen that.
It's synthetic. Yeah, it's synthetic. Melanin. It's literally synthetic melanin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow, I never knew that. Wow.
Yeah, see, we're supposed to be able to absorb the sun, but putting the synthetic melanin blocks all of the minerals that we receive from the sun. But for the quote-unquote white people, because they can't take the sun, it protects them. So that's the issue. But if you have a terrible diet, if you have a very acidic diet and you're in the sun all day, the sun is detoxing you by nature. So that shit is going to show through your skin and do all the different holes in your body and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not the lack of sunscreen, it's just the lack of not eating properly.
Steph, that's what I always tell people, because like if we eat food that inflames us, it shows up in our skin on a rash,
eczema,
just like all that shit. So I always say the same thing. It's based on your.
That's a fact. Bunch of oily ass foods and shit like that. Like, come on.
And some of that shit make your skin loose and not be tight and all that, but just don't feel your diet.
Exactly.
Crazy Daisy.
We're gonna need y'all.
Who in the building?
Drag on.
Dragonia. Who's Dragonia?
That's Dragon, bro. Same Dragon.
Well, it's pleasure to meet you. If you haven't met me, then you have met me now. Yeah, Cosmos is Dragonia. Forgotten the and roll it out.
Hold on.
I can't hear y'all both got mics.
I say, you know we got beef, right?
Oh shit.
I mean, I can't beef with cells and chemistry. You know. Yeah.
Answer my question.
What question?
Repeat your question, brother.
Man, when somebody actually repeat your question, you be like, God damn it, y'all need to start listening.
You ain't never heard me say such a thing now. Now stop your lying. Now you lying again. They can't get his ass.
Hey, don't be me.
No, get his ass, man. Pause. Is that what y'all say? Pause.
No Diddy.
No Diddy.
No Puff Daddy.
No Puff Daddy.
So my question.
Y'all not gonna disrespect my cousin while I'm in here. Y'all not gonna do that.
No baby.
I forgot you told me that yesterday. My fault. You said that should come.
That's real shit. Diddy is my cousin by blood. Listen. I don't know if y'all knew that, but that's the fact. And I know you want to laugh, but listen.
We ain't got nothing against your freaky ass cousin.
Listen, if you want to be a freak, let me be a freak. At the end of the day, let me be. But I will
want to be a freak? That's my freak myself.
He ain't never did no shit to me. And listen,
I ain't gonna lie, like,
them niggas been wanting to do that shit with him. They wanted to do that shit.
you ever see the whole world is saying no Diddy, you're not gonna be able to stop that.
Hey, no Diddy. Hey, whatever you want to say.
I'm not gonna say it because I respect you. I respect what you said.
Yo,
the other rooms that you usually be in, you gonna hear.
I did, even when I was in them spaces, right?
Hold on. Because if my cousin was out here doing some freaky shit, no, fuck that, it's past freaky. I would just have to take it. Like, you know what I mean? My cousin freaky. I mean, like that, man, I don't even want to get on that topic. What's your question, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, look, my question was this, right? Well, cooked foods and raw foods, right? So I heard somebody say like, yo, you know, raw foods is cool, you know what I'm saying? And they're very beneficial, but if you eat something cooked and you cook it and you got the right energy, you cook it with love and compassion, you taking your time, it's just as beneficial as that raw food. Would you say yes? Would you say no? What's your thought?
My mom be saying no. She says that raw food is definitely better for you, better for your enzymes and all that. She even had a whole debate with Dr. Sabi one time about it.
Oh yeah, because Dr. Sabi said you can cook this food if it's whole food. You can cook it and it still keeps its nutrients.
Molecular, right? Right. So my mom said she had a whole debate with Dr. Sabi on that. And we finally agreed with her that he said that raw food is better for you.
Because I remember him saying, I even remember him saying that if it's natural, you can cook it to an ash and still eat it.
Yeah, I remember that. I seen video.
Yeah, and he was also saying like, you know, because the molecular structure is complete, and we know that, again, back to the carbon, the basis of life is all carbon, and so these foods, natural foods, have a complete molecular structure and they're more carbon based. So carbon, when we get into chemistry, has a melting, a boiling point at 8,000 degrees. You know what I'm saying? So if you cooking this stuff, if this is a carbon-based food, the carbon is a sealer that's going to protect, you know, it from the structure from breaking. Because again, it's the base. And if the base breaks, then the whole structure breaks as well. So if carbon is at the base, then it helps keep the structure intact. You see what I'm saying?
But you said this is limit 800 or 8,000?
8,000 degrees.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
your stove can get to 8,000.
I don't know. Nobody stove go get to 8,000.
But that's the mind you, that's the pure element. You know what I'm saying? Not, carbon. The plant's probably got carbon, hydrogen, other elements made with it. But just because it has carbon and there's carbon at the base, it helps keep the structure intact and keep the plant.
So the only way its molecular structure changes is if you throw that shit into lava.
But there's also understanding that it will denature the enzymes and the amino acids. But I can understand where Sebi was coming from, because when he made tonics, he'd go out and pick these herbs and make these big old pots and just blow all of these roots, you know what I'm saying, for 6 hours, you know what I'm saying, for a long time, and then concentrate them and give them to people, and they, cure people and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's what I was saying about the when you were saying you don't fuck with the fermented, and I was like, a lot of these herbs are fermented when they make their tonics.
That's true. See, that's funny because I ain't never did that when I make my tonics.
See, I know some people don't.
Right. Sebi taught me, and when I was with his son, I was on the phone with his son. He was telling me, which I already knew, you like when you got those brown bottles, you'll boil your herbs, and while it's hot, you pour it inside of the bottle, and then you tighten it, because the heat is trapped in there, and so it's going to help preserve the bottle. You can send it across the country, and it's still going to help preserve the bottle. All they got to do is put it in the refrigerator once they get it. Because most of the time, people obviously they put glycerin or alcohol inside of their tonics just to preserve it longer.
Yeah, I think people do it.
Well, in my experience, I've been an herbalist, a medicine maker for 20 years. When it comes to like the food you're eating, I don't believe that it has to all be raw. Most people's constitution will thrive better on having as much raw and like fresh things, i.e. Fresh pressed juices, salads, smoothies. But some people, I'll take that back. But like when it comes to certain greens, they should be lightly blanched or lightly cooked, so that you can break down some of that acetic acid, and so that it's more digestible. So it kind of depends on what the food is. Now, when it comes to medicine, just like Dr. Sabi and all other medicine makers and healers, we know that depending on your preparation, if it's a tea, you're boiling that or you're steeping that, and some herbs are going to benefit from longer steeps in hot water. When you're making a hydrosol or distilling something, we know that there's still nutrients, there's still energetic medicine in there. There's still a lot of what you need in that menstruum or that concoction, that tincture, whatever it is that you're making after it's been processed. And some nutrients aren't even available until it's been processed. So it all depends on what it is you're making and what the intent is. And I would say yes and no to the original question. Like, even if you have amazingly great intentions and good vibes, if you're feeding someone poison, they're still going to get the effects of the poison. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that.
I appreciate the share. That's solid. That's a good perspective.
Right. And definitely, it's dope that you've been a healer and herbalist for over 20 years. That's dope. pick up. Shout out.
For sure.
So
That's a blessing to carry it so long. Go ahead.
So how do you pronounce your name, Steve? Who's the herbalist in here? Mikkel. Yeah. So, I've done my research. I've done a lot of research on melanin and the prescriptions that they give to us, and medicine in particular, just in general. And I have just I was taking ashwagandha as, I don't know, somebody suggested it to me. And I took it and I almost felt, intoxicated. I loved it, don't get me wrong. And it did all the right things for me outside of alcohol. So it's a wonderful thing. But my question is, I had a conversation with ChatGPT about it because I wanted to start doing ashwagandha again for stress and anxiety and stuff like that. But ChatGPT said ashwagandha is good for this and the other thing, but if you're heavily melanated, if you're not,
can't live without ChatGPT, huh?
Well, no, this was outside. I just learned ChatGPT maybe a month ago, so it's not. I wasn't relying on it, but it is reinforcing what I already gathered. Let's do it like that, and it's making it concise, right? So when you do Google, you have to play word games with it and do your research and do all these article things to come up with. But ChatGPT does all that research for you in a lot of ways. But you also have to cross-reference ChatGPT because ChatGPT is often wrong and biased. And that's fine because we live in a biased world, and what the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. You know that quote. And so ChatGPT is a master's tool, so you have to go into it with that kind of perspective. Anyway, I asked about ashwagandha, and she gave out positive benefits. But then she warned me that Africans, especially highly melanated melanated people, need to be warned that, and I don't remember, but she said something about the lining of the stomach. If you do it, it might, cause bleeding in the stomach because it's not natural. It's not native to Africa because Africa is it's a tropical land. It's more native to Indians because where it's grown from, and we should, as African descendants, use something more local to the continent as opposed to the Indian continent because the concentration of your melanin is going to affect the outcome. My pushback to her, because I always push back with her, is like half of India is darker than our darkest people in Africa. And Africa is not tropical. Africa is a bunch of things, not just tropical. Yeah. And so with that, she agreed with me that, heavily melanated people are in India, which is where ashwagandha comes from. So it couldn't possibly contrast with the content of melanin in your skin. It couldn't. But it left me with not knowing how safe I am with ashwagandha because she put the thing in the buzz in my ear that maybe something is negative about my melanin and ashwagandha. Do you know anything about that?
Okay, so I have to tell you the perspective of which I'm going to answer your question first, okay? So the perspective of which I answer your question is I studied over 200 herbs. Like, I love herbs, okay? For this whole period of time of my life, and I'm an intuitive, so I love the science, but when it comes to me blending for people, I take all my science and I combine it with my intuition and my ability to speak to plants, and my ability to hear you, like your story, what's happening in your health. So I never, when I choose an herb for a person, I ask the herb if it is able to serve that person in that capacity. I don't necessarily look up from the continental perspective, but I'm glad you took yourself on that ontological reasoning with saying, wait a minute, the people of India are highly melanated.
So, therefore, we always have to be aware that ChatGPT or the AI learning model is also learning the person who's asking the questions to it on a regular basis. Like your model will bring up things based on your previous search history, right? Those deep conversations you have, it's learning you, it's learning what you're looking for. And built into its model, the disclaimer is it lies. All right? Sometimes. So yes, I'm really glad to hear that you back that up. With ashwagandha, ashwagandha is an adaptogen. It helps your body adapt to the stress it's under. All right. So depending on what you're taking it for, I would tell you what to take it with. Because there's some herbs that are designed to be a specific, right? A specific, you take it by itself without other herbs. But most herbs will work better in a chai. So that's why we say a blend. So when we think about us, and I don't always think about it as us as melanated people, but I'm using the principle of ChatGPT in this conversation, right? So home means family, means community, right? Can we agree? To me, home means family and community. So when I make a blend of tea for someone, I'm thinking about what is going to nurture that person in the spirit of community, family, home, as in homeostasis in their body. Okay? Home, homeostasis, family, community. That's how my brain connects those dots. So if I'm like, this person is taking ashwagandha, I'm going to ask them, why are they choosing ashwagandha as their primary? So can I ask you, why are you choosing ashwagandha as your primary?
What I'm asking you is a local herb like ashwagandha in Africa more beneficial than the ashwagandha that's in India? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking to get any deeper than that. Okay, no, I don't think so. The only difference that would make it better would be if it were grown by you. So let's say if you got that particular herb for that particular reason as a seed or a root, and then you grew it, that would make it better. Because you have to. So thank you for saying that, because she said, what's it called? A grapefruit? What's the ashwagandha root? It's called grapefruit or something? No. What's it called? Ashwagandha is. What kind of root is it? It's a root. Oh. Something root. And that something root, according to ChatGPT, before I broke her down, had some negative impacts to very heavily melanated people. The pushback again was comes from India. A lot of heavily melanated people come from India, and that's where we ended the conversation with, well, we don't know. So then I'm asking, do you know if that root? I'll look it up. The root is called something root. If that herb you're talking about, but I can connect to your energy right now and tell you if you should be able to take ashwagandha. And like I said, I would personally put ashwagandha with another herb depending on what you're taking it for, instead of using ashwagandha as a specific. And are you using it as a tincture, or are you using it as a tea? Or are you taking it as a pill? So all of those things make a difference. And if you're concerned about how it affects your digestion, you may want to put it with something that's digestive protective.
that was my question. Like, what are you taking it for? And that would determine if it's good for you or not. But if you would like me to connect to your energy and tell you if it's okay for you, I will.
So no, I don't want you to do that. I just want you to come from a higher level.
That is.
I don't need personal. Ashwagandha is for stress. The mixture is probably more tailored to a personal experience. And I'm not asking for tailored personal experience. I'm asking, is there some biological consequences for heavy melanated people to absorb that herb? That's all I was asking. No, it really is. Because I was trying to debate. I was trying to debate what ChatGPT said. It's not a personal question.
Oh, like in my years of using it with people, I've never had anyone have an allergic reaction or an adverse reaction.
Okay, thank you. I
connect with people on higher levels to make sure that they have the right herbs for them.
Do you know of a herb that acts like ashwagandha that's native to the African continent?
That in order to determine that, I have to know specifically what you're taking it for.
So because ashwagandha, let's just do this. Ashwagandha at a high level is stress and anxiety. At a high level. And if we just take stress and anxiety, is there an herb that's native to the African continent that addresses, not resolves, just addresses stress and anxiety?
It's called Afghan Kush.
Oh, are you being serious? Are you sorry?
I mean, Afghanistan is technically Africa.
Oh, come on, seriously. So, Miguel, do you know? You don't know? Did anybody want to say this now?
I'll make the herbs that I use for that.
We got herbs here in the Americas that are also good too. Why you want to go to Africa?
I'm gonna say because most of us I'm not sure where you're from, have been super adaptive to our environments here. So yes, we want to look through things that come from Africa, but we also want to look at things that grow in our environment here that serve that purpose.
And I don't disagree with that, because if this is our planet, and I believe this is our planet, because that wasn't also the argument I had with ChatGPT. If we are the original people, then we should be able to adapt and adjust to all of the herbs, because Genesis said, "Let the earth be our medicine and our meat." That being said, white people have an adverse reaction to herbs, quote unquote. Do your own research. We don't. And that means that across the board, across the globe.
Grows in Africa, by the way.
Say that again.
Ashwagandha also grows in Africa, by the way.
But I'm assuming, because ChatGPT gave me that, it's not native to Africa.
It is native.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's great to know. So that ends my question. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So now, my perspective. Dun, 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 dun. You guys can be intuitive. You guys can, be creative. But the plant is acid. It's of no value. Acid takes electricity from the body. Will it help your anxiety? It will calm your anxiety. It will, right? It will cause you to feel good. But if we trying to move forward and raise the bar, right? Because the main reason why somebody on mute. The main reason why, you know, our generations just keep going down, like it's getting worse and worse, right? Are we going through the same cycle? Is because the bar is not set. So if we're gonna set the bar, I just say just leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? Denmark actually banned it, right? They said it reduces the sensitivity in the receptors, right? After a few weeks of using it, it causes this depressive state. It's like kind of like antidepressants. You don't want to increase your sensitivity in your receptors. That you're changing your mood cognition. You don't want to do that. So for me, I would go to Damiana. Damiana is gonna, it's a natural plant, first of all, right? Base, in chemistry, base. Yeah, for the layman term, is alkaline, but in chemistry, it's called base. It has a higher potential hydrogen, so it's giving electricity to your body. So when your body has, you create ATP and you start to produce those molecules, and they go throughout your electronic transport system, throughout your body, giving your body energy. Life is going to do that. So that's high frequency fruits, right? And alkaline herbs. Acid herbs, they do stimulate you, but it's not because the molecular structure is not complete. It don't have a long term effect. I've had people who come to me, right? They had illnesses, and they work with people, and the disease went away, right? And they all, I'm healed, you know what I'm saying? And then what happens next? It comes back. Because they didn't have a strong amount. And this is the reason why, like, you hear all these books about melanin, and, melanin is the key compound of life and all this stuff, right? It's carbon, right? SETI already came and told us that it was carbon. Niggas argue with him, try to challenge him. He's like, yo, I'm telling you the truth, bro. I studied this shit. He went to the colleges and bought their books and literally studied it. Healed himself, healed a lot of people. Michael Jackson is not walking in the hallway with this man because he's just some. He's walking with this man because he know what he's talking about, right? Carbon. So after SETI died, 3 European men come around. They in a research lab. They doing research, and they say they start to make concentrations of carbon and give it to the people, and they was measuring the weight of how much carbon, right? They was saying like 58, 59, and 60 carbons concentrated is the rate to start reversing disease. This is way after. I already know they got the shit from SETI, like, because he kept talking about it. But my point is, those plants that are carbon based have the most benefits. Ashwagandha comes from a lab. Ashwagandha is not natural. It's an acid. So if you're gonna use it, I would say use it like once or twice a month. But if you go over, studies, I'm not saying it's not my personal opinion. Studies show if you use it for several weeks, it will start to change the mood cognition because the sensitivity and receptors will be affected. That's all I gotta say.
That's a great breakdown. I know I've used ashwagandha once years ago. Actually, I used it like a couple times, but it was because I was dealing with some stress and anxiety from work and some personal life things. And when I took it as a tea. It didn't do shit. I was still stressed. I was still fucking anxious. And I was like, man, they said this is a better alternative than weed. Because I've been a weed smoker for, probably a little bit longer than 10 years. So they was like, nah, this is better than weed. You should fuck with this. And I listened, and that shit ain't do nothing for me. So I went right back to the weed.
You didn't take enough.
Okay,
You
I
did not take enough.
think funny.
You did not take enough. That should have me sailing. It is the powder, and you have to order it because if you go to your local grocery store or pharmacy, they're going to give you pills, which adds more chemicals you don't need in your body. Get the powder. The tea actually does work, but it's specific tea that works. And 2 cups of that, how have you been? Like you just was drinking alcohol all day long.
I drank 2 or 3 cups.
What did you have with it? Well, your stress level was just way out the box then.
Or maybe it was some bullshit ashwagandha. I don't know. Maybe it was that.
That makes more sense because it just take a lot for you to feel the calming effects of ashwagandha. And then if you take more than, like the 1 cup that I had, if you take more, like take 2 cups of tea, not the pouch, the tea, it'll have you feeling really good, like you doing illegal drugs or something.
Well, let me tell you what it is I'm gonna let you go, McQuell. The reason why he didn't feel it because, and you did, because we always look at other things. I'm trying to think outside the box, like what other thing could it be? What other contributing factor? Your cells are more aged. You may be going through more of an age because you're older. He's younger. You know what I'm saying? So the stress that ashwagandha would have to help on him, he probably couldn't feel it because it's not enough as it pertains to you because you're age, as you get older and older, your cells go through what is it called? They basically age.
I'm gonna push back on that. What I want to say in response to that is not that I'm older because when I first tried ashwagandha, I was much younger. What I want to say is maybe it wasn't the age, it's the volume of drugs you're doing and you're used to. You're used to being high as fuck, then maybe you can't feel ashwagandha. If you're already high as fuck most of the times and you're looking for that same level of toxicity, yeah, you probably won't feel ashwagandha. But if you don't do drugs a lot,
that's the contributing factor.
It might be that. So how much drugs were you doing in your lifetime when you're comparing ashwagandha to? Because ashwagandha isn't crack. It just ain't crack. It's not heroin. Yeah, and it has a similar effect. So if you smoke a lot of weed, then ashwagandha is like smoking like a quarter of a joint.
Nah, all I did was smoke weed, and like I said, I drank the tea. I drank a couple of cups, maybe even 3 cups. And yeah, like I didn't really feel much. I mean, I think I felt tired earlier than I normally did. But as far as like stress levels and stuff, like my mind was still racing.
Off the weed, yeah, it's basing off the weed.
No, but I didn't smoke when I did the ashwagandha. Because my boy was telling me.
But you said a bar. You said a bar, right? The intolerance bar, right? And so,
maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably that. Because I don't do weed. I never really did. And so I can feel the slightest effects of something like ashwagandha, and it might be. It might get to a level of comfort for me. But if I smoked a joint, it would probably take me there a lot faster than 2 cups of tea of ashwagandha.
But that's the thing, like when I've used Blue Lotus and stuff like that, I feel that shit.
What's Blue Lotus?
It's an herb that people make to relax themselves as well. You can use the tea or you can smoke it like how you smoke weed. But yeah, when I've used that, and it's hard to get my hands on that. Like, it's been a while since I've used it, but when I use it, I feel the effects immediately. Not immediately, but I definitely feel the effects.
Hold on, wait, what you call Blue Lotus? What's a Blue Lotus? Where can I get my hands on that?
And that's what I'm saying. It's hard to find. Like, I haven't had it probably like over a year because it's hard to get. I don't know who has it consistently. I don't know. Cosmo might be able to.
I can get y'all any herb.
We want some Blue Lotus.
You can drive right up the block and grab some Blue Lotus.
I mean, you could be a weed and feel the effects of Blue Lotus.
I'll cash out you right now, nigga. I ain't
Or DoorDash.
Yeah, me too, Cosmo.
Yeah, you
Can we get DoorDash? Do I need a DoorDash account for this? Food on stuff?
I got chef. I don't fuck with the rest of y'all. That's not sweet. I don't know what y'all think.
You cap.
I'm tripping.
I mean, is Blue Laws on the same level as shrooms?
Nah, that's
Nah, it's not a psychedelic.
No.
So that's a good topic right there. Boom. Let's segue. Because I also got like 3 other topics I want to talk
Let me
about. Ask y'all about.
really quick.
Right.
I can like lead y'all into shrooms.
Can I leave the room? Can I leave the room? Can I leave the room?
Yeah.
Like, damn. Can
Not,
I leave the room?
not take over the room, but yes, I'd love to talk about shroom. I hope Sarah.
No, I'm saying, can I leave the room?
Oh, you said I would be able to go, so I just wanted to remind you I was still waiting.
Go ahead.
But wait a minute, is Lotus FDA approved?
Man, fuck that FDA. Fuck them. Fuck the USDA.
Well, I went. Go ahead, Chef.
Nah, go ahead. I was just saying, fuck the FDA, fuck the USDA.
That means I can't get it on Amazon. That's what I think I'm hearing. Okay, I gotta find somebody. Blue Lotus.
Hold on. Look, check it. What I'm about to say is that's a good topic to go into. So you can add on the Kel, but not just shrooms too. Other psychoactive herbs, not just stuff that get you high, but stuff that you can utilize, on a day-to-day basis when you just trying to focus and you read or you stress.
I have another. Oh, my fault, Mikhail. Go ahead. I'll go out.
Okay, so I'll make the other story really, really short. So the funny thing, just kind of related to what you were experiencing, Chef. Back in the day when I used to, when I had my herbal shop, I would have people come in saying that they had to stop smoking weed or they wanted to stop smoking weed for a while and they wanted a smoking blend. They was looking for something to substitute that either as a smoking blend or as a tea. And in those days, still now I'm the same person, I didn't really smoke weed. And so therefore, I knew that in the deepest part of me, I had an idea that I couldn't make a smoking blend that would meet that need because I didn't know what that really felt like, what people were looking for. So I connected with a good friend that was a specialist, like he really was serious about his weed smoking. And so I went down that road so that I could understand what kind of highs there was. Like, okay, this is a head high, this is a body high. Okay, this relaxes your system. This allows a person, to feel more creative and functional. This just puts a person out. This slows things down. So after that, for my first couple of experiments with marijuana, I was like, oh, SHIT. I'm never going to be able to make this because other herbs don't do that. That is not what they're designed to do. But eventually I was able to create smoking blends and tea blends that don't do exactly what weed does because, and I'll get back to that for the reasons why, but have their own dynamic. So understanding what you want something to do on a healthier level would help you know what herbs to choose for that. Ashwagandha alone, I personally wouldn't choose that to replace the relief that you get from smoking weed, because it does, it's not designed to work the same way. But there was a blend that I used to create that I called Willpower. And so Willpower, when I gave it to people who were very anxious and going 100 miles an hour all the time, or had ADHD or ADD, whatever, they were diagnosed or they called it, those people, when they drank Willpower tea, they were able to just calm their whole nervous system down to the point where they could actually relax and or sleep. But when I gave that exact same formula to people who were really, really exhausted, and just needed an extra 5 to 6 hours to get through a work shift, and they've been, they're moving on fumes, when I would give that same formula to them, it would be better than a 5-hour energy shot. It would increase and improve their mood. It would give them energy, and it would help them to push through, feeling great. But then their bodies would be required to sleep the next time. It would only work that way for maybe 3 to 5 times. Then it would have the opposite effect, meaning it would be like, no, actually, you need to sleep. That's why you're tired. Go to bed, and they would be, they would do that, because an adaptogen, any herbs that are actually adaptogens are designed to work with your body's need. All right. So let's say hawthorn leaf and berries. Hawthorn's a adaptogen. So if a person's blood pressure is too high, it's going to lower it. If it's too low, it's going to raise it, right? Rhodiola root, right? It's also for stress, but it's for testosterone. Well, it's for libido hormones.
What's the name?
Rhodiola root.
Rhodiola.
Please don't spell it. It's like, but rhodiola root, it helps you. It's going to help with your energy, like you just said, but it's also for stress, right? So generally, when you use ashwagandha with rhodiola in a tea form, it's going to work much better, right? And then wrapping that in a multivitamin type of herb as well, thinking about what else does my body need? What is my intent? Do I need to put that with marshmallow root? Am I working out? Am I building my stamina? Do I need to put that with netto? So it really depends on what it is your intent is. Oh, catnip is nice. I see that. I love catnip. I have too many stories about every single herb. But I love that you had mentioned Damiana. Oh my gosh, she's a friend. Now, I don't say used to. I make this blend that's called Date Night, right? And it has Damiana, catnip, and some other really good things like passion flower and hibiscus, cinnamon. Well, it tastes really good, and yeah, passion flower is so yummy, and it goes well with catnip, by the way.
I mean, we're not trying to get aroused, though.
Herbs make.
I was saying that sounds lovely. No, we're not trying to get aroused. Stay focused, people. I'm focused, real focused.
But yes, like Damiana, when date night is good because sometimes people don't want to drink alcohol, but they still need to take the edge off. So sipping on, like, especially if you're on this health journey and you don't want to have that red wine each night, but you want something to, loosen you up. Damiana is your friend, especially when combined with the right other friends. And if you're a man, you may choose a different support versus if you're a woman. So it just kind of depends on what's going on. But I digress. Do you want to talk? You want me to answer any other herbal questions? I think you had to there was another question in there, but I can't remember what it was. And then I can speak on the yummy use and very intentional use of psychedelics and herbs in that fashion.
But I'm just, my question just becomes, when you said it, it just triggered a question. The white wine or the red wine every night, do we really do that, or is that a white thing?
I don't do it, but I know some Black women who do it.
Is it a white thing, or do we, what's the fallout from us doing white wine or wine every night? Because what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. And have we analyzed it? So we have to analyze every aspect of what we're mimicking, because we don't have any choice. And I get that part. We're mimicking, and it's past time that we separate ourselves from the people who told us who we are, as opposed to find out who we are. So the white wine or the red wine every night, is that helping or hurting us?
I can't answer that. I just don't think alcohol every night on anybody's stomach is healthy, which is why I'm a tea person. But I haven't spent any time with that question.
Do we know our wine every night with a meal? Do we even know the health benefits of it, or why it even exists as a practice? Do we know that? Or do we know how harmful it is to Black bodies? I don't even know.
Did y'all hear that noise out there that just came behind y'all a few seconds ago? That was me. See, women, y'all selfish. Y'all pay attention to everything. That's why y'all can't coordinate. If that was me, I'd be like, hey, I heard you, bro. 1 second, all right? And then I'd finish speaking. Y'all just completely ignoring me.
My emojis ain't working right now. Is it because of the update? Because I want to laugh, but my emojis aren't there. Anybody else having the same problem with the update?
You gotta tap somebody else's screen. You gotta tap my screen.
But it's so terrible that we don't have that.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, they updated the app. Some whack shit now. It's cool.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, thank you, Cosmo.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the herbs you was about to suggest?
So you got cotton bugleweed. Y'all mess with the bugleweed?
Wait, say that again?
Weed. You hear me?
No, you said something weed.
Bugle.
I said weed the second time. I didn't hear. I said bugleweed, right? So y'all talking about relaxation.
Wait, hold on. What's that? Also, when y'all saying these herbs, do y'all mind putting it in the chat so that way those who are listening can also spell it properly and do all of that stuff and make sure they.
I got like 3 balls in here. They got you, bro. Okay.
What you said?
We got 3 balls in here.
Hey, yo, 3 balls.
Bro, it's not even that. Listen to what I'm saying, man. It's the opposite of ball. You need to pay attention.
You in here for that?
Oh, you talking about that shit? Stop dribbling my ball.